Part 2, Chapter 5 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 5, An Arrow from the Impatient God. On an afternoon, 3 or 4 days after the recovery of Sam, matters became complicated. George, as usual, discovered that he had been dawdling in the portals of his desires, when the doors came to with a bang. Then he hastened to knock. "Tell her," he said, "I will come up tomorrow after milking. Tell her I'm coming to see her." On the evening of that morrow, the first person to put in an appearance was a garrulous spinster who had called ostensibly to inquire into the absence of the family from church. "I said to Elizabeth, 'Now what a thing if anything happens to them just now, and the wedding is put off.' I felt I must come and make myself sure that nothing had happened. We all feel so interested in Letty just now. I'm sure everybody is talking of her. She seems in the air. I really think we shall have thunder. I hope we shan't. Yes, we are all so glad that Mr. Tempest is content with a wife from at home. The others, his father and Mr. Roberts and the rest, they were none of them to be suited at home, though to be sure the wives they brought were nothing. Indeed they were not. As many a one said, Mrs. Robert was a paltry choice. Neither in looks or manner had she anything to boast of, if her family was older than mine. Family wasn't much to make up for what she lacked in other things. That I could easily have supplied her with. And oh dear, what an object she is now with her wisp of hair and her spectacles. She for one hasn't kept much of her youth. But when is the exact date, dear? Some say this and some say that, but as I always say, I never trust her. They say, 'It is so nice that you have that cousin, a canon, to come down for the service, Mrs. Beardshaw, and Sir Walter Houghton for the groomsman.' What? You don't think so? Oh, but I know, dear, I know. You do like to treasure up these secrets, don't you? You're greedy for all the good things just now." She shook her head at Letty, and the jet ornaments on her bonnet twittered like 1,000 wagging little tongues. Then she sighed, and was about to recommence her song, when she happened to turn her head and to espy a telegraph boy coming up the path. "Oh, I hope nothing is wrong, dear. I hope nothing is wrong. I always feel so terrified of a telegram. You'd better not open it yourself, dear. Don't now. Let your brother go." Letty, who had turned pale, hurried to the door. The sky was very dark. There was a mutter of thunder. "It's all right," said Letty, trembling. "It's only to say he's coming tonight." "I'm very thankful, cried the spinster. "It might have been so much worse. I'm sure I never opened a telegram without feeling as if I was opening a death blow. I'm so glad, dear. It must have upset you. What news to take back to the village, supposing something had happened?" She sighed again, and the jet drops twinkled ominously in the thunderlight, as if declaring they would make something of it yet. It was 6 o'clock. The air relaxed a little, and the thunder was silent. George would be coming about 7, and the spinster showed no signs of departure, and Leslie might arrive at any moment. Letty fretted and fidgeted, and the old woman gabbled on. I looked out of the window at the water and the sky. The day had been uncertain. In the morning it was warm, and the sunshine had played and raced among the cloud shadows on the hills. Later, great cloud masses had stalked up from the northwest and crowded thick across the sky. In this little night, sleet and wind and rain whirled furiously. Then the sky had laughed at us again. In the sunshine came the spinster, but as she talked, over the hilltop rose the wide forehead of the cloud, rearing slowly, ominously higher. A first messenger of storm passed darkly over the sky, leaving the way clear again. "I will go round to Highclose," said Letty. "I'm sure it will be stormy again. Are you coming down the road, Miss Slater, or do you mind if I leave you?" "I will go, dear, if you think there is going to be another storm. I dread it so. Perhaps I had better wait." "Oh, it will not come over for an hour, I'm sure. We read the weather well out here, don't we, Cyril? You'll come with me, won't you?" We three set off, the gossip leaning on her toes, tripping between us. She was much gratified by Letty's information concerning the proposals for the new home. We left her in a glow of congratulatory smiles on the highway. But the clouds had upreared and stretched in 2 great arms, reaching overhead. The little spinster hurried along, but the black hands of the clouds kept pace and clutched her. A sudden gust of wind shuddered in the trees and rushed upon her cloak, blowing its bugles. An icy raindrop smote into her cheek. She hurried on, praying fervently for her bonnet's sake, that she might reach Widow Harriman's cottage before the burst came. But the thunder crashed in her ear, and a host of hailstones flew at her. In despair and anguish she fled from under the ash trees. She reached the widow's garden gate, when out leapt the lightning full at her. "Put me in the stair-hole!" she cried. "Where is the stair-hole?" Glancing wildly round, she saw a ghost. It was the reflection of the sainted spinster Hilda Slater in the widow's mirror, a reflection with a bonnet fallen backwards, and to it attached a thick rope of grey-brown hair. The author of the ghost instinctively twisted to look at the back of her head. She saw some ends of grey hair, and fled into the open stair-hole as into a grave. We had gone back home till the storm was over, and then, restless, afraid of the arrival of George, we set out again into the wet evening. It was fine and chilly, and already a mist was rising from Nethermere, veiling the farther shore, where the trees rose loftily, suggesting groves beyond the Nile. The birds were singing riotously. The fresh green hedge glistened vividly and glowed again with intense green. Looking at the water, I perceived a delicate flush from the west hiding along it. The mist licked and wreathed up the shores. From the hidden white distance came the mournful cry of waterfowl. We went slowly along behind a heavy cart, which clanked and rattled under the dripping trees, with the hoofs of the horse moving with broad thuds in front. We passed over black patches where the ash flowers were beaten down, and under great massed clouds of green sycamore. At the sudden curve of the road, near the foot of the hill, I stopped to break off a spray of larch, where the soft cones were heavy as raspberries, and gay like flowers with petals. The shaken bough spattered a heavy shower on my face, of drops so cold that they seemed to sink into my blood and chill it. "Hark!" said Letty, as I was drying my face. There was the quick patter of a motor car coming downhill. The heavy cart was drawn across the road to rest, and the driver hurried to turn the horse back. It moved with painful slowness, and we stood in the road in suspense. Suddenly, before we knew it, the car was dropping down on us, coming at us in a curve, having rounded the horse and cart. Letty stood faced with terror. Leslie saw her and swung round the wheels on the sharp, curving hillside, looking only to see that he should miss her. The car slid sideways, the mud crackled under the wheels, and the machine went crashing into Nethermere. It caught the edge of the old stone wall with a smash. Then for a few moments I think I was blind. When I saw again, Leslie was lying across the broken hedge, his head hanging down the bank, his face covered with blood. The car rested strangely on the brink of the water, crumpled as if it had sunk down to rest. Letty, with hands shuddering, was wiping the blood from his eyes with a piece of her underskirt. In a moment she said, "He's not dead. Let us take him home. Let us take him quickly." I ran and took the wicket gate off its hinges and laid him on that. His legs trailed down, but we carried him thus, she at the feet, I at the head. She made me stop and put him down. I thought the weight was too much for her, but it was not that. "I can't bear to see his hand hanging, knocking against the bushes and things." It was not many yards to the house. A maidservant saw us, came running out, and went running back, like the frightened lapwing from the wounded cat. We waited until the doctor came. There was a deep graze down the side of the head, serious, but not dangerous. There was a cut across the cheekbone that would leave a scar, and the collarbone was broken. I stayed until he had recovered consciousness. Letty. He wanted Letty, so she had to remain at Highclose all night. I went home to tell my mother. When I went to bed, I looked across at the lighted windows of Highclose, and the lights trailed mistily towards me across the water. The cedar stood dark guard against the house. Bright the windows were, like the stars, and, like the stars, covering their torment in brightness. The sky was glittering with sharp lights. They are too far off to take trouble for us, so little, almost to nothingness. All the great hollow vastness roars overhead, and the stars are only sparks that whirl and spin in the restless space. The earth must listen to us. She covers her face with a thin veil of mist, and is sad. She soaks up our blood tenderly, in the darkness, grieving, and in the light she soothes and reassures us. Here, on our earth, is sympathy and hope. The heavens have nothing but distances. A corncrake talked to me across the valley, talked and talked endlessly, asking and answering in hoarse tones from the sleeping, mist-hidden meadows. The monotonous voice, that on past summer evenings had had pleasant notes of romance, now was intolerable to me. Its inflexible harshness and cacophony seemed like the voice of fate speaking out its tuneless perseverance in the night. In the morning, Letty came home wan, sad-eyed, and self-reproachful. After a short time they came for her, as he wanted her again. When in the evening I went to see George, he too was very despondent. "It's no good now," said I. "You should have insisted and made your own destiny." "Yes, perhaps so," he drawled in his best reflective manner. "I would have had her. She'd have been glad if you'd done as you wanted with her. She won't leave him till he's strong, and he'll marry her before then. You should have had the courage to risk yourself. You're always too careful of yourself and your own poor feelings. You never could brace yourself up to a shower bath of contempt and hard usage, so you've saved your feelings and lost, not much, I suppose. You couldn't." "But," he began, not looking up, and I laughed at him. "Go on," I said. "Well, she was engaged to him." "Ha! You thought you were too good to be rejected." He was very pale, and when he was pale the tan on his skin looked sickly. He regarded me with his dark eyes, which were now full of misery and a child's big despair. "And nothing else," I completed, with which the little exhausted gunboat of my anger wrecked and sank utterly. Yet no thoughts would spread sail on the sea of my pity. I was like water that heaves with yearning and is still. Leslie was very ill for some time. He had a slight brain fever and was delirious, insisting that Letty was leaving him. She stayed most of her days at Highclose. One day in June he lay resting on a deck chair in the shade of a cedar, and she was sitting by him. It was a yellow, sultry day, and all the atmosphere seemed inert, and all things were languid. "Don't you think, dear," she said, "it would be better for us not to marry?" He lifted his head nervously from the cushions. His face was emblazoned with a livid red bar on a field of white, and he looked worn, wistful. "Do you mean not yet?" he asked. "Yes, and perhaps never." "Ha!" he laughed, sinking down again. "I must be getting like myself again if you begin to tease me." "But," she said, struggling valiantly, "I'm not sure I ought to marry you." He laughed again, though a little apprehensively. "Are you afraid I shall always be weak in my noddle?" he asked. "But you wait a month." "No, that doesn't bother me." "Oh, doesn't it?" "Silly boy. No, it's myself." "I'm sure I've made no complaint about you." "Not likely, but I wish you'd let me go." "I'm a strong man to hold you, aren't I? Look at my muscular paw." He held out his hands, frail and white with sickness. "You know you hold me, and I want you to let me go. I don't want to—" "To what?" "To get married at all. Let me be. Let me go." "What for?" "Oh, for my sake." "You mean you don't love me?" "Love? Love? I don't know anything about it. But we can't be, don't you see, what do they say, flesh of one flesh?" "Why?" he whispered, like a child that is told some tale of mystery. She looked at him as he lay propped upon his elbow, turning towards her his white face of fear and perplexity, like a child that cannot understand and is afraid and wants to cry. Then slowly tears gathered full in her eyes, and she wept from pity and despair. This excited him terribly. He got up from his chair, and the cushions fell onto the grass. "What's the matter? What's the matter? Oh, Letty, is it me? Don't you want me now? Is that it? Tell me now, tell me." He grasped her wrists and tried to pull her hands from her face. The tears were running down his cheeks. She felt him trembling, and the sound of his voice alarmed her from herself. She hastily smeared the tears from her eyes, got up, and put her arms round him. He hid his head on her shoulder and sobbed, while she bent over him, and so they cried out their cries till they were ashamed, looking round to see if anyone were near. Then she hurried about, picking up the cushions, making him lie down, and arranging him comfortably, so that she might be busy. He was querulous, like a sick, indulged child. He would have her arm under his shoulders, and her face near his. "Well," he said, smiling faintly again after a time, "you are naughty to give us such rough times. Is it for the pleasure of making up, bad little schnucker, aren't you?" She kept close to him, and he did not see the wince and quiver of her lips. "I wish I was strong again. Couldn't we go boating or ride on horseback, and you'd have to behave then? Do you think I shall be strong in a month? Stronger than you?" "I hope so," she said. "Why, I don't believe you do. I believe you like me like this, so that you can lay me down and smooth me. Don't you, quiet girl?" "When you're good." "Ah, well, in a month I shall be strong, and we'll be married and go to Switzerland. Do you hear, Schnucker? You won't be able to be naughty any more then." "Oh, do you want to go away from me again?" "No, only my arm is dead." She drew it from beneath him, standing up, swinging it, smiling because it hurt her. "Oh, my darling, what a shame! Oh, I am a brute, a kiddish brute. I wish I was strong again, Letty, and didn't do these things." "You boy, it's nothing." She smiled at him again. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 6, The Courting. During Leslie's illness, I strolled down to the mill one Saturday evening. I met George tramping across the yard with a couple of buckets of swill, and 11 young pigs rushing, squealing about his legs, shrieking in an agony of suspense. He poured the stuff into a trough with luscious gurgle, and instantly 10 noses were dipped in, and 10 little mouths began to slobber. Though there was plenty of room for 10, yet they shouldered and shoved and struggled to capture a larger space, and many little trotters dabbled and spilled the stuff, and the 10 sucking, clapping snouts twitched fiercely, and 20 little eyes glared askance like so many points of wrath. They gave uneasy, gasping grunts in their haste. The unhappy 11th rushed from point to point trying to push in his snout, but for his pains he got rough squeezing and sharp grabs on his ears. Then he lifted up his face and screamed screams of grief and wrath under the evening sky. But the 10 little gluttons only twitched their ears to make sure there was no danger in the noise, and they sucked harder with much spilling and slobbing. George laughed like a sardonic Jove, but at last he gave ear and kicked the 10 gluttons from the trough, and allowed the residue to the 11th. This one, poor wretch, almost wept with relief as he sucked and swallowed in sobs, casting his little eyes apprehensively upwards, though he did not lift his nose from the trough, as he heard the vindictive shrieks of 10 little fiends kept at bay by George. The solitary feeder, shivering with apprehension, rubbed the wood bare with his snout. Then, turning up to heaven his eyes of gratitude, he reluctantly left the trough. I expected to see the 10 fall upon him and devour him, but they did not. They rushed upon the empty trough and rubbed the wood still drier, shrieking with misery. "How like life!" I laughed. "Fine letter," said George. "There were 14, only that damned she-devil Circe went and ate 3 of them before we got at her." The great ugly sow came leering up as he spoke. "Why don't you fatten her up and devour her, the old gargoyle? She's an offence to the universe." "Nay, she's a fine sow." I snorted, and he laughed, and the old sow grunted with contempt, and her little eyes twisted towards us with a demoniac leer as she rolled past. "What are you going to do tonight?" I asked. "Going out?" "I'm going courting," he replied, grinning. "Wish I were." "You can come if you like, and tell me where I make mistakes, since you're an expert on such matters." "Don't you get on very well, then?" I asked. "Oh, all right. It's easy enough when you don't care a damn. Besides, you can always have a Johnny Walker. That's the best of courting at the Round Inn. I'll go and get ready." In the kitchen, Emily sat grinding out some stitching from a big old hand machine that stood on the table before her. She was making shirts for Sam, I presumed. That little fellow, who was installed at the farm, was seated by her side, firing off words from a reading book. The machine rumbled and rattled on, like a whole factory at work, for an inch or two, during which time Sam shouted in shrill explosions like irregular pistol shots. "Do not pot! Put!" cried Emily from the machine. "Put!" shrilled the child. "The soot on my boot!" There the machine broke down, and, frightened by the sound of his own voice, the boy stopped in bewilderment and looked round. "Go on," said Emily, as she poked in the teeth of the old machine with the scissors, then pulled and prodded again. He began, "Boot, but you—" Here he died off again, made nervous by the sound of his voice and the stillness. Emily sucked a piece of cotton and pushed it through the needle. "Now go on," she said. "But you may shoot," he shouted away, reassured by the rumble of the machine. "Shoot the fox. It is at the root!" shrieked Emily, as she guided the stuff through the doddering jaws of the machine. "Root!" echoed the boy, and he went off with these crackers. "Root of the tree." "Next one," cried Emily. "Put the began the boy. "What?" cried Emily. On." "Wait a bit," cried Emily, and then the machine broke down. "Hang!" she ejaculated. "Hang!" shouted the child. She laughed and leaned over to him. "Put the oil in the pan to boil, while I toil in the soil. Oh, Cyril, I never knew you were there. Go along now, Sam. David'll be at the back somewhere." "He's in the bottom garden," said I, and the child ran out. Directly George came in from the scullery, drying himself. He stood on the hearthrug as he rubbed himself, and surveyed his reflection in the mirror above the high mantelpiece. He looked at himself and smiled. I wondered that he found such satisfaction in his image, seeing that there was a gap in his chin and an uncertain moth-eaten appearance in one cheek. Mrs. Saxton still held this mirror as an object of dignity. It was fairly large and had a well-carven frame, but it left gaps and spots and scratches in one's countenance, and even where it was brightest, it gave one's reflection a far-away, dim aspect. Notwithstanding, George smiled at himself as he combed his hair and twisted his moustache. "You seem to make a good impression on yourself," said I. "I was thinking I looked all right, sort of face to go courting with," he replied, laughing. "You just arrange a patch of black to come and hide your faults, and you're all right." "I always used to think," said Emily, "that the black spots had swallowed so many faces they were full up and couldn't take any more, and the rest was misty because there were so many faces lapped one over the other, reflected." You see yourself a bit ghostish," said he, "on a background of your ancestors. I always think when you stop in an old place like this, you sort of keep company with your ancestors too much. I sometimes feel like a bit of the old building walking about. The old feelings of the old folks stick to you like the lichens on the walls. You sort of get hoary." "That's it. It's true," asserted the father. "People whose families have shifted about much don't know how it feels. That's why I'm going to Canada." "And I'm going in a pub," said George, "where it's quite different. Plenty of life." "Life!" echoed Emily with contempt. "That's the word, my wench," replied her mother, lapsing into the dialect. "That's what I'm after. We know such a lot, and we know nowt." "You do," said the father, turning to me. "You stay in one place, generation after generation, and you seem to get proud, and look on things outside as foolishness. There's many a thing, as any common man knows, as we haven't a glimpse of. We keep on thinking and feeling the same, year after year, till we've only got one side, and I suppose they've done it before us. It's good night and God bless you to the old place, grandfathers and grandmothers," laughed George as he ran upstairs. "And off we go on the Gallivant," he shouted from the landing. His father shook his head, saying, "I can't make out how it is. He's so different. I suppose it's being in love." We went into the barn to get the bicycles to cycle over to Greymead. George struck a match to look for his pump, and he noticed a great spider scuttle off into the corner of the wall and sit peeping out at him like a horrid little ghoul. "How are you, old chap?" said George, nodding to him. "Thought he looked like an old grandfather of mine," he said to me, laughing, as he pumped up the tyres of the old bicycle for me. It was Saturday night, so the bar parlour of the Ram Inn was fairly full. "Hello, George! Come it in!" was the cry, followed by a nod and "Good evening" to me, who was a stranger in the parlour. "It's right for thee," said the fat young fellow with an unwilling white moustache. "Thou canst coat as much as thou likes to day, as well as the lass, and it costs thee nowt." At which the room laughed, taking pipes from mouths to do so. George sat down, looking round. "Hold on a bit," said a black-whiskered man. "Thou mun ha' patience when to courting a lass. I was putting the old lady to bed. Hark thee, can't hear that was the bed lat's going bang. I'll be done in a minute now. Give her time to tuck the old lady up. Can't you hear her say her prayers?" "Strike!" cried the fat young man, exploding. "Fancy the old lady saying her prayers! It'd be enough to make her false teeth drop out." The room laughed. They began to tell tales about the old landlady. She had practised bone-setting, in which she was very skilful. People came to her from long distances that she might divine their trouble and make right their limbs. She would accept no fee. Once she had gone up to Dr. Fulwood to give him a piece of her mind, inasmuch as he had let a child go for 3 weeks with a broken collarbone whilst treating him for dislocation. The doctor had tried the high hand with her, since when, wherever he went, the miners placed their hands on their shoulders and groaned, "Oh, me collarbone!" Here Meg came in. She gave a bright, quick, bird-like look at George, and flushed a brighter red. "I thought you wasn't coming," she said. "Dunna thee bother, he'd none stop away," said the black-whiskered man. She brought us glasses of whisky, and moved about supplying the men, who chaffed with her honestly and good-naturedly. Then she went out, but we remained in our corner. The men talked on the most peculiar subjects. There was a bitter discussion as to whether London is or is not a seaport. The matter was thrashed out with heat. Then an embryo artist set the room ablaze by declaring there were only 3 colours, red, yellow, and blue, and the rest were not colours, they were mixtures. This amounted almost to atheism, and one man asked the artist to dare to declare that his brown breeches were not a colour, which the artist did, and almost had to fight for it. Next they came to strength, and George won a bet of 5 shillings by lifting a piano. Then they settled down and talked sex sotto voce, one man giving startling accounts of Japanese and Chinese prostitutes in Liverpool. After this the talk split up. A farmer began to counsel George how to manage the farm attached to the inn. Another bargained with him about horses and argued about cattle. A tailor advised him thickly to speculate, and unfolded a fine secret by which a man might make money if he had the go to do it. So on, till 11 o'clock. Then Bill came and called "Time," and the place was empty, and the room shivered as a little fresh air came in between the foul tobacco smoke and the smell of drink and foul breath. We were both affected by the whisky we had drunk. I was ashamed to find, when I put out my hand to take my glass or to strike a match, I missed my mark and fumbled. My hands seemed hardly to belong to me, and my feet were not much more sure. Yet I was acutely conscious of every change in myself and in him. It seemed as if I could make my body drunk, but could never intoxicate my mind, which roused itself and kept the sharpest guard. George was frankly half drunk. His eyelids sloped over his eyes, and his speech was thick. When he put out his hand, he knocked over his glass, and the stuff was spilled all over the table. He only laughed. I, too, felt a great prompting to giggle on every occasion, and I marvelled at myself. Meg came into the room when all the men had gone. "Come on, me duck," he said, waving his arm with the generous flourish of a tipsy man. "Come and sit here." "Can't you come in the kitchen?" she asked, looking round on the table where pots and glasses stood in little pools of liquor, and where spent matches and tobacco ash littered the white wood. "No, what for? Come and sit here." He was reluctant to get on his feet. I knew it, and laughed inwardly. I also laughed to hear his thick speech and his words would seem to slur against his cheeks. She went and sat by him, having moved the little table with its spilled liquor. "They've been telling me how to get rich," he said, nodding his head and laughing, showing his teeth. "And I'm going to show 'em. You see, Meg, you see, I'm going to show 'em I can be as good as them, you see." "Why?" said she, indulgent. "What are you going to do?" "You wait a bit and see. They don't know yet what I can do. They don't know. You don't know. None of you know." "And what shall we do when we are rich, George?" "Do? I shall do what I like. I can make as good a show as everybody else, can't I?" He put his face very near to hers and nodded at her, but she did not turn away. "Yes, I'll see what it's like to have my fling. We've been too cautious, our family has, and I have, and frightened of ourselves to do anything. I'm going to do what I like, me duck, now. I don't care that." He brought his hand down heavily on the table nearest him and broke a glass. Bill looked in to see what was happening. "But you won't do anything that's not right, George." "No, I don't want to hurt nobody, but I don't care that." "You're too good-hearted to do anybody any harm." "I believe I am. You know me a bit, you do, Meg. You don't think I'm a fool now, do you?" "I'm sure I don't. Who does?" "No, you don't. I know you don't. Give me a kiss. What a little beauty thou art, like a ripe plum. I could set my teeth in thee, thou art that nice, full of red juice." He playfully pretended to bite her. She laughed and gently pushed him away. "Thou likest me, doesn't thou?" he asked softly. "What do you want to know for?" she replied with a tender archness. "But thou does. Say now, thou does." "I should have thought you'd have known without telling." "Nay, but I want to hear thee." "Go on," she said, and she kissed him. "But what should you do if I went to Canada and left you?" "Ah, you wouldn't do that." "But I might, and what then?" "Oh, I don't know what I should do. But you wouldn't do it. I know you wouldn't. You couldn't." He quickly put his arms round her and kissed her, moved by the trembling surety of her tone. "No, I wouldn't. I'd never leave thee. Thou'd be as miserable as sin, shouldn't thou, me duck?" "Yes," she murmured. "Ah," he said, "thou'rt a warm little thing. Thou loves me, eh?" "Yes," she murmured, and he pressed her to him and kissed her and held her close. "We'll be married soon, me bird. Art glad? In a bit? Art glad, aren't thou?" She looked up at him as if he were noble. Her love for him was so generous that it beautified him. He had to walk his bicycle home, being unable to ride. His shins, I know, were a good deal barked by the pedals. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 7. The Fascination of the Forbidden Apple. On the first Sunday in June, when Letty knew she would keep her engagement with Leslie, and when she was having a day at home from Highclose, she got ready to go down to the mill. We were in mourning for an aunt, so she wore a dress of fine black voile and a black hat with long feathers. Then, when I looked at her fair hands, and her arms closely covered in the long black cuffs of her sleeves, I felt keenly my old brother-love, shielding, indulgent. It was a windy, sunny day. In shelter the heat was passionate, but in the open the wind scattered its fire. Every now and then a white cloud, broad-based, blue-shadowed, travelled slowly along the sky road after the forerunner, small in the distance, and, trailing over us a chill shade, a gloom which we watched creep on over the water, over the wood, and the hill. These royal, rounded clouds had sailed all day along the same route, from the harbour of the south to the wastes in the northern sky, following the swift wild geese. The brook hurried along singing, only here and there lingering to whisper to the secret bushes, then setting off afresh with a new snatch of song. The fowls pecked staidly in this farmyard with Sabbath decorum. Occasionally a lost, sportive wind-puff would wander across the yard and ruffle them, and they resented it. The pigs were asleep in the sun, giving faint grunts now and then from sheer luxury. I saw a squirrel go darting down the mossy garden wall, up into the laburnum tree, where he lay flat along the bough, and listened. Suddenly away he went, chuckling to himself. Jip all at once set off barking, but I soothed her down. It was the unusual sight of Letty's dark dress that startled her, I suppose. We went quietly into the kitchen. Mrs. Saxton was just putting a chicken, wrapped in a piece of flannel, on the warm hob to coax it into life. It looked very feeble. George was asleep, with his head in his arms on the table. The father was asleep on the sofa, very comfortable and admirable. I heard Emily fleeing upstairs, presumably to dress. "He stays out so late, up at the Ram Inn," whispered the mother in a high whisper, looking at George, "and then he's up at 5. He doesn't get his proper rest." She turned to the chicks and continued in her whisper, "The mother left them just before they hatched out, so we've been bringing them on here. This one's a bit weak. I thought I'd hot him up a bit." She laughed with a quaint little frown of deprecation. 8 or 9 yellow, fluffy little mites were cheeping and scuffling in the fender. Letty bent over them to touch them. They were tame and ran among her fingers. Suddenly George's mother gave a loud cry and rushed to the fire. There was a smell of singed down. The chicken had toddled into the fire and gasped its faint gasp among the red-hot cokes. The father jumped from the sofa. George sat up with wide eyes. Letty gave a little cry and a shudder. Trip rushed round and began to bark. There was a smell of cooked meat. "There goes number 1," said the mother, with her queer little laugh. It made me laugh too. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" asked the father excitedly. "It's a chicken been and walked into the fire. I put it on the hob to warm," explained his wife. "Goodness, I couldn't think what was up," he said, and dropped his head to trace gradually the border between sleeping and waking. George sat and smiled at us faintly. He was too dazed to speak. His chest still leaned against the table, and his arms were spread out thereon, but he lifted his face and looked at Letty with his dazed, dark eyes, and smiled faintly at her. His hair was all ruffled, and his shirt-collar unbuttoned. Then he got up slowly, pushing his chair back with a loud noise, and stretched himself, pressing his arms upwards with a long, heavy stretch. "Ah," he said, bending his arms and then letting them drop to his sides. "I never thought you'd come today." "I wanted to come and see you. I shan't have many more chances," said Letty, turning from him and yet looking at him again. "No, I suppose not," he said, subsiding into quiet. Then there was silence for some time. The mother began to inquire after Leslie, and kept the conversation up till Emily came down, blushing and smiling and glad. "Are you coming out?" said she. "There are 2 or 3 robins' nests, and a Spinky's." "I think I'll leave my hat," said Letty, unpinning it as she spoke, and shaking her hair when she was free. Mrs. Saxton insisted on her taking a long white scarf. Emily also wrapped her hair in a gauze scarf, and looked beautiful. George came out with us, coatless, hatless, his waistcoat all unbuttoned, as he was. We crossed the orchard over the old bridge, and went to where the slopes ran down to the lower pond, a bank all covered with nettles and scattered with a hazel bush or 2. Among the nettles old pans were rusting, and old coarse pottery cropped up. We came upon a kettle heavily coated with lime. Emily bent down and looked, and then we peeped in. There were the robin birds with their yellow beaks stretched so wide apart I feared they would never close them again. Among the naked little mites that begged from us so blindly and confidently were huddled 3 eggs. "They are like Irish children peeping out of a cottage," said Emily, with the family fondness for romantic similes. We went on to where a tin lay with the lid pressed back, and inside it, snug and neat, was another nest with 6 eggs, cheek to cheek. "How warm they are," said Letty, touching them. "You can fairly feel the mother's breast." He tried to put his hand into the tin, but the space was too small, and they looked into each other's eyes and smiled. "You'd think the father's breasts had marked them with red," said Emily. As we went up the orchard side, we saw 3 wide displays of coloured pieces of pots arranged at the foot of 3 trees. "Look," said Emily, "those are the children's houses. You don't know how Molly gets all Sam's pretty bits. She is a cajoling hussy." The 2 looked at each other again, smiling. Up on the pond side, in the full glitter of light,
We looked round where the blades of clustering corn were softly heaving the red bosom of the hill. The larks were overhead among the sunbeams. We straggled away across the grass. The field was all afroth with cowslips, a yellow, glittering, shaking froth on the still green of the grass. We trailed our shadows across the fields, extinguishing the sunshine on the flowers as we went. The air was tingling with the scent of blossoms. "Look at the cowslips all shaking with laughter," said Emily, and she tossed back her head, and her dark eyes sparkled among the flow of gauze. Letty was on in front, flitting darkly across the field, bending over the flowers, stooping to the earth like a sable Persephone come into freedom. George had left her at a little distance, hunting for something in the grass. He stopped and remained standing in one place. Gradually, as if unconsciously, she drew near to him, and when she lifted her head after stooping to pick some chimney-sweep's little grass flowers, she laughed with a slight surprise to see him so near. "Ah," she said, "I thought I was all alone in the world. Such a splendid world. It was so nice." "Like Eve in a meadow in Eden, and Adam's shadow somewhere on the grass," said I. "No, no Adam," she asserted, frowning slightly and laughing. "Whoever would want streets of gold," Emily was saying to me, "when you can have a field of cowslips? Look at that hedge bottom that gets the south sun. One stream and glitter of buttercups." "Those Jews always had an eye to the filthy lucre. They even made heaven out of it," laughed Letty. And turning to him, she said, "Don't you wish we were wild? Hark, like wood-pigeons or larks, or look like peewits. Shouldn't you love flying and wheeling and sparkling and courting in the wind?" She lifted her eyelids and vibrated the question. He flushed, bending over the ground. "Look," he said, "here's a larky's." Once a horse had left a hoof-print in the soft meadow. Now the larks had rounded, softened the cup, and had laid there 3 dark brown eggs. Letty sat down and leaned over the nest. He leaned above her. The wind, running over the flower heads, peeped in at the little brown buds and bounded off again gladly. Big clouds sent messages to them down the shadows and ran in raindrops to touch them. "I wish," she said, "I wish we were free like that. If we could put everything safely in a little place in the earth, couldn't we have a good time as well as the larks?" "I don't see," said he, "why we can't." "Oh, but I can't. You know we can't." And she looked at him fiercely. "Why can't you?" he asked. "You know we can't. You know as well as I do," she replied, and her whole soul challenged him. "We have to consider things," she added. He dropped his head. He was afraid to make the struggle, to rouse himself to decide the question for her. She turned away and went kicking through the flowers. He picked up the blossoms she had left by the nest, they were still warm from her hands, and followed her. She walked on towards the end of the field, the long strands of her white scarf running before her. Then she leaned back to the wind while he caught her up. "Don't you want your flowers?" he asked humbly. "No, thanks, they'd be dead before I got home. Throw them away. You look absurd with a posy." He did as he was bidden. They came near the hedge. A crab-apple tree blossomed up among the blue. "You may get me a bit of that blossom," said she, and suddenly added, "No, I can't reach it myself." Whereupon she stretched upward and pulled several sprigs of the pink and white, and put it in her dress. "Isn't it pretty?" she said, and she began to laugh ironically, pointing to the flowers. "Pretty pink-cheeked petals, and stamens like yellow hair, and buds like lips promising something nice." She stopped and looked at him, flickering with a smile. Then she pointed to the ovary beneath the flower and said, "Result? Crab-apples." She continued to look at him and to smile. He said nothing. So they went on to where they could climb the fence into the spinney. She climbed to the top rail, holding by an oak bough. Then she let him lift her down bodily. "Ah," she said, "you like to show me how strong you are. A veritable Samson," she mocked, although she had invited him with her eyes to take her in his arms. We were entering the spinney of black poplar. In the hedge was an elm tree with myriads of dark dots pointed against the bright sky, myriads of clusters of flaky green fruit. "Look at that elm," she said. "You'd think it was in full leaf, wouldn't you? Do you know why it's so prolific?" "No," he said, with a curious questioning drawl of the monosyllable. "It's casting its bread upon the winds. No, it is dying. So it puts out all its strength and loads its boughs with the last fruit. It'll be dead next year. If you're here, then, come and see. Look at the ivy, the suave, smooth ivy with its fingers in the tree's throat. Trees know how to die, you see. We don't." With her whimsical moods she tormented him. She was at the bottom a seething confusion of emotion, and she wanted to make him likewise. If we were trees with ivy, instead of being fine humans with free active life, we should hug our thinning lives, shouldn't we? "I suppose we should." "You, for instance. Fancy your sacrificing yourself for the next generation. That reminds you of Schopenhauer, doesn't it? For the next generation, or love, or anything." He did not answer her. She was too swift for him. They passed on under the poplars, which were hanging strings of green beads above them. There was a little open space with tufts of bluebells. Letty stooped over a wood pigeon that lay on the ground on its breast, its wings half spread. She took it up. Its eyes were bursten and bloody. She felt its breast ruffling the dimming iris in its throat. "It's been fighting," he said. "What for? A mate?" she asked, looking at him. "I don't know," he answered. "Cold. He's quite cold under the feathers. I think a wood pigeon must enjoy being fought for, and being won, especially if the right one won. It would be a fine pleasure to see them fighting, don't you think?" she said, torturing him. "The claws are spread. It fell dead off the perch," he replied. "Ah, poor thing! It was wounded, and sat and waited for death when the other had won. Don't you think life is very cruel, George? And love the cruelest of all?" He laughed bitterly under the pain of her soft, sad tones. "Let me bury him, and have done with the beaten lover. But we'll make him a pretty grave." She scooped a hole in the dark soil, and snatching a handful of bluebells, threw them in on top of the dead bird. Then she smoothed the soil over all, and pressed her white hands on the black loam. "There," she said, knocking her hands one against the other to shake off the soil. "He's done with. Come on." He followed her, speechless with his emotion. The spinney opened out. The ferns were serenely uncoiling. The bluebells stood grouped with blue curls mingled. In the freer spaces forget-me-nots flowered in nebulae, and dog-violets gave an undertone of dark purple, with primroses for planets in the night. There was a slight drift of woodruff, sweet, new-mown hay, scenting the air under the boughs. On a wet bank was the design of golden saxifrage, glistering unholily as if varnished by its minister, the snail. George and Letty crushed the veined bells of wood-sorrel and broke the silken mosses. What did it matter to them what they broke or crushed? Over the fence of the spinney was the hillside, scattered with old thorn trees. There the little grey lichens held up ruby balls to us unnoticed. Did it matter when all the great red apples were being shaken from the tree to be left to rot? "If I were a man," said Letty, "I would go out west and be free. I should love it." She took the scarf from her head and let it wave out on the wind. The colour was warm in her face with climbing, and her curls were freed by the wind, sparkling and rippling. "Well, you're not a man," he said, looking at her and speaking with timid bitterness. "No," she laughed. "If I were, I would shape things. Oh, wouldn't I have my own way!" "Don't you now?" "Oh, I don't want it particularly, when I've got it. When I've had my way, I do want somebody to take it back from me." She put her head back and looked at him sideways, laughing through the glitter of her hair. They came to the kennels. She sat down on the edge of the great stone water trough, and put her hands in the water, moving them gently like submerged flowers through the clear pool. "I love to see myself in the water," she said. "I don't mean on the water, Narcissus. but that's how I should like to be out west, to have a little lake of my own, and swim with my limbs quite free in the water." "Do you swim well?" he asked. "Fairly." "I would race you in your little lake." She laughed, took her hands out of the water, and watched the clear drops trickle off. Then she lifted her head suddenly at some thought or other. She looked across the valley and saw the red roofs of the mill. "Ilion, Ilion, fatalis incestusque judex, et mulier peregrina vertit, in pulverem." "What's that?" he said. "Nothing." "That's a private trough," exclaimed a thin voice, high like a peewit's cry. We started in surprise to see a tall, black-bearded man looking at us and away from us nervously, fidgeting uneasily some 10 yards off. "Is it?" said Letty, looking at her wet hands, which he proceeded to dry on a fragment of a handkerchief. "You mustn't meddle with it," said the man, in the same reedy oboe voice. Then he turned his head away, and his pale grey eyes roved the countryside. When he had courage, he turned his back to us, shading his eyes to continue his scrutiny. He walked hurriedly a few steps, then craned his neck, peering into the valley, and hastened a dozen yards in another direction, again stretching and peering about. Then he went indoors. "He's pretending to look for somebody," said Letty, "but it's only because he's afraid we shall think he came out just to look at us." And they laughed. Suddenly a woman appeared at the gate. She had pale eyes like the mouse-voiced man. "You get Bright's disease sitting on that there damp stone," she said to Letty, who at once rose apologetically. "I ought to know," continued the mouse-voiced woman. "My own mother died of it." "Indeed," murmured Letty. "I'm sorry." "Yes," continued the woman. "It behoves you to be careful. Do you come from Stradey Mill Farm?" she asked suddenly of George, surveying his shameful déshabille with bitter reproof. He admitted the imputation. "And you're going to leave, aren't you?" Which also he admitted. "Oh, we shall up and get some neighbours. It's a dog's life for loneliness. I suppose you knew the last lot that was here?" Another brief admission. "A dirty lot. A dirty beadle she must have been. You should have just seen these grades." "Yes," said Letty, "I have seen them." "The state! But come in, you'll see a difference." They entered out of curiosity. The kitchen was indeed different. It was clean and sparkling, warm, with bright red chintzes on the sofa and on every chair cushion. Unfortunately, the effect was spoiled by green and yellow antimacassars, and by a profusion of paper and woollen flowers. There were 3 cases of woollen flowers, and on the wall 4 fans, stitched over with ruffled green and yellow paper, adorned with yellow paper roses, carnations, arum lilies, and poppies. There were also wall pockets full of paper flowers, while the wood outside was loaded with blossom. "Yes," said Letty, "there is a difference." The woman swelled and looked round. The black-bearded man peeped from behind the Christian Herald, those long blaring trumpets, and shrank again. The woman darted at his pipe, which he put on a piece of newspaper on the hob, and blew some imaginary ash from it. Then she caught sight of something, perhaps some dust, on the fireplace. "There!" she cried. "I knew it. I couldn't leave him for 1 second. I haven't work enough burning wood, but he must be poke. "Only pushed a piece in between the bars," complained the mouse voice from behind the paper. "Pushed a piece in!" she re-echoed with awful scorn, seizing the poker and thrusting it over his paper. "What do you call that, sitting there telling your stories before folks?" They crept out and hurried away. Glancing round, Letty saw the woman mopping the doorstep after them, and she laughed. He pulled his watch out of his breeches pocket. It was 3:30. "What are you looking at the time for?" she asked. "Meg's coming to tea," he replied. He said no more, and they walked slowly on. When they came on to the shoulder of the hill and looked down on to the mill and the mill pond, she said, "I will not come down with you. I will go home." "Not come down to tea?" he exclaimed, full of reproach and amazement. "Why, what will they say?" "No, I won't come down. Let me say farewell. Iamque vale. Do you remember how Eurydice sank back into hell?" "But," he stammered, "you must come down to tea. How can I tell them? Why won't you come?" She answered him in Latin, with 2 lines from Virgil. As she watched him, she pitied his helplessness, and gave him a last cut as she said, very softly and tenderly, "It wouldn't be fair to Meg." He stood looking at her. His face was coloured only by the grey-brown tan. His eyes, the dark, self-mistrustful eyes of the family, were darker than ever, dilated with misery of helplessness, and she was infinitely pitiful. She wanted to cry in her yearning. "Shall we go into the wood for a few minutes?" she said in a low, tremulous voice as they turned aside. The wood was high and warm. Along the ridings the forget-me-nots were knee-deep, stretching, glimmering into the distance like the Milky Way through the night. They left the tall, flower-tangled paths to go in among the bluebells, breaking through the close-pressed flowers and ferns, till they came to an oak which had fallen across the hazels, where they sat, half-screened. The hyacinths drooped magnificently with an overweight of purple, or they stood pale and erect like unripe ears of purple corn. Heavy bees swung down in a blunder of extravagance among the purple flowers. They were intoxicated even with the sight of so much blue. The sound of their hearty, wanton humming came clear upon the solemn boom of the wind overhead. The sight of their clinging, clambering riot gave satisfaction to the soul. A rosy campion flower caught the sun and shone out. An elm sent down a shower of flesh-tinted sheaths upon them. "If there were fauns and hamadryads," she said softly, turning to him to soothe his misery. She took his cap from his head, ruffled his hair, saying, "If you were a faun, I would put guelder roses round your hair and make you look bacchanalian." She left her hand lying on his knee and looked up at the sky. Its blue looked pale and green in comparison with the purple tide ebbing about the wood. Clouds rose up like towers, and something had touched them into beauty and poised them up among the winds. The clouds passed on, and the pool of sky was clear. "Look," she said, "how we are netted down, boughs with knots of green buds. If we were free on the winds! But I'm glad we're not." She turned suddenly to him, and with the same movement she gave him her hand, and he clasped it in both his. "I'm glad we're netted down here. If we were free in the winds! Ah!" She laughed, a peculiar little laugh, catching her breath. "Look," she said, "it's a palace, with the ash trunks smooth like a girl's arm, and the elm columns ribbed and bossed and fretted with the great steel shafts of beech, all rising up to hold an embroidered care-cloth over us. And every thread of the care-cloth vibrates with music for us, and the little broidered birds sing, and the hazel bushes fling green spray round us, and the honeysuckle leans down to pour out scent over us. Look at the harvest of bluebells, ripened for us. Listen to the bees, sounding among all the organ play, if he sounded exultant, for us." She looked at him, with tears coming up into her eyes, and a little winsome, wistful smile hovering round her mouth. He was very pale, and dared not look at her. She put her hand in his, leaning softly against him. He watched, as if fascinated, a young thrush with full, pale breast, who hopped near to look at them, glancing with quick, shining eyes. "The clouds are going on again," said Letty. "Look at that cloud-face. See, gazing right up into the sky. The lips are opening. He's telling us something. Now the form is slipping away. It's gone. Come, we must go too." "No," he cried. "Don't go. Don't go away." Her tenderness made her calm. She replied in a voice perfect in restrained sadness and resignation. "No, my dear, no. The threads of my life were untwined. They drifted about like floating threads of gossamer, and you didn't put out your hand to take them and twist them up into the cord with yours. Now another has caught them up, and the cord of my life is being twisted, and I cannot wrench it free and untwine it again. I can't. I'm not strong enough. Besides, you have twisted another thread far and tight into your cord. Could you get free?" "Tell me what to do." "Yes, if you tell me." "I can't tell you, so let me go." "No, Letty," he pleaded, with terror and humility. "No, Letty, don't go. What shall I do with my life? Nobody would love you like I do. And what should I do with my love for you? Hate it and fear it because it's too much for me." I turned and kissed him gratefully. He then took her in a long, passionate embrace, mouth to mouth. In the end it had so wearied her that she could only wait in his arms till he was too tired to hold her. He was trembling already. "Poor Meg," she murmured to herself dully, her sensations having become vague. He winced, and the pressure of his arms slackened. She loosened his hands and rose half-dazed from her seat by him. She left him, while he sat dejected, raising no protest. When I went out to look for them, when tea had already been waiting on the table half an hour or more, I found him leaning against the gate-post at the bottom of the hill. There was no blood in his face, and his tan showed livid. He was haggard, as if he had been ill for some weeks. "Whatever's the matter?" I said. "Where's Letty?" "She's gone home," he answered, and the sound of his own voice and the meaning of his own words made him heave. "Why?" I asked him in alarm. He looked at me as if to say, "What are you talking about? I cannot listen." "Why?" I insisted. "I don't know," he replied. "They are waiting tea for you," I said. He heard me, but took no notice. "Come on," I repeated. "There's Meg and everybody waiting tea for you." "I don't want any," he said. I waited a minute or two. He was violently sick. "Vae meum fervens difficile bile tumet jecur," I thought to myself. When the sickness passed over, he stood up away from the post, trembling and lugubrious. His eyelids drooped heavily over his eyes, and he looked at me and smiled a faint, sick smile. "Come and lie down in the loft," I said, "and I'll tell them you've got a bilious bout." He obeyed me, not having energy to question. His strength had gone, and his splendid physique seemed shrunken. He walked weakly. I looked away from him, for in his feebleness he was already beginning to feel ludicrous. We got into the barn unperceived, and I watched him climb the ladder to the loft. Then I went indoors to tell them. I told them Letty had promised to be at Highclose for tea, that George had a bilious attack and was mooning about the barn till it was over. He had been badly sick. We ate tea without zest or enjoyment. Meg was wistful and ill at ease. The father talked to her and made much of her. The mother did not care for her much. "I can't understand it," said the mother. "He so rarely has anything the matter with him. Why, I've hardly known the day. Are you sure it's nothing serious, Cyril? It seems such a thing, and just when Meg happened to be down, just when Meg was coming." About 6:30 I had again to go and look for him, to satisfy the anxiety of his mother and his sweetheart. I went whistling to let him know I was coming. He lay on a pile of hay in a corner, asleep. He put his cap under his head to stop the tickling of the hay, and he lay half curled up, sleeping soundly. He was still very pale, and there was on his face the repose and pathos that a sorrow always leaves. As he wore no coat, I was afraid he might be chilly, so I covered him up with a couple of sacks, and I left him. I would not have him disturbed. I helped the father about the cowsheds and with the pigs. Meg had to go at 7:30. He was so disappointed that I said, "Come and have a look at him. I'll tell him you did." He had thrown off the sacks and spread out his limbs. As he lay on his back, flung out on the hay, he looked big again and manly. His mouth had relaxed and taken its old, easy lines. One felt for him now the warmth one feels for anyone who sleeps in an attitude of abandon. She leaned over him and looked at him with a little rapture of love and tenderness. She longed to caress him. Then he stretched himself, and his eyes opened. Their sudden unclosing gave her a thrill. He smiled sleepily and murmured, "Hello, Meg." Then I saw him awake. As he remembered, he turned with a great sighing yawn, hid his face again, and lay still. "Come along, Meg," I whispered. "He'll be best asleep." "I'd better cover him up," she said. taking the sack and laying it very gently over his shoulders. He kept perfectly still while I drew her away. End of Part 2, Chapter 7.
Part 2, Chapter 8 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 8, A Poem of Friendship. The magnificent promise of spring was broken before the May blossom was fully out. All through the beloved month the wind rushed in upon us from the north and northeast, bringing the rain fierce and heavy. The tender-budded trees shuddered and moaned. When the wind was dry, the young leaves flapped limp. The grass and corn grew lush, but the light of the dandelions was quite extinguished, and it seemed that only a long time back had we made merry before the broad glare of these flowers. The bluebells lingered and lingered. They fringed the fields for weeks like purple fringe of morning. The pink campions came out, only to hang heavy with rain. Hawthorn buds remained tight and hard as pearls shrinking into the brilliant green foliage. The forget-me-nots, the poor Pleiades of the woods, were ragged weeds. Often at the end of the day the sky opened and stately clouds hung over the horizon infinitely far away, glowing through the yellow distance with an amber lustre. They never came any nearer. Always they remained far off, looking calmly and majestically over the shivering earth. Then, saddened, fearing their radiance might be dimmed, they drew away and sank out of sight. Sometimes towards sunset a great shield stretched dark from the west to the zenith, tangling the light along its edges. As the canopy rose higher, it broke, dispersed, and the sky was primrose-coloured, high and pale above the crystal moon. Then the cattle crouched among the gorse, distressed by the cold, while the long-billed snipe flickered round high overhead, round and round in great circles, seeming to carry a serpent from its throat, and crying a tragedy more painful than the poignant lamentations and protests of the peewits. Following these evenings came mornings cold and grey. Such a morning I went up to George on the top fallow. His father was out with the milk. He was alone. As I came up the hill I could see him standing in the cart, scattering manure over the bare red fields. I could hear his voice calling now and then to the mare, and the creak and clank of the cart as it moved on. Starlings and smart wagtails were running briskly over the clods, and many little birds flashed, fluttered, hopped here and there. The lapwings wheeled and cried as ever between the low clouds and the earth, and some ran beautifully among the furrows, too graceful and glistening for the rough field. I took a fork and scattered the manure along the hollows, and thus we worked, with a wide field between us, yet very near in the sense of intimacy. I watched him through the wheeling peewits as the low clouds went stealthily overhead. Beneath us the spars of the poplars in the spinney were warm gold, as if the blood shone through. Further gleamed the grey water, and below it the red roofs. Nethermere was half hidden and far away. There was nothing in this grey, lonely world but the peewits swinging and crying, and George swinging silently at his work. The movement of active life held all my attention, and when I looked up, it was to see the motion of his limbs and his head, the rise and fall of his rhythmic body, and the rise and fall of the slow waving peewits. After a while, when the cart was empty, he took a fork and came towards me, working at my task. It began to rain, so he brought a sack from the cart, and we crushed ourselves under the thick hedge. We sat close together and watched the rain fall like a grey striped curtain before us, hiding the valley. We watched it trickle in dark streams off the mare's back as she stood dejectedly. We listened to the swish of the drops falling all about. We felt the chill of the rain and drew ourselves together in silence. He smoked his pipe, and I lit a cigarette. The rain continued,
All the little pebbles on the red earth glistened in the grey gloom. We sat together, speaking occasionally. It was at these times we formed the almost passionate attachment which later years slowly wore away. When the rain was over, we filled our buckets with potatoes and went along the wet furrows, sticking the spritted tubers in the cold ground. Being sandy, the field dried quickly. About 12 o'clock, when nearly all the potatoes were set, he left me, and, fetching up Bob from the far hedge-side, harnessed the mare and him to the bridger to cover the potatoes. The sharp, light plough turned the soil in a fine furrow over the potatoes. Hosts of little birds fluttered, settled, bounded off again after the plough. He called to the horses, and they came downhill, the white stars on the two brown noses nodding up and down, George striding firm and heavy behind. They came down upon me. At a call, the horses turned, shifting awkwardly sideways. He flung himself against the plough, and, leaning well in, brought it round with a sweep. A click, and they are off uphill again. There is a great rustle as the birds sweep round after him and follow up the new-turned furrow. Untackling the horses when the rows were all covered, we tramped behind them down the wet hillside to dinner. I kicked through the drenched grass, crushing the withered cowslips under my clogs, avoiding the purple orchids that were stunted with harsh upbringing, but magnificent in their powerful colouring, crushing the pallid ladysmocks, the washed-out wild gillivers. I became conscious of something near my feet, something little and dark, moving indefinitely. I had found again the larky's nest. I perceived the yellow beaks, the bulging eyelids of two tiny larks, and the blue lines of their wing-quills. The indefinite movement was the swift rise and fall of the brown-fledged backs, over which waved long strands of fine down. The two little specks of birds lay side by side, beak to beak, their tiny bodies rising and falling in quick unison. I gently put down my fingers to touch them. They were warm, gratifying to find them warm in the midst of so much cold and wet. I became curiously absorbed in them as an eddy of wind stirred the strands of down. When one fledgling moved uneasily, shifting his soft ball, I was quite excited, but he nestled down again with his head close to his brother's. In my heart of hearts, I longed for someone to nestle against, someone who would come between me and the coldness and wetness of the surroundings. I envied the two little miracles exposed to any tread, yet so serene. It seemed as if I were always wandering, looking for something which they had found even before the light broke into their shell. I was cold. The lilacs in the mill garden looked blue and perished. I ran with my heavy clogs and my heart heavy with vague longing down to the mill, while the wind blanched the sycamores and pushed the sullen pines rudely, for the pines were sulking because their million creamy sprites could not fly wet-winged. The horse-chestnuts bravely kept their white candles erect in the socket of every bough, though no sun came to light them. Drearily, a cold swan swept up the water, trailing its black feet, clacking its great hollow wings, rocking the frightened water-hens, and insulting the staid black-necked geese. What did I want that I turned thus from one thing to another? At the end of June, the weather became fine again. Hay harvest was to begin as soon as it settled. There were only 2 fields to be mown this year to provide just enough stuff to last until the spring. As my vacation had begun, I decided I would help, and that we 3, the father, George, and I, would get in the hay without hired assistance. I rose the first morning very early before the sun was well up. The clear sound of challenging cocks could be heard along the valley. In the bottoms, over the water and over the lush, wet grass, the night mist still stood, white and substantial. As I passed along the edge of the meadow, the cow-parsnip was as tall as I, frothing up to the top of the hedge, putting the faded hawthorn to a wan blush. Little early birds, I had not heard the lark, fluttered in and out of the foamy meadow sea, plunging under the surface of flowers washed high in one corner, swinging out again, dashing past the crimson sorrel cresset. Under the froth of flowers were the purple vetch clumps, yellow milk vetches, and the scattered pink of the wood betony, and the floating stars of marguerites. There was a weight of honeysuckle on the hedges where pink roses were waking up for their broad-spread flight through the day. Morning silvered the swaths of the far meadow and swept in smooth, brilliant curves round the stones of the brook. Morning ran in my veins. Morning chased the silver darting fish out of the depth, and I, who saw them, snapped my fingers at them, driving them back. I heard Trip barking, so I ran towards the pond. The punt was at the island, where from behind the bushes I could hear George whistling. I called to him, and he came to the water's edge, half-dressed. "Fetch your towel," he called, "and come on." I was back in a few moments, and there stood my Charon fluttering in the cool air. One good push sent us to the islet. I made haste to undress, for he was ready for the water, Trip dancing round, barking with excitement at his new appearance. "He wonders what's happened to me," he said, laughing, pushing the dog playfully away with his bare foot. Trip bounded back and came leaping up, licking him with little caressing licks. He began to play with the dog, and directly they were rolling on the fine turf, the laughing, expostulating, naked man, and the excited dog, who thrust his great head onto the man's face, licking, and when flung away rushed forward again, snapping playfully at the naked arms and breasts. At last George lay back, laughing and panting, holding Trip by the 2 forefeet which were planted on his breast, while the dog, also panting, reached forward his head for a flickering lick at the throat pressed back on the grass, and the mouth thrown back out of reach. When the man had thus lain still for a few moments, and the dog was just laying his head against his master's neck to rest too, I called, and George jumped up and plunged into the pond with me, Trip after us. The water was icily cold, and for a moment deprived me of my senses. When I began to swim, soon the water was buoyant, and I was sensible of nothing but the vigorous poetry of action. I saw George swimming on his back, laughing at me, and in an instant I had flung myself like an impulse after him. The laughing face vanished as he swung over and fled, and I pursued the dark head and the ruddy neck. Trip, the wretch, came paddling towards me, interrupting me. Then, all bewildered with excitement, he scudded to the bank. I chuckled to myself as I saw him run along, then plunge in and go plodding to George. I was gaining. He tried to drive off the dog, and I gained rapidly. As I came up to him and caught him with my hand on his shoulder, there came a laughter from the bank. It was Emily. I trod the water and threw handfuls of spray at her. She laughed and blushed. Then Trip waded out to her, and she fled swiftly from his shower bath. George was floating just beside me, looking up and laughing. We stood and looked at each other as we rubbed ourselves dry. He was well proportioned, and naturally of handsome physique, heavily limbed. He laughed at me, telling me I was like one of Aubrey Beardsley's long, lean, ugly fellows. I referred him to many classic examples of slenderness, declaring myself more exquisite than his grossness, which amused him. But I had to give in and bow to him, and he took on an indulgent, gentle manner. I laughed and submitted, for he knew how I admired the noble, white fruitfulness of his form. As I watched him, he stood in white relief against the mass of green. He polished his arm, holding it out straight and solid. He rubbed his hair into curls, while I watched the deep muscles of his shoulders and the bands stand out in his neck as he held it firm. I remember the story of Annabel. He saw I had forgotten to continue my rubbing, and laughing, he took hold of me and began to rub me briskly, as if I were a child, or rather a woman he loved and did not fear. I left myself quite limply in his hands, and to get a better grip of me, he put his arm round me and pressed me against him, and the sweetness of the touch of our naked bodies one against the other was superb. It satisfied, in some measure, the vague, indecipherable yearning of my soul, and it was the same with him. When he had rubbed me all warm, he let me go, and we looked at each other with eyes of still laughter, and our love was perfect for a moment, more perfect than any love I have known since, either for man or woman.
We went together down to the fields, he to mow the island of grass he had left standing the previous evening, I to sharpen the machine knife, to mow out the hedge bottoms with the scythe, and to rake the swathes from the way of the machine when the unmown grass was reduced to a triangle. The cool, moist fragrance of the morning, the intentional stillness of everything, of the tall bluish trees, of the wet flowers, of the trustful moths folded and unfolded in the fallen swathes, was a perfect medium of sympathy. The horses moved with a still dignity, obeying his commands. When they were harnessed and the machine oiled, still he was loath to mar the perfect morning, but stood looking down the valley. "I shan't mow these fields any more," he said, and the fallen silvered swathes flickered back his regret, and the faint scent of the limes was wistful. So much of the field was cut, so much remained to cut. Then it was ended. This year the elder flowers were widespread over the corner bushes, and the pink roses fluttered high above the hedge. There were the same flowers on the grass as we had known many years. We should not know them any more. But merely to have mown them is worth having lived for, he said, looking at me. We felt the warmth of the sun trickling through the morning's mist of coolness. "You see that sycamore," he said, "that bushy one beyond the big willow? I remember when Father broke off the leading shoot because he wanted a fine straight stick. I can remember I felt sorry. It was running up so straight with such a fine balance of leaves. You know how a young, strong sycamore looks, about 9 feet high. It seemed a cruelty. When you are gone and we are left from here, I shall feel like that, as if my leading shoot were broken off. You see, the tree is spoiled. Yet I went on growing. I believe I shall grow faster. I can remember the bright red stalks of the leaves as he broke them off from the bough." He smiled at me, half proud of his speech. Then he swung into the seat of the machine, having attended to the horses' heads. He lifted the knife. "Goodbye," he said, smiling whimsically back at me. The machine started. The bed of the knife fell, and the grass shivered and dropped over. I watched the heads of the daisies and the splendid lines of the cocksfool grass quiver, shake against the crimson burnet, and drop over. The machine went singing down the field, leaving a track of smooth velvet green in the way of the swathe-board. The flowers in the wall of uncut grass waited unmoved, as the days wait for us. The sun caught in the uplicking scarlet sorrel flames, the butterflies woke, and I could hear the fine ring of his "Woa!" from the far corner. Then he turned, and I could see only the tossing ears of the horses and the white of his shoulder as they moved along the wall of high grass on the hill slope. I sat down under the elm to file the sections of the knife. Always, as he rode, he watched the falling swathe, only occasionally calling the horses into line. It was his voice which rang the morning awake. When we were at work, we hardly noticed one another. Yet his mother had said, "George is so glad when you're in the field. He doesn't care how long the day is." Later, when the morning was hot and the honeysuckle had ceased to breathe, and all the other scents were moving in the air about us, and all the field was down, when I had seen the last trembling ecstasy of the harebells trembling to fall, when the thick clump of purple vetch had sunk, when the green swathes were settling and the silver swathes were glistening and glittering as the sun came along them in the hot, ripe morning, we worked together, turning the hay, tipping over the yesterday's swathes with our forks, and bringing yesterday's fresh, hidden flowers into the death of sunlight. It was then that we talked of the past and speculated on the future. As the day grew older and less wistful, we forgot everything and worked on, singing, and sometimes I would recite him verses as we went, and sometimes I would tell him about books. Life was full of glamour for us both. End of Part 2, Chapter 8.
Part 2, Chapter 9 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 9, Pastorals and Peonies. At dinner-time the father announced to us the exciting fact that Leslie had asked if a few of his guests might picnic that afternoon in the Strelly hayfields. The closes were so beautiful, with the brook under all its sheltering trees, running into the pond that was set with 2 green islets. Moreover, the squire's lady had written a book filling those meadows and the mill precincts with potpourri romance. The wedding guests at Highclose were anxious to picnic in so choice a spot. The father, who delighted in a gay throng, beamed at us from over the table. George asked who were coming. "Oh, not many. About half a dozen. Mostly ladies down for the wedding." George at first swore warmly. Then he began to appreciate the affair as a joke. Mrs. Saxton hoped they wouldn't want her to provide them pots, for she hadn't 2 cups that matched, nor had any of her spoons the least pretence to silver. The children were hugely excited and wanted a holiday from school, which Emily at once vetoed firmly, thereby causing family dissension. As we went round the field in the afternoon, turning the hay, we were thinking apart and did not talk. Every now and then, and at every corner, we stopped to look down towards the wood to see if they were coming. "Here they are!" George exclaimed suddenly, having spied the movement of white in the dark wood. We stood still and watched. 2 girls, heliotrope and white, a man with 2 girls, pale green and white, and a man with a girl last. "Can you tell who they are?" I asked. "That's Marie Tempest, that first girl in white, and that's him and Letty at the back. I don't know any more." He stood perfectly still until they had gone out of sight behind the banks down by the brooks. Then he stuck his fork in the ground, saying, "You can easily finish if you like. I'll go and mow out that bottom corner." He glanced at me to see what I was thinking of him. I was thinking that he was afraid to meet her, and I was smiling to myself. Perhaps he felt ashamed, for he went silently away to the machine, where he belted his riding breeches tightly around his waist and slung the scythe-strap on his hip. I heard the clanging slur of the scythe-stone as he whetted the blade. Then he strode off to mow the far bottom corner, where the ground was marshy and the machine might not go, to bring down the lush green grass and the tall meadow-sweet. I went to the pond to meet the newcomers. I bowed to Louis Dennis, a tall, graceful girl of the drooping type, elaborately gowned in heliotrope linen. I bowed to Agnes Darcy, an erect, intelligent girl with magnificent auburn hair. She wore no hat and carried a sunshade. I bowed to Hilda II, a svelte, petite girl, exquisitely and delicately pretty. I bowed to Maria and to Letty, and I shook hands with Leslie and with his friend, Freddie Cresswell. The latter was to be best man, a broad-shouldered, pale-faced fellow with beautiful soft hair like red wheat, and laughing eyes, and a whimsical, drawling manner of speech, like a man who has suffered enough to bring him to manhood and maturity, but who in spite of all remains a boy, irresponsible, lovable, a trifle pathetic. As the day was very hot, both men were in flannels and wore flannel collars, yet it was evident that they had dressed with scrupulous care. Instinctively I tried to pull my trousers into shape within my belt, and I felt the inferiority cast upon the father, big and fine as he was in his way, for his shoulders were rounded with work, and his trousers were much distorted. "What can we do?" said Marie. "You know we don't want to hinder, we want to help you. It was so good of you to let us come." The father laughed his fine indulgence, saying to them, they loved him for the mellow, laughing modulation of his voice, "Come on, then. I see there's a bit of turning over to do, as Cyril's left. Come and pick your forks." From among a sheaf of hay-forks he chose the lightest for them, and they began anywhere, just tipping at the swathes. He showed them carefully, Marie and the charming little Hilda, just how to do it, but they found the right way the hardest way, so they worked in their own fashion, and laughed heartily with him when he made playful jokes at them. He was a great lover of girls, and they blossomed from timidity under his hearty influence. "Ain't it flipping hot?" drawled Cresswell, who had just taken his M.A. degree in classics. "This blooming stuff's dry enough. Come and flop on it." He gathered a cushion of hay, which Louis Dennis carefully appropriated, arranging first her beautiful dress, that fitted close to her shape, without any belt or interruption, and then laying her arms, that were netted to the shoulder in open lace, gracefully at rest. Letty, who was also in a close-fitting white dress which showed her shape down to the hips, sat where Leslie had prepared for her, and Miss Darcy reluctantly accepted my pile. Cresswell twisted his clean-cut mouth in a little smile, saying, "Lord, a giddy little pastoral, fit for old Theocritus, ain't it, Miss Dennis?" "Why do you talk to me about those classic people? I don't even say their names. What would he say about us?" He laughed, winking his blue eyes. "He'd make old Daphnis there," pointing to Leslie, "sing a match with me, Deomatus, contesting the merits of our various shepherdesses. Begin Daphnis, sing up for Amaryllis, Neus, damn 'em. They were for ever getting mixed up with their nymphs." "I say, Mr. Cresswell, your language! Consider whom you're damning," said Miss Dennis, leaning over and tapping his head with her silk glove. "You say any giddy thing in a pastoral," he replied, taking the edge of her skirt and lying back on it, looking up at her as she leaned over him. "Strike up, Daphnis, something about honey or white cheese, or else the early apples that'll be ripe in a week's time." "I'm sure the apples you showed me are ever so little and green," interrupted Miss Dennis. "They will never be ripe in a week. Blah! Sour!" He smiled up at her in his whimsical way. "Hear that, Tempest? Ugh! Sour! Not much. Oh, lovers, haven't you got a start yet? Isn't there aught to sing about, you blunt-faced kid?" "I'll hear you first. I'm no judge of honey and cheese." "Ha! Darn little apples. Takes a woman to judge 'em, don't it, Miss Dennis?" "I don't know," she said, stroking his soft hair from his forehead with her hand whereon rings were sparkling. "My love is not white, my hair is not yellow, like honey dripping through the sunlight. My love is brown and sweet, and ready for the lips of love. Go on, Tempest, strike up, old cowherd. Who's that tuning his pipe? Oh, that fellow sharpening his scythe. It's enough to make your back ache to look at him working. Go and stop him, somebody." "Yes, let him fetch him," said Miss Darcy. "I'm sure he doesn't know what a happy pastoral state he's in. Let us go and fetch him." "They don't like hindering at their work, Agnes. Besides, where ignorance is bliss," said Letty, afraid lest she might bring him. The other hesitated. Then with her eyes she invited me to go with her. "Oh dear," she laughed with a little moo. "Freddie is such an ass, and Louis Dennis is like a wasp at treacle. I wanted to laugh, yet I felt just a tiny bit cross. Don't you feel great when you go mowing like that? Father timey sort of thing. Shall we go and look? We'll say we want those foxgloves he'll be cutting down directly, and those bellflowers. I suppose you needn't go on with your labours." He did not know we were approaching till I called him. Then he started slightly as he saw the tall, proud girl. "Mr. Saxton, Miss Darcy," I said, and he shook hands with her. Immediately his manner became ironic, for he had seen his hand, big and coarse and inflamed with the snathe, clasping the lady's hand. "We thought you looked so fine," she said to him, "and men are so embarrassing when they make love to somebody else, aren't they? Save us those foxgloves, will you? They are splendid, like savage soldiers drawn up against the hedge. Don't cut them down. Oh, and those campanulas, bellflowers. Oh, yes, they are spinning idylls up there. I don't care for idylls, do you? Oh, you don't know what a classical pastoral person you are. But there, I don't suppose you suffer from idyllic love." She laughed. "One doesn't see the silly little god fluttering about in our hayfields, does one? Do you find much time to sport with Amaryllis in the shade? I'm sure it's a shame they banished Phyllis from the fields." He laughed and went on with his work. She smiled a little too, thinking she had made a great impression. She put out her hand with a dramatic gesture and looked at me when the scythe crunched through the meadow-sweet. "Crunch! Isn't it fine?" she exclaimed. "A kind of inevitable fate. I think it's fine." We wandered about picking flowers and talking till tea-time. A manservant came with a tea-basket, and the girls spread the cloth under a great willow-tree. Letty took the little silver kettle and went to fill it at the small spring which trickled into a stone trough all pretty with cranesbill and stellaria hanging over, while long blades of grass waved in the water. George, who had finished his work and wanted to go home to tea, walked across to the spring where Letty sat playing with the water, getting little cupfuls to put into the kettle, watching the quick skating of the water beetles and the large, faint spots of their shadows darting on the silted mud at the bottom of the trough. She glanced round on hearing him coming and smiled nervously. They were mutually afraid of meeting each other again. "It's about tea time," he said. "Yes, it will be ready in a moment. This is not to make the tea with, it's only to keep a little supply of hot water." "Oh," he said, "I'll go on home. I'd rather." "No," she replied, "you can't, because we are all having tea together. I had some fruit put up, because I know you don't trifle with tea, and your father's coming." "But," he replied pettishly, "I can't have my tea with all those folks. I don't want to. Look at me." He held out his inflamed, barbaric hands. She winced and said, "It won't matter. You'll give the realistic touch." He laughed ironically. "No, you must come," she insisted. "I'll have a drink then, if you'll let me," he said, yielding. She got up quickly, blushing, offering him the tiny pretty cup. "I'm awfully sorry," she said. "Never mind," he muttered, and, turning from the proffered cup, he lay down flat, put his mouth to the water, and drank deeply. She stood and watched the motion of his drinking and of his heavy breathing afterwards. He got up, wiping his mouth, not looking at her. Then he washed his hands in the water and stirred up the mud. He put his hand to the bottom of the trough, bringing out a handful of silt with the grey shrimps twisting in it. He flung the mud on the floor where the poor grey creatures writhed. "Wants cleaning out," he said. "Yes," she replied, shuddering. "You won't be long," she added, taking up the silver kettle. In a few moments he got up and followed her reluctantly down. He was nervous and irritable. The girls were seated on tufts of hay, with the men leaning in attendance on them, and the manservant waiting on all.
George was placed between Letty and Hilda. The former handed him his little egg-shell of tea, which, as he was not very thirsty, he put down on the ground beside him. Then she passed him the bread and butter, cut for 5 o'clock tea, and fruits, grapes and peaches, and strawberries, in a beautifully carved oak tray. She watched for a moment his thick, half-washed fingers fumbling over the fruits. Then she turned her head away. All the gay tea-time, when the talk bubbled and frothed over all the cups, she avoided him with her eyes. Yet again and again, as someone said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Saxon, will you have some cake?" or, "See, Mr. Saxon, try this peach. I'm sure it will be mellow right to the stone," speaking very naturally, but making the distinction between him and the other men by their indulgence towards him. Letty was forced to glance at him as he sat eating, answering in monosyllables, laughing with constraint and awkwardness, and her irritation flickered between her brows. Although she kept up the gay frivolity of the conversation, still the discord was felt by everybody, and we did not linger as we should have done over the cups. "George," they said afterwards, "was a wet blanket on the party." Letty was intensely annoyed with him. His presence was unbearable to her. She wished him 1,000 miles away. He sat listening to Cresswell's whimsical affectation of vulgarity, which flickered with fantasy, and he laughed in a strained fashion. He was the first to rise, saying he must get the cows up for milking. "Oh, let us go, let us go. May we come and see the cows milked?" said Hilda, her delicate, exquisite features flushing, for she was very shy. "No," drawled Freddy. "The stink of live beef ain't salubrious. You be warned and stop here." "I never could bear cows, except those lovely little Highland cattle, all woolly, in pictures," said Louis Dennis, smiling archly, with a little irony. "No," laughed Agnes Darcy. They're smelly." And she pursed up her mouth, and ended in a little trill of deprecatory laughter, as she often did. Hilda looked from one to the other, blushing. "Come, Letty," said Leslie good-naturedly. "I know you have a farmyard fondness. Come on." And they followed George down. As they passed along the pond bank, a swan and her tawny, fluffy brood sailed with them the length of the water. "Tipping on their little toes, the darlings. Pitter-patter through the water, tiny little things," as Marie said. We heard George below calling, "Bully, bully, bully, bully!" And then a moment or two after, in the bottom garden, "Come out, you little fool! Are you coming out of it?" in manifestly angry tones. "Has it run away?" laughed Hilda, delighted, and we hastened out of the lower garden to see. There, in the green shade between the tall gooseberry bushes, the heavy crimson peonies stood gorgeously along the path. The full red globes, poised and leaning voluptuously, sank their crimson weight onto the seeding grass of the path, borne down by secret rain and by their own splendour. The path was poured over with red, rich silk of strewn petals. The great flowers swung their crimson grandly about the walk, like crowds of cardinals in pomp among the green bushes. We burst into the new world of delight. As Letty stooped, taking between both hands the gorgeous silken fullness of one blossom that was sunk to the earth, George came down the path, with the brown bull-calf straggling behind him, its neck stuck out, sucking zealously at his middle finger. The unconscious attitudes of the girls, all bent enraptured over the peonies, touched him with sudden pain. As he came up, with the calf stalking grudgingly behind, he said, "There's a fine show of peacocks this year, isn't there?" "What do you call them?" cried Hilda, turning to him, her sweet, charming face full of interest. "Peacocks," he replied. Letty remained crouching with a red flower between her hands, glancing sideways, unseen, to look at the calf, which, with its shiny nose uplifted, was mumbling in its sticky gums of the seductive finger. It sucked eagerly, but unprofitably, and it appeared to cast a troubled eye inward to see if it were really receiving any satisfaction, doubting, but not despairing. Marie and Hilda and Leslie laughed, while he, after looking at Letty as she crouched, wistfully, as he thought, over the flower, led the little brute out of the garden and sent it running into the yard with a smack on the haunch. Then he returned, rubbing his sticky finger dry against his breeches. He stood near to Letty, and she felt, rather than saw, the extraordinary pale cleanness of the one finger among the others. She rubbed her finger against her dress in painful sympathy. "But aren't the flowers lovely?" exclaimed Marie again. "I want to hug them." "Oh, yes," assented Hilda. "They are like a romance, D'Annunzio, a romance in passionate sadness," said Letty, in an ironical voice, speaking half out of conventional necessity of saying something, half out of desire to shield herself, and yet in a measure express herself. "There is a tale about them," I said. The girls clamoured for the legend. "Pray do tell us," pleaded Hilda, the irresistible. "It was Emily told me. She says it's a legend, but I believe it's only a tale. She says the peonies were brought from the hall long since by a fellow of this place, when it was a mill. He was brown and strong, and the daughter of the hall, who was pale and fragile and young, loved him. When he went up to the hall gardens to cut the yew hedges, she would hover round him in her white frock, and tell him tales of old days in little snatches, like a wren singing, till he thought she was a fairy who had bewitched him. He would stand and watch her, and one day, when she came near to him, telling him a tale that set the tears swimming in her eyes, he took hold of her and kissed her and kept her. They used to tryst in the poplar spinney. She would come with her arms full of flowers, for she always kept to her fairy part. One morning she came early through the mists. He was out shooting. She wanted to take him unawares, like a fairy. Her arms were full of peonies. When she was moving beyond the trees, he shot her, not knowing. She stumbled on and sank down in their tryst place. He found her lying there among the red peacocks, white and fallen. He thought she was just lying, talking to the red flowers, so he stood waiting. Then he went up and bent over her and found the flowers full of blood. It was he set the garden here with these peacocks." The eyes of the girls were round with the pity of the tale, and Hilda turned away to hide her tears. "It is a beautiful ending," said Letty, in a low tone, looking at the floor. "It's all a tale," said Leslie, soothing the girls. George waited till Letty looked at him. She lifted her eyes to him at last. Then each turned aside, trembling. Marie asked for some of the peonies. "Give me just a few, and I can tell the others the story. It is so sad. I feel so sorry for him. It was so cruel for him. And Letty says it ends beautifully." George cut the flowers with his great clasp knife, and Marie took them carefully, treating their romance with great tenderness. Then all went out of the garden, and he turned to the cowshed. Goodbye, for the present, said Letty, afraid to stay near him. Goodbye, he laughed.
Thank you so much for the flowers, and the story. It was splendid, said Marie, but so sad. Then they went, and we did not see them again. Later, when all had gone to bed at the mill, George and I sat together on opposite sides of the fire, smoking, saying little. He was casting up the total of discrepancies, and now and again he ejaculated one of his thoughts. And all day, he said, Blench has been ploughing his wheat in, because it was that, bitten off by the rabbits, it was no manner of use, so he's ploughed it in. And they say with Iddles, eating peaches in our close. Then there was silence, while the clock throbbed heavily, and outside a wild bird called and was still. Softly the ashes rustled lower in the grate. He said it ended well. But what's the good of death? What's the good of that? He turned his face to the ashes in the grate, and sat brooding. Outside, among the trees, some wild animal set up a thin, wailing cry. "Damn that row," said I, stirring, looking also into the grey fire. "It's some stoat or weasel or something. It's been going on like that for nearly a week. I've shot in the trees ever so many times. There were two. One's gone." Continuously, through the heavy, chilling silence, came the miserable crying from the darkness among the trees. "You know," he said, "she hated me this afternoon, and I hated her." It was midnight, full of sick thoughts. "It is no good," said I. "Go to bed. It'll be morning in a few hours." End of Part 2, Chapter 9.
Part 3, Chapter 1 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 1. A New Start in Life. Letty was wedded, as I had said, before Leslie lost all the wistful traces of his illness. They had been gone away to France 5 days before we recovered anything like the normal tone in the house. Then, though the routine was the same, everywhere was a sense of loss and of change. The long voyage in the quiet home was over. We had crossed the bright sea of our youth, and already Letty had landed and was travelling to a strange destination in a foreign land. It was time for us all to go, to leave the valley of Nethermere, whose waters and whose woods were distilled in the essence of our veins. We were the children of the valley of Nethermere, a small nation with language and blood of our own, and to cast ourselves each one into separate exile was painful to us. "I shall have to go now," said George. "It is my nature to linger an unconscionable time. Yet I dread above all things this slow crumbling away from my foundations by which I free myself at last. I must wrench myself away now." It was the slack time between the hay and the corn harvest, and we sat together in the grey still morning of August, pulling the stack. My hands were sore with tugging the loose wisps from the lower part of the stack, so I waited for the touch of rain to send us indoors. It came at last, and we hurried into the barn. We climbed the ladder into the loft that was strewn with farming implements and with carpenter's tools. We sat together on the shavings that littered the bench before the high gable window, and looked out over the brooks and the woods and the ponds. The tree-tops were very near to us, and we felt ourselves the centre of the waters and the woods that spread down the rainy valley. "In a few years," I said, "we shall be almost strangers." He looked at me with fond, dark eyes, and smiled incredulously. "It is as far," said I, "to the Ram as it is for me to London, farther." "Don't you want me to go there?" he asked, smiling quietly. "It's all as one where you go. You will travel north, and I east, and Letty south. Letty has departed. In 7 weeks I go. And you?" "I must be gone before you," he said decisively. "Do you know," and he smiled timidly in confession, "I feel alarmed at the idea of being left alone on a loose end. I must not be the last to leave," he added almost appealingly. "And you will go to Meg?" I asked. He sat tearing the silken shavings into shreds and telling me in clumsy fragments all he could of his feelings. You see, it's not so much what you call love. I don't know. You see, I built on Letty. He looked up at me shamefacedly, then continued tearing the shavings. You must found your castles on something, and I founded mine on Letty. You see, I'm like plenty of folks. I have nothing definite to shape my life to. I put brick upon brick as they come, and if the whole topples down in the end, it does. But you see, you and Letty have made me conscious, and now I'm at a dead loss. I've looked to marriage to set me busy on my house of life, something whole and complete, of which it will supply the design. I must marry, or be in a lost lane. There are two people I could marry, and Letty's gone. I love Meg just as well, as far as love goes. I'm not sure I don't feel better pleased at the idea of marrying her. You know, I should always have been second to Letty, and the best part of love is being made much of, being first and foremost in the whole world for somebody. And Meg's easy and lovely. I can have her without trembling. She's full of soothing and comfort. I can stroke her hair and pet her, and she looks up at me, full of trust and lovingness, and there is no flaw, all restfulness in one another. 3 weeks later, as I lay in the August sunshine in a deck chair on the lawn, I heard the sound of wheels along the gravel path. It was George, calling for me to accompany him to his marriage. He pulled up the dog-cart near the door and came up the steps to me on the lawn. He was dressed as if for the cattle market, in jacket and breeches and gaiters. "Well, are you ready?" he said, standing smiling down on me. His eyes were dark with excitement, and had that vulnerable look which was so peculiar to the Saxtons in their emotional moments. "You're in good time," said I. "It is but 9:30. "It wouldn't do to be late on a day like this," he said gaily. "See how the sun shines. Come, you don't look as brisk as a best man should. I thought you would have been on tenterhooks of excitement. Get up, get up. Look here, a bird has given me luck." He showed me a white smear on his shoulder. I drew myself up lazily. "All right," I said, "but we must drink a whisky to establish it." He followed me out of the fragrant sunshine into the dark house. The rooms were very still and empty, but the cool silence responded at once to the gaiety of our sun-warm entrance. The sweetness of the summer morning hung invisible like glad ghosts of romance through the shadowy room. We seemed to feel the sunlight dancing golden in our veins as we filled again the pale liqueur. "Joy to you! I envy you today." His teeth were white, and his eyes stirred like dark liquor as he smiled. "Here is my wedding present." I stood the 4 large watercolours along the wall before him. They were drawings among the waters and the fields of the mill, grey rain and twilight, morning with the sun pouring gold into the mist, and the suspense of a midsummer noon upon the pond. All the glamour of our yesterdays came over him like an intoxicant, and he quivered with the wonderful beauty of life that was weaving him into the large magic of the years. He realized the splendour of the pageant of days which had him in train. "It's been wonderful, Cyril, all the time," he said with surprised joy. We drove away through the freshness of the wood and among the flowing of the sunshine along the road. The cottages of Greymead filled the shadows with colour of roses, and the sunlight with odour of pinks and the blue of cornflowers and larkspur. We drove briskly up the long sleeping hill, and bowled down the hollow past the farms, where the hens were walking with the red gold cocks in the orchard, and the ducks, like white cloudlets under the aspen trees, revelled on the pond. "I told her to be ready any time," said George, "but she doesn't know it's today. I didn't want the public-house full of the business." The mare walked up the sharp little rise on top of which stood the Ram Inn. In the quiet, as the horse slowed to a standstill, we heard the crooning of a song in the garden. We sat still in the cart and looked across the flagged yard to where the tall Madonna lilies rose in clusters out of the alyssum. Beyond the border of flowers was Meg, bending over the gooseberry bushes. She saw us and came swinging down the path with a bowl of gooseberries poised on her hip. She was dressed in a plain, fresh holland frock with a white apron. Her black, heavy hair reflected the sunlight, and her ripe face was luxuriant with laughter. "Well, I never!" she exclaimed, trying not to show that she guessed his errand. "Fancy you here at this time of morning!" Her eyes, delightful black eyes like polished jet, untroubled and frank, looked at us as a robin might, with bright questioning. Her eyes were so different from the Saxton's, darker, but never still and full, never hesitating, dreading a wound, never dilating with hurt or with timid ecstasy. "Are you ready, then?" he asked, smiling down on her. "What?" she asked in confusion. "To come to the registrar with me. I've got the licence." "But I'm just going to make the pudding!" she cried in full expostulation. "Let them make it themselves. Put your hat on." "But look at me! I've just been getting the gooseberries. Look!" She showed us the berries and the scratches on her arms and hands. "What a shame!" he said, bending down to stroke her hand and her arm. She drew back, smiling, flushing with joy. I could smell the white lilies where I sat. "But you don't mean it, do you?" she said, lifting to him her face that was round and glossy like a black heart cherry. For answer, he unfolded the marriage licence. She read it and turned aside her face in confusion, saying, "Well, I've got to get ready. Should you come and tell Grandma?" "Is there any need?" he answered reluctantly. "Yes, you come and tell her," persuaded Meg. He got down from the trap. I preferred to stay out of doors. Presently Meg ran out with a glass of beer for me. "We shan't be many minutes," she apologized. "I've wanted to slip another frock on." I heard George go heavily up the stairs and enter the room over the bar parlour, where the grandmother lay, bedridden. "What is it there, my lad? What are they doing here this morning?" she asked. "Well, aunt, how does thou feel by now?" he said. Sadly, lad, sadly. It'll not be long afore they carry me downstairs head first." "Nay, dunna thee say so. I'm just off to Nottingham. I want Meg to come." "What for?" cried the old woman sharply. "I wanted her to get married," he replied. "What? What does it say? And what about the licence and the ring and everything?" "I've seen to that all right," he answered. "Well, thou art a nice done, I must say. What's one going on in this picking about fashion for? This is a nice shabby trick to serve a body. What does it mean by it?" "You knowed as I were going to marry her directly, so I can't see as it matters of the day. I don't want it of the pub talking." "Not mighty particular and all. And why shouldn't the pub talk? But none marrying a nigger, as thou should be so frightened. I never thought it on thee. What's the hurry of a sudden?" "No hurry as I know of." "No hurry?" replied the old lady, with withering sarcasm. "Thou were never in a hurry of thy life. It is none coming with thee this day, though." He laughed, also sarcastic. The old lady was angry. She poured on him her abuse, declaring she would not have Meg in the house again, nor leave her a penny if she married him that day. "Thou can please thysen," said George, also angry. Meg came hurriedly into the room. "Take that hat off. Take it off. For none goes with him this day, not if I know it. Does he think thou art a cow or a pig to be fetched whenever he thinks fit? Take that hat off, I say." The old woman was fierce and peremptory. "But, Grandma," began Meg. The bed creaked as the old lady tried to rise. "Take that hat off, before I put it off," she cried. "Oh, be still, Grandma. You'll be hurting yourself. You know you will." "Are you coming, Meg?" said George suddenly. "She is not," cried the old woman. "Are you coming, Meg?" repeated George in a passion. Meg began to cry. I suppose she looked at him through her tears. The next thing I heard was a cry from the old woman and the sound of staggering feet. "Would to drag her from me? If thou goes, my wench, thou enters this house no more. Thou hears that? Thou does thyself my lady. Dunna venture an eye me after this, Miguel." The old woman called louder and louder. George appeared in the doorway, holding Meg by the arm. She was crying in a little distress. Her hat with its large silk roses was slanting over her eyes. She was dressed in white linen. They mounted the trap. I gave him the reins and scrambled up behind. The old woman heard us through the open window, and we listened to her calling as we drove away. Dunna let me clap eyes on thee again, thou ungrateful hussy, thou ungrateful hussy. Thou rue it, me wench, thou rue it, and then dunna come to me." We drove out of hearing. George sat with a shut mouth, scowling. Meg wept a while to herself woefully. We were swinging at a good pace down the beeches of the churchyard which stood above the level of the road. Meg, having settled her hat, bent her head to the wind, too much occupied with her attire to weep. We swung round the hollow by the bog end and rattled a short distance up the steep hill to Watnall. Then the mare walked slowly. Meg, at leisure to collect herself, exclaimed plaintively, "Oh, I've only got one glove." She looked at the odd silk glove that lay in her lap, then peered about among her skirts. "I must have left it in the bedroom," she said piteously. He laughed, and his anger suddenly vanished. "What does it matter? You'll do without, all right." At the sound of his voice she recollected, and her tears and her weeping returned. "Nay," he said, "don't fret about the old woman. She'll come round to-morrow, and if she doesn't, it's her lookout. She's got Polly to attend to her." "Ought she be that miserable?" wept Meg. "It's her own fault. At any rate, don't let it make you miserable." He glanced to see if anyone were in sight. Then he put his arm round her waist and kissed her, saying softly, coaxingly, "She'll be all right to-morrow. We'll go and see her then, and she'll be glad enough to have us. We'll give it to her then, poor old grandma. She can boss you about, and me as well, to-morrow as much as she likes. She feels it hard being tied to her bed. But to-day is ours, surely, isn't it? To-day is ours, and you're not sorry, are you?" "But I've got no gloves, and I'm sure my hair's a sight. I never thought she could have reached up like that." George laughed, tickled. "No," he said, "she was in a temper. But we can get you some gloves directly we get to Nottingham." "I haven't a farthing of money," she said. "I've plenty," he laughed. "Oh, and let's try this on." They were merry together as he tried on her wedding ring, and they talked softly, he gentle and coaxing, she rather plaintive. The mare took her own way, and Meg's hat was disarranged once more by the sweeping elm boughs. The yellow corn was dipping and flowing in the fields like a cloth of gold pegged down at the corners under which the wind was heaving. Sometimes we passed cottages where the scarlet lilies rose like bonfires and the tall larkspur like bright blue leaping smoke. Sometimes we smelled the sunshine on the browning corn, sometimes the fragrance of the shadow of leaves. Occasionally it was the dizzy scent of new haystacks. Then we rocked and jolted over the rough cobblestones of Cinderhill, and bounded forward again at the foot of the enormous Pit-Hill, smelling of sulphur, inflamed with slow red fires in the daylight, and crusted with ashes. We reached the top of the rise and saw the city before us, heaped high and dim upon the broad range of the hill. I looked for the square tower of my old school, and the sharp, proud spire of St. Andrew's. Over the city hung a dullness, a thin, dirty canopy against the blue sky. We turned and swung down the slope between the last sullied cornfields towards Basford, where the swollen gasometers stood like toadstools. As we neared the mouth of the street, Meg rose excitedly, pulling George's arm, crying, "Oh, look, the poor little thing!" On the causeway stood two small boys lifting their faces and weeping to the heedless heavens, while before them, upside down, lay a baby strapped to a shut-up baby-chair. The gimcrack carpet-seated thing had collapsed as the boys were dismounting the curbstone with it. It had fallen backwards, and they were unable to right it. There lay the infant, strapped head downwards to its silly cart, in imminent danger of suffocation. Meg leaped out and dragged the child from the wretched chair. The two boys, drenched with tears, howled on. Meg crouched on the road, the baby on her knee, its tiny feet dangling against her skirt. She soothed the pitiful tear-wet mite. She hugged it to her and kissed it and hugged it and rocked it in an abandonment of pity. When at last the childish trio were silent, the boys shaken only by the last ebbing sobs, Meg calmed also from her frenzy of pity for the little thing. She murmured to it tenderly, and wiped its wet little cheeks with her handkerchief, soothing, kissing, fondling the bewildered mite, smoothing the wet strands of brown hair under the scrap of cotton bonnet, twitching the inevitable baby cape into order. It was a pretty baby, with wisps of brown gold silken hair and large blue eyes. "Is it a girl?" asked one of the boys. "How old is she?" "I don't know," he answered awkwardly. "We've had her about 3 weeks." "Why, isn't she your sister?" "No, my mother keeps her." They were very reluctant to tell us anything. "Poor little lamb!" cried Meg, in another access of pity, clasping the baby to her bosom with one hand, holding its winsome slippered feet in the other. She remained thus, stung through with acute pity, crouching, folding herself over the mite. At last she raised her head, and said, in a voice difficult with emotion, "But you love her, don't you?" "Yes, she's all right, but we have to mind her," replied the boy in great confusion. "Surely," said Meg, "surely you don't begrudge that? Poor little thing, so little she is. Surely you don't grumble at minding her a bit?" The boys would not answer. "Oh, poor little lamb," murmured Meg over the child, condemning with bitterness the boys and the whole world of men. I taught one of the lads how to fold and unfold the wretched chair. Meg very reluctantly seated the unfortunate baby therein, gently fastening her with the strap. "Where's a dummy?" asked one of the boys in muffled, self-conscious tones. The infant began to cry thinly. Meg crouched over it. The dummy was found in the gutter and wiped on the boy's coat, then plugged into the baby's mouth. Meg released the tiny clasping hand from over her finger and mounted the dog-cart, saying sternly to the boys, "Mind you look after her well, poor little baby with no mother. God's watching to see what you do to her, so you be careful, mind." They stood, very shamefaced. George clicked to the mare, and as we started, threw coppers to the boys. While we drove away, I watched the little group diminish down the road. "Such a shame," she said, and the tears were in her voice. "Sweet little thing like that." "Aye," said George softly, "there's all sorts of things in towns." Meg paid no attention to him, but sat woman-like thinking of the forlorn baby and condemning the hard world. He, full of tenderness and protectiveness towards her, having watched her with softening eyes, felt a little bit rebuffed that she ignored him and sat alone in her fierce womanhood. So he busied himself with the reins, and the two sat each alone until Meg was roused by the bustle of the town. The mare sidled past the electric cars nervously and jumped when a traction engine came upon us. Meg, rather frightened, clung to George again. She was very glad when we had passed the cemetery with its white population of tombstones and drew up in a quiet street. But when we had dismounted and given the horse's head to a loafer, she became confused and bashful and timid to the last degree. He took her on his arm. He took the whole charge of her, and, laughing, bore her away towards the steps of the office. She left herself entirely in his hands. She was all confusion, so he took the charge of her. When, after a short time, they came out, she began to chatter with blushful animation. He was very quiet and seemed to be taking his breath. "Wasn't he a funny little man? Did I do it all proper? I didn't know what I was doing. I'm sure they were all laughing at me. Do you think they were? Oh, just look at my frock. What a sight! What would they think?" The baby had slightly soiled the front of her dress. George drove up the long hill into the town. As we came down between the shops on Mansfield Road, he recovered his spirits. "Where are we going? Where are you taking us?" asked Meg. "We may as well make a day of it while we are here," he answered, smiling and flicking the mare. They both felt that they were launched forth on an adventure. He put up at the Spread Eagle, and we walked towards the market-place for Meg's gloves. When he had bought her these, and a large lace scarf to give her a more clothed appearance, he wanted dinner. "We'll go," he said, "to an hotel." His eyes dilated as he said it, and she shrank away with delighted fear. Neither of them had ever been to an hotel. He was really afraid. She begged him to go to an eating-house, to a cafe. He was obdurate. His one idea was to do the thing that he was half afraid to do. His passion, and it was almost intoxication, was to dare to play with life. He was afraid of the town. He was afraid to venture into the foreign places of life, and all was foreign save the valley of Nethermere. So he crossed the borders flauntingly and marched towards the heart of the unknown. We went to the Victoria Hotel, the most imposing he could think of, and we had luncheon according to the menu. They were like two children, very much afraid, yet delighting in the adventure. He dared not, however, give the orders. He dared not address anybody, waiters or otherwise. I did that for him, and he watched me, absorbing, learning, wondering that things were so easy and so delightful. I murmured them injunctions across the table, and they blushed and laughed with each other nervously. It would be hard to say whether they enjoyed that luncheon. I think Meg did not, even though she was with him. But of George I am doubtful. He suffered exquisitely from self-consciousness and nervous embarrassment. But he felt also the intoxication of the adventure. He felt as a man who has lived in a small island when he first sets foot on a vast continent. This was the first step into a new life, and he mused delightedly upon it over his brandy. Yet he was nervous. He could not get over the feeling that he was trespassing. "Where shall we go this afternoon?" he asked. Several things were proposed, but Meg pleaded warmly for Colwick. "Let's go on a steamer to Colwick Park. There'll be entertainments there this afternoon. It'll be lovely." In a few moments we were on the top of the car swinging down to the Trent bridges. It was dinner time, and crowds of people from shops and warehouses were hurrying in the sunshine along the pavements. Sun blinds cast their shadows on the shop fronts, and in the shade streamed the people dressed brightly for summer. As our car stood in the great space of the marketplace, we could smell the mingled scent of fruit, oranges and small apricots, and pears piled in vividly coloured sections on the stalls. Then away we sailed through the shadows of the dark streets and the open pools of sunshine. The castle on its high rock stood in the dazzling dry sunlight. The fountain stood shadowy in the green glimmer of the lime trees that surrounded the almshouses. There were many people at the Trent. We stood a while on the bridge to watch the bright river swirling in a silent dance to the sea, while the light pleasure boats lay asleep along the banks. We went on board the little paddle steamer and paid our sixpence return. After much waiting, we set off with great excitement for our mile-long voyage. 2 banjos were tumming somewhere below, and the passengers hummed and sang to their tunes. A few boats dabbled on the water. Soon the river meadows with their high thorn hedges lay green on our right, while the scarp of red rock rose on our left, covered with the dark trees of summer. We landed at Colwick Park. It was early, and few people were there. Dead glass fairy lamps were slung along the trees. The grass, in places, was worn threadbare. We walked through the avenues and small glades of the park till we came to the boundary where the racecourse stretched its level green, its winding wet barriers running low into the distance. They sat in the shade for some time, while I wandered about. Then many people began to arrive, became noisy, even rowdy. We listened for some time to an open-air concert given by the Puros. It was rather vulgar and very tiresome. It took me back to Cowes, to Yarmouth. There were the same foolish, over-eyebrowed faces, the same perpetual jingle from an out-of-tune piano, the restless jigging to the songs, the same choruses, the same escapading. Meg was well pleased. The vulgarity passed by her. She laughed and sang the choruses half audibly, daring but not bold. She was immensely pleased. "Oh, it's Ben's turn now. I like him. He's got such a wicked twinkle in his eye. Look at Joey trying to be funny. He can't to save his life. Doesn't he look soft?" She began to giggle in George's shoulder. He saw the funny side of things for the time, and laughed with her. During tea, which we took on the green veranda of the degraded hall, she was constantly breaking forth into some chorus, and he would light up as she looked at him and sing with her sotto voce. He was not embarrassed at Colwick. There he had on his best, careless, superior air. He moved about with a certain scornfulness, and ordered lobster for tea off-handedly. This also was a new walk of life. Here he was not hesitating or tremulously strung. He was patronizing. Both Meg and he thoroughly enjoyed themselves. When we got back into Nottingham, she entreated him not to go to the hotel as he had proposed, and he readily yielded. Instead, They went to the castle. We stood on the high rock in the cool of the day and watched the sun sloping over the great river flats where the menial town spread out and ended, while the river and the meadows continued into the distance. In the picture galleries there was a fine collection of Arthur Melville's paintings. Meg thought them very ridiculous. I began to expound them, but she was manifestly bored, and he was half-hearted. Outside in the grounds was a military band playing. Meg longed to be there. The townspeople were dancing on the grass. She longed to join them, but she could not dance. So they sat a while, looking on. We were to go to the theatre in the evening. The Carl Rosa Company was giving Carmen at the Royal. We went into the dress circle, like giddy dukes, as I said to him, so that I could see his eyes dilate with adventure again as he laughed. In the theatre, among the people in evening dress, he became once more childish and timorous. He had always the air of one who does something forbidden and is charmed yet fearful, like a trespassing child. He had begun to trespass that day outside his own estates of Nethermere. Carmen fascinated them both. The gaudy, careless southern life amazed them. The bold, free way in which Carmen played with life startled them with hints of freedom. They stared on the stage, fascinated. Between the acts they held each other's hands and looked full into each other's wide, bright eyes, and, laughing with excitement, talked about the opera. The theatre surged and roared dimly like a hoarse shell. Then the music rose like a storm and swept and rattled at their feet. On the stage, the strange storm of life clashed in music towards tragedy and futile death. The two were shaken with a tumult of wild feeling. When it was all over, they rose bewildered, stunned, she with tears in her eyes, he with a strange wild beating of his heart. They were both in a tumult of confused emotion. Their ears were full of the roaring passion of life, and their eyes were blinded by a spray of tears and that strange quivering laughter which burns with real pain. They hurried along the pavement to the Spread Eagle, Meg clinging to him, running, clasping her lace scarf over her white frock, like a scared white butterfly shaken through the night. We hardly spoke as the horse was being harnessed and the lamps lighted. In the little smoke-room he drank several whiskies, she sipping out of his glass, standing all the time, ready to go. He pushed into his pocket great pieces of bread and cheese to eat on the way home. He seemed now to be thinking with much acuteness. His few orders were given sharp and terse. He hired an extra light rug in which to wrap Meg, and then we were ready. "Who drives?" said I. He looked at me and smiled faintly. "You," he answered. Meg, like an impatient white flame, stood waiting in the light of the lamps. He covered her, extinguished her in the dark rug. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 2. Puffs of Wind in the Sail. The year burst into glory to usher us forth out of the valley of Nethermere. The cherry trees had been gorgeous with heavy outreaching boughs of red and gold. Immense vegetable marrows lay prostrate in the bottom garden, their great tentacles clutching the pond bank. Against the wall the globed crimson plums hung close together and dropped occasionally with a satisfying plunge into the rhubarb leaves. The crop of oats was very heavy. The stalks of corn were like strong reeds of bamboo. The heads of grain swept heavily over, like tresses weighted with drops of gold. George spent his time between the mill and the ram. The grandmother had received them with much grumbling, but with real gladness. Meg was reinstalled, and George slept at the ram. He was extraordinarily bright, almost gay. The fact was that his new life interested and pleased him keenly. He often talked to me about Meg, how quaint and naive she was, how she amused him and delighted him. He rejoiced in having a place of his own, a home, and a beautiful wife who adored him. Then the public-house was full of strangeness and interest. No hour was ever dull. If he wanted company, he could go into the smoke-room. If he wanted quiet, he could sit with Meg, and she was such a treat, so soft and warm and so amusing. He was always laughing at her quaint, crude notions and at her queer little turns of speech. She talked to him with a little language. She sat on his knee and twisted his moustache, finding small, unreal faults with his features for the delight of dwelling upon them. He was, he said, incredibly happy. Really, he could not believe it. Meg was, she was a treat. Then he would laugh, thinking how indifferent he had been about taking her. A little shadow might cross his eyes, but he would laugh again and tell me one of his wife's funny little notions. She was quite uneducated, and such fun, he said. I looked at him as he sounded this note. I remembered his crude superiority of early days, which had angered Emily so deeply. There was in him something of the prig. I did not like his amused indulgence of his wife. At threshing day, when I worked for the last time at the mill, I noticed the new tendency in him. The Saxtons had always kept up a certain proud reserve. In former years the family had moved into the parlour on threshing day, and an extra woman had been hired to wait on the men who came with the machine. This time George suggested, "Let us have dinner with the men in the kitchen, Cyril. They are a rum gang. It's rather good sport mixing with them. They've seen a bit of life, and I like to hear them. They're so blunt. They're good studies, though." The farmer sat at the head of the table. The 7 men trooped in, very sheepish, and took their places. They had not much to say at first. They were a mixed set, some rather small, young, and furtive-looking, some unshapely and coarse, with unpleasant eyes, the eyelids slack. There was one man whom we called the Parrot, because he had a hooked nose and put forward his head as he talked. He had been a very large man, but he was grey and bending at the shoulders. His face was pale and fleshy, and his eyes seemed dull-sighted. George patronized the men, and they did not object. He chaffed them, making a good deal of demonstration and giving them more beer. He invited them to pass up their plates, called the woman to bring more bread, and altogether played mine host of a feast of beggars. The Parrot ate very slowly. "Come, Dad," said George, "you're not getting on. Not got many grinders?" "What I've got's in the road. It's only a to get 'em out. I can manage with bare gums like a baby again." "Second childhood, eh? Well, we must all come to it." George laughed. The old man lifted his head and looked at him and said slowly, "You've got to the first afore that." George laughed, unperturbed. Evidently he was well used to the thrusts of the public-house. "I suppose you soon got over yours," he said. The old man raised himself, and his eyes flickered into life. He chewed slowly, then said, "I'd married and paid for it. I broke a constable's jaw and paid for it. I deserted from the army and paid for that. I'd had a bullet through my cheek in India on top of it all, by I was your age." "Oh," said George, with condescending interest. "You've seen a bit of life, then?" They drew the old man out, and he told them in his slow, laconic fashion a few brutal stories. They laughed and chaffed him. George seemed to have a thirst for tales of brutal experience, the raw gin of life. He drank it all in with relish, enjoying the sensation. The dinner was over. It was time to go out again to work. "And how old are you, Dad?" George asked. The Parrot looked at him again with his heavy, tired, ironic eyes, and answered, "If you'd be any better for knowing, 64. "It's a bit rough on you, isn't it?" continued the young man, "going round with a threshing machine and sleeping outdoors at that time of life. I'd have thought you'd have wanted a bit of comfort." "How do you mean, rough on me?" the Parrot replied slowly. "Oh, I think you know what I mean," answered George easily. "Don't know as I do," said the old slow Parrot. "Well, you haven't made exactly a good thing out of life, have you?" "What do you mean by a good thing? I've had my life, and I'm satisfied with it. I shall die with a full belly." "Oh, so you've saved a bit?" No, said the old man deliberately. I've spent as I've gone on, and I've had all I wish for. But I pity the angels when the Lord sets me before them like a book to read. Heaven won't be in heaven just then. You're a philosopher in your way, laughed George. And you, replied the old man, dawdling about your backyard, think yourself mighty wise. But your wisdom will go with your teeth. You'll learn in time to say nothing. The old man went out and began his work, carrying the sacks of corn from the machine to the chamber. There's a lot in the old parrot, said George, as you'll never tell. I laughed. He makes you feel, as well, as if you'd a lot to discover in life, he continued, looking thoughtfully over the dusty straw stack at the chuffing machine. After the harvest was ended, the father began to deplete his farm. Most of the stock was transferred to the ram. George was going to take over his father's milk business, and was going to farm enough of the land attaching to the inn to support 9 or 10 cows. Until the spring, however, Mr. Saxon retained his own milk ground, and worked at improving the condition of the land ready for the valuation. George, with 3 cows, started a little milk supply in the neighbourhood of the inn, prepared his land for the summer, and helped in the public-house. Emily was the first to depart finally from the mill. She went to a school in Nottingham, and shortly afterwards Molly, her younger sister, went to her. In October, I moved to London. Letty and Leslie were settled in their home in Brentwood, Yorkshire. We all felt very keenly our exile from Nethermere, but as yet the bonds were not broken. Only use could sever them. Christmas brought us all home again, hastening to greet each other. There was a slight change in everybody. Letty was brighter, more imperious, and very gay. Emily was quiet, self-restrained, and looked happier. Leslie was jollier, and at the same time more subdued and earnest. George looked very healthy and happy, and sounded well pleased with himself. My mother, with her gaiety at our return, brought tears to our eyes. We dined one evening at Highclose with the Tempests. It was dull as usual, and we left before 10 o'clock. Letty had changed her shoes and put on a fine cloak of greenish blue. We walked over the frost-bound road. The ice on Nethermere gleamed mysteriously in the moonlight, and uttered strange, half-audible whoops and yelps. The moon was very high in the sky, small and brilliant like a vial full of the pure white liquid of light. There was no sound in the night save the haunting movement of the ice, and the clear tinkle of Letty's laughter. On the drive leading to the wood, we saw someone approaching. The wild grass was grey on either side. The thorn trees stood with shaggy black beards sweeping down. The pine trees were erect like dark soldiers. The black shape of the man drew near, with a shadow running at its feet. I recognized George, obscured as he was in his cap and his upturned collar. Letty was in front with her husband. As George was passing, she said in bright, clear tones, "A Happy New Year to you." He stopped, swung round, and laughed. "I thought you wouldn't have known me," he said. "What, is it you, George?" cried Letty in great surprise. "Now, what a joke! How are you?" She put out her white hand from her draperies. He took it and answered, "I am very well. And you?" However meaningless the words were, the tone was curiously friendly, intimate, informal. "As you see," she replied, laughing, interested in his attitude. "But where are you going?" "I am going home," he answered, in a voice that meant, "Have you forgotten that I too am married?" "Oh, of course," cried Letty. "You are now mine host of the Ram. You must tell me about it. May I ask him to come home with us for an hour, Mother? It is New Year's Eve, you know." "You've asked him already," laughed Mother. "Will Mrs. Saxton spare you for so long?" asked Letty of George. "Meg? Oh, she does not order my comings and goings." "Does she not?" laughed Letty. "She's very unwise. Train up a husband in the way he should go, and in after life— I never could quote a text from end to end. I am full of beginnings, but as for a finish— Leslie, my shoelace is untied. Shall I wait till I can put my foot on the fence?" Leslie knelt down at her feet. She shook the hood back from her head, and her ornaments sparkled in the moonlight. Her face, with its whiteness and its shadows, was full of fascination, and in their dark recesses her eyes thrilled George with hidden magic. She smiled at him along her cheeks, while her husband crouched before her. Then, as the three walked along towards the wood, she flung her draperies into loose eloquence, and there was a glimpse of her bosom white with the moon. She laughed and chattered and shook her silken stuffs, sending out a perfume exquisite on the frosted air. When we reached the house, Letty dropped her draperies and rustled into the drawing-room. There the lamp was low lit, shedding a yellow twilight from the window space. Letty stood between the firelight and the dusky lamp-glow, tall and warm between the lights. As she turned, laughing, to the two men, she let her cloak slide over her white shoulder and fall with silk splendour of a peacock's gorgeous blue over the arm of the large settee. There she stood, with her white hand upon the peacock of her cloak, where it tumbled against her dull orange dress. She knew her own splendour, and she drew up her throat, laughing and brilliant with triumph. Then she raised both her arms to her head, and remained for a moment, delicately touching her hair into order, still fronting the two men. Then, with a final little laugh, she moved slowly and turned up the lamp, dispelling some of the witchcraft from the room. She had developed strangely in 6 months. She seemed to have discovered the wonderful charm of her womanhood. As she leaned forward with her arm outstretched to the lamp, as she delicately adjusted the wicks with mysterious fingers, she seemed to be moving in some alluring figure of a dance, her hair like a nimbus clouding the light, her bosom lit with wonder. The soft outstretching of her hand was like the whispering of strange words into the blood, and as she fingered a book, the heart watched silently for the meaning. "Won't you take off my shoes, darling?" she said, sinking among the cushions of the settee. Leslie kneeled again before her, and she bent her head and watched him. "My feet are a tiny bit cold," she said plaintively, giving him her foot that seemed like gold in the yellow silk stocking. He took it between his hands, stroking it. "It is quite cold," he said, and he held both her feet in his hands. "Ah, you dear boy!" she cried with sudden gentleness, bending forward and touching his cheek. "Is it great fun being host of Ye Rami Inni?" she said playfully to George. There seemed a long distance between them now as she sat, with the man in evening dress crouching before her, putting golden shoes on her feet. "It is, rather," he replied. "The men in the smoke-room say such rum things. My word, you hear some tales there." "Tell us, do," she pleaded. "Oh, I couldn't. I never could tell a tale, and even if I could, well—" "But I do long to hear," she said, "what the men say in the smoke-room of Ye Rami Inni. Is it quite untellable?" "Quite," he laughed. "What a pity! See what a cruel thing it is to be a woman, Leslie. We never know what men say in smoke-rooms, while you read in your novels everything a woman ever uttered. It is a shame. George, you are a wretch. You should tell me. I do envy you." "What do you envy me exactly?" he asked, laughing always at her whimsical way. "Your smoke-room, the way you see life, or the way you hear it, rather." "But I should have thought you saw life 10 times more than me," he replied. "I only see manners, good manners and bad manners. You know, manners maketh a man. That's when a woman's there. But you wait a while, you'll see." "When shall I see?" asked George, flattered and interested. "When you've made the fortune you talked about," she replied. He was uplifted by her remembering the things he had said. "But when I've made it, when?" he said sceptically. "Even then, well, I shall only be, or have been, landlord of Ye Rami Inni." He looked at her, waiting for her to lift up his hopes with her gay balloons. "Oh, that doesn't matter. Leslie might be landlord of some ram inn when he's at home, for all anybody would know. Mightn't you, hubby dear?" "Thanks," replied Leslie, with good-humoured sarcasm. "You can't tell a publican from a peer, if he's a rich publican," she continued. "Money maketh the man, you know." "Plus manners," added George, laughing. "Oh, they are always there, where I am. I give you 10 years." At the end of that time you must invite us to your swell place, say the hall at Eberbridge, and we will come with all our numerous array." She sat among her cushions, smiling upon him. She was half ironical, half sincere. He smiled back at her, his dark eyes full of trembling hope and pleasure and pride. "How is Meg?" she asked. "Is she as charming as ever, or have you spoiled her?" "Oh, she's as charming as ever," he replied, "and we are tremendously fond of one another." "That is right. I do think men are delightful," she added, smiling. "I'm glad you think so," he laughed. They talked on brightly about 1,000 things. She touched on Paris and pictures and new music with her quick chatter, sounding to George wonderful in her culture and facility. And at last he said he must go. "Not until you've eaten a biscuit and drunk good luck with me," she cried, catching her dress about her like a dim flame and running out of the room. We all drank to the New Year in the cold champagne. "To the Vita Nuova," said Letty, and we drank, smiling. "Hark," said George, "the hooters." We stood still and listened. There was a faint booing noise far away outside. It was midnight. Letty caught up a wrap and we went to the door. The wood, the ice, the grey, dim hills lay frozen in the light of the moon. But outside the valley, far away in Derbyshire, away towards Nottingham, on every hand the distant hooters and buzzers of mines and ironworks crowed small on the borders of the night, like so many strange, low voices of cockerels bursting forth at different pitch, with different tone, warning us of the dawn of the new year. End of Part 3, Chapter 2.
Part 3, Chapter 3 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 3. The First Pages of Several Romances. I found a good deal of difference in Leslie since his marriage. He had lost his assertive self-confidence. He no longer pronounced emphatically and ultimately on every subject, nor did he seek to dominate, as he had always done, the company in which he found himself. I was surprised to see him so courteous and attentive to George. He moved unobtrusively about the room while Letty was chattering, and in his demeanour there was a new reserve, a gentleness and a grace. It was charming to see him offering the cigarette to George, or, with beautiful tact, asking with his eyes only whether he should refill the glass of his guest, and afterwards replacing it softly close to the other's hand. To Letty he was unfailingly attentive, courteous, and undemonstrative. Towards the end of my holiday he had to go to London on business, and we agreed to take the journey together. We must leave Woodside soon after 8 o'clock in the morning. Letty and he had separate rooms. I thought she would not have risen to take breakfast with us, but at 7:15, just as Rebecca was bringing in the coffee, she came downstairs. She wore a blue morning gown, and her hair was as beautifully dressed as usual. "Why, my darling, you shouldn't have troubled to come down so early," said Leslie, as he kissed her. "Of course I should come down," she replied, lifting back the heavy curtains and looking out on the snow where the darkness was wilting into daylight. "I should not let you go away into the cold without having seen you take a good breakfast. I think it is thawing. The snow on the rhododendrons looks sodden and drooping. Ah, well, we can keep out the dismal of the morning for another hour." She glanced at the clock. "Just an hour," she added. He turned to her with a swift tenderness. She smiled to him and sat down at the coffee-maker. We took our places at the table. "I think I shall come back tonight," he said quietly, almost appealingly. She watched the flow of the coffee before she answered. Then the brass urn swung back, and she lifted her face to hand him the cup. "You will not do anything so foolish, Leslie," she said calmly. He took his cup, thanking her, and bent his face over the fragrant steam. "I can easily catch the 7:15 from St. Pancras," he replied, without looking up. "Have I sweetened to your liking, Cyril?" she asked, and then, as she stirred her coffee, she added, It's ridiculous, Leslie. You catch the 7:15 and very probably miss the connection at Nottingham. You can't have the motor car there because of the roads. Besides, it is absurd to come toiling home in the cold, slushy night, when you may just as well stay in London and be comfortable. At any rate, I should get the 10:30 down to Lawton Hill, he urged. But there is no need, she replied. There's not the faintest need for you to come home tonight. It's really absurd of you. Think of all the discomfort. Indeed, I should not want to come trailing dismally home at midnight. I should not indeed. You would be simply wretched. Stay and have a jolly evening with Cyril. He kept his head bent over his plate and did not reply. His persistence irritated her slightly. That is what you can do, she said. Go to the pantomime. Or wait, go to Maeterlinck's Blue Bird. I'm sure that is on somewhere. I wonder if Rebecca has destroyed yesterday's paper. Do you mind touching the bell, Cyril? Rebecca came, and the paper was discovered. Letty carefully read the notices and planned for us with zest a delightful programme for the evening. Leslie listened to it all in silence. When the time had come for our departure, Letty came with us into the hall to see that we were well wrapped up. Leslie had spoken very few words. She was conscious that he was deeply offended, but her manner was quite calm, and she petted us both brightly. "Good-bye, dear," she said to him when he came mutely to kiss her. "You know it would have been miserable for you to sit all those hours in the train at night. You will have ever such a jolly time. I know you will. I shall look for you tomorrow. Good-bye, then. Good-bye." He went down the steps and into the car without looking at her. She waited in the doorway as we moved round. In the black-grey morning she seemed to harbour the glittering blue sky and the sunshine of March in her dress and her luxuriant hair. He did not look at her till we were curving to the great snow-cumbered rhododendrons, when at the last moment he stood up in a sudden panic to wave to her. Almost as he saw her, the bushes came between them, and he dropped dejectedly back into his seat. "Good-bye," we heard her call cheerfully and tenderly, like a blackbird. "Good-bye," I answered, and "Good-bye, darling, good-bye," he cried, suddenly starting up in a passion of forgiveness and tenderness. The car went cautiously down the sodden white path under the trees. I suffered acutely the sickness of exile in Norwood. For weeks I wandered the streets of the suburb, haunted by the spirit of some part of Nethermere. As I went along the quiet roads where the lamps in yellow loneliness stood among the leafless trees of the night, I would feel the feeling of the dark, wet bit of path between the wood meadow and the brooks. The spirit of that wild little slope to the mill would come upon me, and there in the suburb of London I would walk wrapped in the sense of a small wet place in the valley of Nethermere. A strange voice within me rose and called for the hill path. Again I could feel the wood waiting for me, calling and calling, and I crying for the wood, yet the space of many miles was between us. Since I left the valley of home, I have not much feared any other loss. The hills of Nethermere have been my walls, and the sky of Nethermere my roof overhead. It seemed almost as if, at home, I might lift my hand to the ceiling of the valley and touch my own beloved sky, whose familiar clouds came again and again to visit me, whose stars were constant to me, born when I was born, whose sun had been all my father to me. But now the skies were strange over my head, and Orion walked past me unnoticing, he who night after night had stood over the woods to spend with me a wonderful hour. When does day now lift up the confines of my dwelling-place? When does the night throw open her vastness for me and send me the stars for company? There is no night in a city. How can I lose myself in the magnificent forest of darkness, when night is only a thin scattering of the trees of shadow, with barrenness of lights in between? I could never lift my eyes, save to the Crystal Palace, crouching, cowering wretchedly among the yellow-grey clouds, pricking up its two round towers like pillars of anxious misery. No landmark could have been more foreign to me, more depressing, than the great dilapidated palace which lay forever prostrate above us, fretting because of its own degradation and ruin. I watched the buds coming on the brown almond trees. I heard the blackbirds, and I saw the restless starlings. In the streets were many heaps of violets, and men held forward to me snowdrops, whose white, mute lips were pushed upwards in a bunch. But these things had no meaning for me, and little interest. Most eagerly I waited for my letters. Emily wrote to me very constantly. "Don't you find it quite exhilarating, almost intoxicating, to be so free? I think it is quite wonderful. At home you cannot live your own life. You have to struggle to keep even a little apart for yourself. It's so hard to stand aloof from our mothers, and yet they are only hurt and insulted if you tell them what is in your heart. It is such a relief not to have to be anything to anybody, but just to please yourself. I'm sure Mother and I have suffered a great deal from trying to keep up our own relations. Yet she would not let me go. When I come home in the evening and think that I needn't say anything to anybody, nor do anything for anybody, but just have the evening for myself, I am overjoyed. I've begun to write a story." Again, a little later, she wrote, "As I go to school by Old Brayford village in the morning, the birds are thrilling wonderfully, and everything seems stirring. Very likely there will be a setback, and after that spring will come in truth. When shall you come and see me? I cannot think of a spring without you. The railways are the only fine, exciting things here. One is only a few yards away from school. All day long I am watching the great Midland trains go south. They are very lucky to be able to rush southward through the sunshine. The crows are very interesting. They flap past all the time we're out in the yard. The railways and the crows make the charm of my life in Brayford. The other day I saw no end of pairs of crows. Do you remember what they say at home? One for sorrow. Very often one solitary creature sits on the telegraph wires. I almost hate him when I look at him. I think my badge for life ought to be one crow." Again, a little later. "I've been home for the weekend. Isn't it nice to be made much of, to be an important, cherished person for a little time? It's quite a new experience for me. The snowdrops are full out among the grass in the front garden, and such a lot. I imagined you must come in the sunshine of the Sunday afternoon to see them. It did not seem possible you should not. The winter aconites are out along the hedge. I knelt and kissed them. I've been so glad to go away, to breathe the fresh air of life, but I felt as if I could not come away from the aconites. I've sent you some. Are they much withered? Now I am in my lodgings, I have the quite unusual feeling of being contented to stay here a little while. Not long, not above a year, I am sure. But even to be contented for a little while is enough for me." In the beginning of March I had a letter from the father. "You'll not see us again in the old place. We shall be gone in a fortnight. The things are most of them gone already. George has got Bob and Flower. I've sold 3 of the cows, Stafford and Julia and Hannah. The place looks very empty. I don't like going past the cowsheds, and we miss hearing the horses stamp at night. But I shall not be sorry when we have really gone. I begin to feel as if we'd stagnated here. I begin to feel as if I was settling and getting narrow and dull. It will be a new lease of life to get away. But I'm wondering how we shall be over there. Mrs. Saxon feels very nervous about going, but at the worst we can but come back. I feel as if I must go somewhere. It's stagnation and starvation for us here. I wish George would come with me. I never thought he would have taken to public housekeeping, but he seems to like it all right. He was down with Meg on Sunday. Mrs. Saxon says he's getting a public house tone. He's certainly much livelier, more full of talk than he was. Meg and he seem very comfortable, I'm glad to say. He's got a good milk round, and I've no doubt but what he'll do well. He's very cautious at the bottom. He'll never lose much if he never makes much. Sam and David are very great friends. I'm glad I've got the boy. We often talk of you. It would be very lonely if it wasn't for the excitement of selling things and so on. Mrs. Saxon hopes you will stick by George. She worries a bit about him, thinking he may go wrong. I don't think he will ever go far. But I should be glad to know you were keeping friends. Mrs. Saxon says she will write to you about it." George was a very poor correspondent. I soon ceased to expect a letter from him. I received one directly after the father's. My dear Cyril, forgive me for not having written you before, but you see I cannot sit down and write to you any time. If I cannot do it just when I am in the mood, I cannot do it at all, and it so often happens that the mood comes upon me when I am in the fields at work, when it is impossible to write. Last night I sat by myself in the kitchen on purpose to write to you, and then I could not. All day at Greymead, when I was drilling in the fallow at the back of the church, I had been thinking of you, and I could have written there if I had had materials, but I had not, and at night I could not. I am sorry to say that in my last letter I did not thank you for the books. I have not read them both, but I have nearly finished Evelyn Innes. I get a bit tired of it towards the end. I do not do much reading now. There seems to be hardly any chance for me. Either somebody is crying for me in the smoke-room, or there is some business, or else Meg won't let me. She doesn't like me to read at night. She says I ought to talk to her, so I have to. It is 7:30, and I am sitting ready dressed to go and talk to Harry Jackson about a young horse he wants to sell to me. He is in pretty low water, and it will make a pretty good horse. But I don't care much whether I have it or not. The mood seized me to write to you. Somehow at the bottom I feel miserable and heavy, yet there's no need. I'm making pretty good money, and I've got all I want. But when I've been ploughing and getting the oats in those fields on the hillside at the back of Greymead Church, I felt as if I didn't care whether I got on or not. It's very funny. Last week I made over £5 clear one way and another, and yet now I'm as restless and discontented as I can be, and I seem eager for something, but I don't know what it is. Sometimes I wonder where I am going. Yesterday I watched broken white masses of clouds sailing across the sky in a fresh, strong wind. They all seemed to be going somewhere. I wonder where the wind was blowing them. I don't seem to have any hold on anything, do I? Can you tell me what I want at the bottom of my heart? I wish you were here, then I think I should not feel like this. But generally I don't. Generally I'm quite jolly and busy. By Jove, here's Harry Jackson come for me. I will finish this letter when I get back. I have got back. We've turned out, but I cannot finish. I cannot tell you all about it. I've had a little row with Meg. Oh, I've had a rotten time. But I cannot tell you about it tonight. It is late, and I'm tired, and I have a headache. Some other time, perhaps. George Saxton. The spring came bravely, even in South London, and the town was filled with magic. I never knew the sumptuous purple of evening till I saw the round arc lamps fill with light and roll like golden bubbles along the purple dusk of the high road. Everywhere at night the city is filled with the magic of lamps. Over the river they pour in golden patches their floating luminous oil on the restless darkness. The bright lamps float in and out of the cavern of London Bridge Station like round shining bees in and out of a black hive. In the suburbs the street lamps glimmer with the brightness of lemons among the trees. I began to love the town. In the mornings I loved to move in the aimless streets procession, watching the faces come near to me with the sudden glance of dark eyes, watching the mouths of the women blossom with talk as they passed, watching the subtle movements of the shoulders of men beneath their coats, and the naked warmth of their necks that went glowing along the street. I loved the city intensely for its movement of men and women, the soft, fascinating flow of the limbs of men and women, and the sudden flash of eyes and lips as they pass. Among all the faces of the street, my attention roved like a bee which clambers drunkenly among blue flowers. I became intoxicated with the strange nectar which I sipped out of the eyes of the passers-by. I did not know how time was hastening by on still bright wings, till I saw the scarlet hawthorn flaunting over the road, and the lime buds lit up like wine drops in the sun, and the pink scarves of the lime buds pretty as lousewort to blossom in the gutters, and a silver-pink tangle of almond boughs against the blue sky. The lilacs came out, and in the pensive stillness of the suburb, at night, came the delicious tarry scent of lilac flowers, wakening a silent laughter of romance. Across all this, strangely, came the bleak sounds of home. Alice wrote to me at the end of May. Cyril, dear, prepare yourself. Meg has got twins, yesterday. I went up to see how she was this afternoon, not knowing anything, and there I found a pair of bubs in the nest, and old Ma Stainwright bossing the show. I nearly fainted. Sybil, dear, I hardly knew whether to laugh or to cry when I saw those two rummy little round heads like two larch cones cheek by cheek on a twig. One is a darky with lots of black hair, and the other is red, would you believe it? Just lit up with thin red hair like a flicker of firelight. I gasped. I believe I did shed a few tears, though for what I don't know. The old grandma is a perfect old wretch over it. She lies chuckling and passing audible remarks in the next room, as pleased as Punch really, but so mad because Ma Stainwright wouldn't have them taken in to her. You should have heard her when we took them in at last. They're both boys. She did make a fuss, poor old woman. I think she's going a bit funny in the head. She seemed sometimes to think they were hers, and you should have heard her, the way she talked to them. Made me feel quite funny. She wanted them lying against her on the pillow, so that she could feel them with her face. I shed a few more tears, Sybil. I think I must be going dotty also. But she came round when we took them away, and began to chuckle to herself, and talk about the things she'd say to George when he came. Awful shocking things, Sybil. Made me blush dreadfully. George didn't know about it then. He was down at Bingham, buying some horses, I believe. He seems to have got a craze for buying horses. He got in with Harry Jackson and Mayhew's sons. You know, they were horse dealers. At least their father was. You remember he died bankrupt about 3 years ago. There are Fred and Duncan left, and they pretend to keep on the old business. They're always up at the Ram, and Georgie is always driving about with them. I don't like it. They are a loose lot, rather common, and poor enough now. Well, I thought I'd wait and see Georgie. He came about 5:30. Meg had been fidgeting about him, wondering where he was, and how he was, and so on. Bless me if I worry and whittle about a man. The old grandma heard the cart, and before he could get down she shouted, you know her room is in the front, "Hi, George, my lad, sharpen thy shins and come and have a look at them. There's two of 'em. And she laughed something awful. "Hello, grandma, what art thou shouting about?" he said. And at the sound of his voice Meg turned to me so pitiful and said, "He's been wi' Matthews." "Thou's gotten twins a couple of ago, my lad," shouted the old woman. You know how she gives squeal before she laughs. She made the horse shy, and he swore at it something awful. Then Bill took it, and Georgie came upstairs. I saw Meg seem to shrink when she heard him kick at the stairs as he came up, and she went white. When he got to the top, he came in. He fairly reeked of whisky and horses. Pah! A man is hateful when he reeks of drink. He stood by the side of the bed, grinning like a fool, and saying, quite thick, "You've been in a bit of a hurry, haven't you, Meg? And how are you feeling, then?" "Oh, I'm all right," said Meg. "Is it twins straight?" he said. "Where is 'em?" Meg looked over at the cradle, and he went round the bed to it, holding to the bed-rail. He'd never kissed her, nor anything. When he saw the twins, asleep, with their fists shut tight as wax, he gave a laugh as if he was amused, and said, "Two right enough, and one of 'em red. Which is the girl, Meg, the black un?" "They are both boys," said Meg, quite timidly. He turned round, and his eyes went little. "Blast 'em, then," he said. He stood there looking like a devil, Sybil dear. I did not know how George could look like that. I thought he could only look like a faithful dog or a wounded stag. But he looked fiendish. He stood watching the poor little twins, scowling at them, till at last the little red one began to whine a bit. Ma Stainwright came pushing her fat carcass in front of him and bent over the baby, saying, "Why, my pretty, what are they doing to thee? What are they? What are they doing to thee?" George scowled blacker than ever, and went out, lurching against the washstand and making the pots rattle till my heart jumped in my throat. "Well, if you don't call that scandalous," said old Ma Stainwright, and Meg began to cry. You don't know, Cyril, she sobbed fit to break her heart. I felt as if I could have killed him. That old grandma began talking to him, and he laughed at her. I do hate to hear a man laugh when he's half drunk. Makes my blood boil all of a sudden. That old grandmother backs him up in everything. She's a brick and a nuisance. Meg has cried to me before over the pair of them. the wicked, vulgar old thing that she is. I went home to Woodside early in September. Emily was staying at the Ram. It was strange that everything was so different. Nethermere even had changed. Nethermere was no longer a complete, wonderful little world that held us charmed inhabitants. It was a small, insignificant valley, lost in the spaces of the earth. The tree that had drooped over the brook with such delightful, romantic grace was a ridiculous thing when I came home after a year of absence in the south. The old symbols were trite and foolish. Emily and I went down one morning to Strelly Mill. The house was occupied by a labourer and his wife, strangers from the north. He was tall, very thin, and silent, strangely suggesting kinship with the rats of the place. She was small and very active, like some ragged domestic fowl run wild. Already Emily had visited her, so she invited us into the kitchen of the mill and set forward the chairs for us. The large room had the barren air of a cell. There was a small table stranded towards the fireplace and a few chairs by the walls. For the rest, desert spaces of flagged floor retreating into shadow. On the walls by the windows were 5 cages of canaries, and the small, sharp movements of the birds made the room more strange in its desolation. When we began to talk, the birds began to sing, till we were quite bewildered, for the little woman spoke Glasgow Scotch, and she had a hare lip. She rose and ran towards the cages, crying herself like some wild fowl, and flapping a duster at the warbling canaries. "Stop it!" she cried, shaking her thin, weird body at them. "Silly little devils! Fools! Fools! Fools!" And she flapped the duster till the birds were subdued. Then she brought us delicious scones and apple jelly, urging us, almost nudging us with her thin elbows, to make us eat. "Don't you like 'em, don't you? Well, eat 'em then. Go on, Emily, go on, eat some more. Only don't tell Tom when he comes in." She shook her head and laughed her shrilling, weird laughter. As we were going out, she came out with us and went running on in front. We could not help noting how ragged and unkempt was her short black skirt, but she hastened around us, hither and thither, like an excited fowl, talking in her high-pitched, unintelligible manner. I could not believe the brooding mill was in her charge. I could not think that this was the steady mill of a year ago. She fluttered up the steep orchard bank in front of us. Happening to turn round and see Emily and me smiling at each other, she began to laugh her strident, weird laughter, saying with a leer, "Emily, he's your sweetheart, Emily. You never told me." And she laughed aloud. We blushed furiously. She came away from the edge of the sluice gully, nearer to us, crying, "You've been here o' nights, haven't you, Emily? Haven't you?" And she laughed again. She sat down suddenly, and, pointing above our heads, shrieked, "Ah, look there!" We looked and saw the mistletoe. "Look at her, look at her! How many kisses a night, Emily? Ha, ha, ha! Kisses all the year, kisses o' nights in a lonely place." She went on wildly for a short time. Then she dropped her voice and talked in low, pathetic tones. She pressed on us scones and jelly and oatcakes, and we left her. When we were out on the road by the brook, Emily looked at me with shamefaced, laughing eyes. I noticed a small movement of her lips, and in an instant I found myself kissing her, laughing with some of the little woman's wildness. End of Part 3.
Chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 3b of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 3b, Domestic Life at the Ram. George was very anxious to receive me at his home. The Ram had as yet only a 6 days' licence, so on Sunday afternoon I walked over to tea. It was very warm and still and sunny as I came through Greymead. A few sweethearts were sauntering under the horse-chestnut trees, or crossing the road to go into the fields that lay smoothly carpeted after the hay-harvest. As I came round the flagged track to the kitchen door of the inn, I heard the slur of a baking tin and the bang of the oven door, and Meg saying crossly, "No, don't you take him, Emily, naughty little thing. Let his father hold him." One of the babies was crying. I entered and found Meg all flushed and untidy, wearing a large white apron just rising from the oven. Emily, in a cream dress, was taking a red-haired, crying baby from out of the cradle. George sat in the small armchair, smoking and looking cross. "I can't shake hands," said Meg, rather flurried. "I'm all floury. Sit down, will you?" And she hurried out of the room. Emily looked up from the complaining baby to me and smiled, a woman's rare, intimate smile, which says, "See, I'm engaged thus for a moment, but I keep my heart for you all the time." George rose and offered me the round armchair. It was the highest honour he could do me. He asked me what I would drink. When I refused everything, he sat down heavily on the sofa, frowning, and angrily cudgelling his wits for something to say. In vain. The room was large and comfortably furnished with rush chairs, a glass-knobbed dresser, a cupboard with glass doors perched on a shelf in a corner, and the usual large sofa, whose cosy loose bed and pillows were covered with red cotton stuff. There was a peculiar reminiscence of victuals and drink in the room, beer and a touch of spirits, and bacon. Teeny, the sullen, black-browed servant girl, came in carrying the other baby, and Meg called from the scullery to ask her if the child were asleep. Meg was evidently in a bustle and a flurry, a most uncomfortable state. "No," replied Teeny, "he's not for sleep this day." "Mend the fire, and see to the oven, and then put him his frock on," replied Meg testily. Teeny set the black-haired baby in the second cradle. Immediately he began to cry, or rather to shout his remonstrance. George went across to him and picked up a white furry rabbit which he held before the child. "Here, look at Bun-Bun. Have you a nice rabbit? Hark at it squeaking." The baby listened for a moment, then, deciding that this was only a put-off, began to cry again. George threw down the rabbit and took the baby, swearing inwardly. He dandled the child on his knee. "What's up, then? What's up with thee? Have a ride, then. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee." But the baby knew quite well what was the father's feelings towards him, and he continued to cry. "Hurry up, Teeny," said George, as the maid rattled the coal on the fire. Emily was walking about hushing her charge and smiling at me, so that I had a peculiar pleasure in gathering for myself the honey of endearment which she shed on the lips of the baby. George handed over his child to the maid and said to me with patient sarcasm, "Will you come into the garden?" I rose and followed him across the sunny flagged yard, along the path between the bushes. He lit his pipe and sauntered along as a man on his own estate does, feeling as if he were untravelled by laws or conventions. "You know," he said, "she's a damn rotten manager." I laughed and remarked how full of plums the trees were. "Yes," he replied heedlessly, "you know she ought to have sent the girl out with the kids this afternoon and have got dressed directly. But no, she must sit gossiping with Emily all the time they were asleep, and then as soon as they wake up she begins to make cake." "I suppose she felt she'd enjoy a pleasant chat, all quiet," I answered. "But she knew quite well you were coming and what it would be. But a woman's no damn foresight." "Nay, what does it matter?" said I. "Sunday's the only day we can have a bit of peace, so she might keep 'em quiet then." "I suppose it was the only time, too, that she could have a quiet gossip," I replied. "But you don't know," he said. "There seems to be never a minute of freedom. Teeny sleeps in now and lives with us in the kitchen. Oswald as well. So I never know what it is to have a moment private. There doesn't seem a single spot anywhere where I can sit quiet. It's the kids all day and the kids all night, and the servants, and then all the men in the house. I sometimes feel as if I should like to get away. I shall leave the pub as soon as I can. Only Meg doesn't want to." "But if you leave the public house, what then?" "I should like to get back on a farm. This is no sort of a place really for farming. I've always got some business on hand. There's a traveller to see, or I've got to go to the brewer's, or I've somebody to look at a horse or something. Your life's all messed up. If I had a place of my own and farmed it in peace—" "You'd be as miserable as you could be," I said. "Perhaps so," he assented, in his old reflective manner. "Perhaps so. Anyhow, I needn't bother, for I feel as if I never shall go back to the land." "Which means at the bottom of your heart you don't intend to," I said, laughing. "Perhaps so," he again yielded. "You see, I'm doing pretty well here, apart from the public house. I always thinks that's Meg's. Come and look at the stable. I've got a Shire mare and 2 nags. Pretty good. I went down to Melton Mowbray with Tom Mayhew, to a chap they've had dealings with. Tom's all right, and he knows how to buy, but he's such a lazy, careless devil, too lazy to be bothered to sell." George was evidently interested. As we went round to the stables, Emily came out with the baby, which was dressed in a new silk frock. She advanced, smiling to me with dark eyes. "See, now he is good. Doesn't he look pretty?" She held the baby for me to look at. I glanced at it, but I was only conscious of the near warmth of her cheek and of the scent of her hair. "Who is he like?" I asked, looking up and finding myself full in her eyes. The question was quite irrelevant. Her eyes spoke a whole clear message that made my heart throb. Yet she answered, "Who is he? Why, nobody, of course, but he will be like father, don't you think?" The question drew my eyes to hers again, and again we looked at each other with a strange intelligence that made her flush and me breathe in as I smiled. "Aye, blue eyes like your father's, not like yours." Again the wild messages in her looks. "No," she answered very softly, "and I think he'll be jolly like father. They have neither of them our eyes, have they?" "No," I answered, overcome by a sudden hot flush of tenderness. "No, not vulnerable. To have such soft, vulnerable eyes as you used makes one feel nervous and irascible. But you've clothed over the sensitiveness of yours, haven't you? Like naked life, naked defenceless protoplasm they were, is it not so?" She laughed, and at the old painful memories she dilated in the old way, and I felt the old tremor at seeing her soul flung quivering on my pity. "I'm a mind like that?" asked George, who had come up. He must have perceived the bewilderment of my look as I tried to adjust myself to him. A slight shadow, a slight chagrin appeared on his face. "Yes," I answered. "Yes, but not so bad. You never gave yourself away so much. You were most cautious, but just as defenceless." "And am I altered?" he asked, with quiet irony, as if he knew I was not interested in him. "Yes, more cautious. You keep in the shadow. But Emily has clothed herself, and can now walk among the crowd at her own gait." It was with an effort I refrained from putting my lips to kiss her at that moment, as she looked at me with womanly dignity and tenderness. Then I remembered and said, "But you are taking me to the stable, George. Come and see the horses too, Emily." "I will. I admire them so much," she replied. And thus we both indulged him. He talked to his horses and of them, laying his hand upon them, running over their limbs. The glossy, restless animals interested him more than anything. He broke into a little flush of enthusiasm over them. They were his new interest. They were quiet and yet responsive. He was their master and owner. This gave him real pleasure. But the baby became displeased again. Emily looked at me for sympathy with him. "He's a little wanderer," she said. "He likes to be always moving. Perhaps he objects to the ammonia of stables too," she added, frowning and laughing slightly. "It is not very agreeable, is it?" "Not particularly," I agreed. And as she moved off, I went with her, leaving him in the stables. When Emily and I were alone, we sauntered aimlessly back to the garden. She persisted in talking to the baby, and in talking to me about the baby, till I wished the child in Jericho. This made her laugh, and she continued to tantalize me. The hollyhock flowers of the second whirl were flushing to the top of the spires. The bees, covered with pale crumbs of pollen, were swaying a moment outside the wide gates of the florets. Then they swung in with excited hum and clung madly to the furry white capitals and worked riotously round the waxy bases. Emily held out the baby to watch, talking all the time in low, fond tones. The child stretched towards the bright flowers. The sun glistened on his smooth hair as on bronze dust, and the wondering blue eyes of the baby followed the bees. Then he made small sounds and suddenly waved his hands, like rumpled pink hollyhock buds. "Look," said Emily. "Look at the little bees. Oh, but you mustn't touch them, they bite." "They're coming," she cried with sudden laughing apprehension, drawing the child away. He made noises of remonstrance. She put him near to the flowers again till he knocked the spire with his hand, and 2 indignant bees came sailing out. Emily drew back quickly, crying in alarm, then laughing with excited eyes at me, as if she had just escaped a peril in my presence. Thus she teased me by flinging me all kinds of bright gauges of love, while she kept me aloof because of the child. She laughed with pure pleasure at this state of affairs, and delighted the more when I frowned, till at last I swallowed my resentment and laughed too, playing with the hands of the baby, and watching his blue eyes change slowly like a softly sailing sky. Presently Meg called us in to tea. She wore a dress of fine blue stuff with cream silk embroidery, and she looked handsome, for her hair was very hastily dressed. "What have you had that child all this time?" she exclaimed, on seeing Emily. "Where's his father?" "I don't know. We left him in the stable, didn't we, Cyril? But I like nursing him, Meg. I like it ever so much," replied Emily. "Oh, yes, you may be sure George would get off it if he could. He's always in the stable. As I tell him, he fair stinks of horses. He's not that fond of the children, I can tell you. Come on, my pet. Why, come to its mummy." She took the baby and kissed it passionately and made extravagant love to it. A clean-shaven young man with thick, bare arms went across the yard. "Here, just look and tell George his tea is ready," said Meg. "Where is he?" asked Oswald, the sturdy youth who attended to the farm business. "You know where to find him," replied Meg, with that careless freedom which was so subtly derogatory to her husband. George came hurrying from the outbuilding. "What, is it tea already?" he said. "It's a wonder you haven't been crying out for it this last hour," said Meg. "It's a marvel you've got dressed so quick," he replied. "Oh, is it?" she answered. "Well, it's not with any of your help that I've done it, that's a fact. Where's Teeny?" A maid, short, stiffly built, very dark and sullen-looking, came forward from the gate. "Can you take Alfie as well, just while we have tea?" she asked. Teeny replied that she should think she could, whereupon she was given the ruddy-haired baby, as well as the dark one. She sat with them on a seat at the end of the yard. We proceeded to tea. It was a very great spread. There were hot cakes, 3 or 4 kinds of cold cakes, tinned apricots, jellies, tinned lobster, and trifles in the way of jam, cream, and rum. "I don't know what those cakes are like," said Meg. "They made them in such a fluster. Really, you have to do things as best you can when you've got children, especially when there's 2. I never seem to have time to do my hair up even. Look at it now." She put up her hands to her head, and I could not help noticing how grimy and rough were her nails. The tea was going on pleasantly when one of the babies began to cry. Teeny bent over it, crooning gruffly. I leaned back and looked out of the door to watch her. I thought of the girl in Chekhov's story who smothered her charge, and I hoped the grim Teeny would not be driven to such desperation. The other child joined in the chorus. Teeny rose from her seat and walked about the yard, gruffly trying to soothe the twins. "It's a funny thing, but whenever anybody comes, they're sure to be cross," said Meg, beginning to simmer. "They're no different from ordinary," said George. "It's only that you're forced to notice it then." "No, it is not," cried Meg in a sudden passion. "Is it now, Emily? Of course he has to say something. Weren't they as good as gold this morning, Emily? And yesterday? Why, they never murmured. As good as gold they were. But he wants them to be as dumb as fishes. He'd like them shutting up in a box as soon as they make a bit of noise." "I was not saying anything about it," he replied. "Yes, you were," she retorted. "I don't know what you call it then." The babies outside continued to cry. "Bring Alfie to me," called Meg, yielding to the mother feeling. "Oh, no, damn it," said George. "Let Oswald take him." "Yes," replied Meg bitterly. "Let anybody take him so long as he's out of your sight. You never ought to have had children, you didn't." George remembered something about today. "Come then," said Meg, with a whole passion of tenderness, as she took the red-haired baby and held it to her bosom. "Why, what is it then? What is it, me precious? Hush then, pet, hush then." The baby did not hush. Meg rose from her chair and stood rocking the baby in her arms, swaying from one foot to the other. "He's got a bit of wind," she said. We tried to continue the meal, but everything was awkward and difficult. "I wonder if he's hungry," said Meg. "Let's try him." She turned away and gave him her breast. Then he was still, so she covered herself as much as she could and sat down again to tea. We had finished, so we sat and waited while she ate. This disjointing of the meal by reflex action made Emily and me more accurate. We were exquisitely attentive and polite to a nicety. Our very speech was clipped with precision, as we drifted to a discussion of Strauss and Debussy. This, of course, put a breach between us two and our hosts, but we could not help it. It was our only way of covering over the awkwardness of the occasion. George sat looking glum and listening to us. Meg was quite indifferent. She listened occasionally, but her position as mother made her impregnable. She sat eating calmly, looking down now and again at her baby, holding us in slight scorn, babblers that we were. She was secure in her high maternity. She was mistress and sole authority. George, as father, was first servant. As an indifferent father, she humiliated him and was hostile to his wishes. Emily and I were mere intruders, feeling ourselves such. After tea we went upstairs to wash our hands. The grandmother had had a second stroke of paralysis, and lay inert, almost stupefied. Her large bulk upon the bed was horrible to me, and her face, with the muscles all slack and awry, seemed like some cruel cartoon. She spoke a few thick words to me. George asked if she felt all right, or should he rub her. She turned her old eye slowly to him. Me leg a bit," she said in her strange guttural. He took off his coat and, pushing his hand under the bedclothes, sat rubbing the poor old woman's limb patiently, slowly, for some time. She watched him for a moment. Then, without her turning her eyes from him, he passed out of her vision, and she lay staring at nothing in his direction. "There," he said at last. "Is that any better then, mother?" "Aye, that's a bit better," she said slowly. "Shall I give thee a drink?" he asked, lingering, wishing to minister all he could to her before he went. She looked at him, and he brought the cup. She swallowed a few drops with difficulty. "Doesn't it make you miserable to have her always there?" I asked him when we were in the next room. He sat down on the large white bed and laughed shortly. "I'm used to it. You never noticed her, poor old grandma." "But she must have made a difference to you. She must have made a big difference at the bottom, even if you don't know it," I said. "She's got such a strong character," he said, musing. "She seems to understand me. She was a real friend to me before she was so bad. Sometimes I happen to look at her. Generally I never see her, you know how I mean. But sometimes I do. And then it seems a bit rotten." He smiled at me peculiarly. "It seems to take the shine off things," he added. And then, smiling again with ugly irony, "She's our skeleton in the closet." He indicated her large bulk. The church bells began to ring. The grey church stood on a rise among the fields not far away, like a handsome old stag looking over towards the inn. 5 bells began to play, and the sound came beating upon the window. "I hate Sunday night," he said restlessly. "Because you've nothing to do?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. "It seems like a gag, and you feel helpless. I don't want to go to church and hark at the bells. They make you feel uncomfortable." "What do you generally do?" I asked. "Feel miserable. I've been down to Mayhew's these last 2 Sundays, and Meg's been pretty mad. She says it's the only night I could stop with her, or go out with her. But if I stop with her, what can I do? And if we go out, it's only for half an hour. I hate Sunday night. It's a dead end." When we went downstairs, the table was cleared, and Meg was bathing the dark baby. Thus she was perfect. She handled the bonny, naked child with beauty of gentleness. She kneeled over him nobly. Her arms and her bosom and her throat had an ability of roundness and softness. She drooped her head with the grace of a Madonna, and her movements were lovely, accurate, and exquisite, like an old song perfectly sung. Her voice, playing and soothing round the curved limbs of the baby, was like water soft as wine in the sun, running with delight. We watched humbly, sharing the wonder from afar. Emily was very envious of Meg's felicity. She begged to be allowed to bath the second baby. Meg granted her bounteous permission. "Yes, you can wash him if you like, but what about your frock?" Emily, delighted, began to undress the baby, whose hair was like crocus petals. Her fingers trembled with pleasure as she loosened the little tapes. I always remember the inarticulate delight with which she took the child in her hands when at last his little shirt was removed, and felt his soft white limbs and body. A distinct glowing atmosphere seemed suddenly to burst out around her and the child, leaving me outside. The moment before she had been very near to me, her eyes searching mine, her spirit clinging timidly about me. Now I was put away, quite alone, neglected, forgotten, outside the glow which surrounded the woman and the baby. "Ah, ah," she said with a deep-throated vowel, as she put her face against the child's small breasts, so round, almost like a girl's, silken and warm and wonderful. She kissed him and touched him and hovered over him, drinking in his baby sweetnesses, the sweetness of the laughing little mouth's wide wet kisses, of the round waving limbs, of the little shoulders so winsomely curving to the arms and the breasts, of the tiny soft neck hidden very warm beneath the chin, tasting deliciously with her lips and her cheeks all the exquisite softness, silkiness, warmth, and tender life of the baby's body. A woman is so ready to disclaim the body of a man's love. She yields him her own soft beauty with so much gentle patience and regret. She clings to his neck, to his head, and his cheeks, fondling them for the soul's meaning that is there, and shrinking from his passionate limbs and his body. It was with some perplexity, some anger and bitterness, that I watched Emily moved almost to ecstasy by the baby's small, innocuous person. "Meg never found any pleasure in me as she does in the kids," said George bitterly for himself. The child, laughing and crowing, caught hands in Emily's hair and pulled dark tresses down, while she cried out in remonstrance and tried to loosen the small fists that were shut so fast. She took him from the water and rubbed him dry, with marvellous, gentle little rubs, he kicking and expostulating. She brought his fine hair into one silken upspringing of ruddy gold, like an aureole. She played with his tiny balls of toes like wee pink mushrooms, till at last she dared detain him no longer, when she put on his flannel and his nightgown and gave him to Meg. Before carrying him to bed, Meg took him to feed him. His mouth was stretched round the nipple as he sucked. His face was pressed close and closer to the breast. His fingers wandered over the fine white globe, blue-veined and heavy, trying to hold it. Meg looked down upon him with a consuming passion of tenderness, and Emily clasped her hands and leaned forward to him. Even thus they thought him exquisite. When the twins were both asleep, I must tiptoe upstairs to see them. They lay cheek by cheek in the crib next the large white bed, breathing little ruffling breaths, out of unison, so small and pathetic with their tiny shut fingers. I remembered the two larks. From the next room came a heavy sound of the old woman's breathing. Meg went into her. As in passing I caught sight of the large prone figure in the bed, I thought of Guy de Maupassant's Toine, who acted as an incubator. End of Part 3, Chapter 3b. Part 3, Chapter 4 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 4. The Dominant Motif of Suffering. The old woman lay still another year. Then she suddenly sank out of life. George ceased to write to me, but I learned his news elsewhere. He became more and more intimate with the Mayhews. After old Mayhew's bankruptcy, the two sons had remained on in the large dark house that stood off the Nottingham road in Aberwich.
This house had been bequeathed to the eldest daughter by the mother. Maud Mayhew, who was married and separated from her husband, kept house for her brothers. She was a tall, large woman with high cheekbones and oily black hair looped over her ears. Tom Mayhew was also a handsome man, very dark and ruddy, with insolent, bright eyes. The Mayhews' house was called the Hollies. It was a solid building of old red brick, standing 50 yards back from the Aberwich high road. Between it and the road was an unkempt lawn, surrounded by very high black holly trees. The house seemed to be imprisoned among the bristling hollies. Passing through the large gate, one came immediately upon the bare side of the house and upon the great range of stables. Old Mayhew had in his day stabled 30 or more horses there. Now grass was between the red bricks, and all the bleaching doors were shut, save perhaps 2 or 3 which were open for George's horses. The Hollies became a kind of club for the disconsolate, better-off men of the district. The large dining-room was gloomily and sparsely furnished. The drawing-room was a desert. But the smaller morning-room was comfortable enough, with wicker armchairs, heavy curtains, and a large sideboard. In this room George and the Mayhews met with several men 2 or 3 times a week. There they discussed horses and made a mock of the authority of women. George provided the whisky, and they all gambled, timidly, at cards. These bachelor parties were the source of great annoyance to the wives of the married men who attended them. "He's quite unbearable when he's been at those Mayhews," said Meg. "I'm sure they do nothing but cry stern." Maud Mayhew kept apart from these meetings, watching over her 2 children. She had been very unhappily married, and now was reserved, silent. The women of Aberwich watched her as she went swiftly along the street in the morning with her basket, and they gloried a little in her overthrow, because she was too proud to accept consolation. Yet they were sorry in their hearts for her, and she was never touched with calumny. George saw her frequently, but she treated him coldly as she treated the other men, so he was afraid of her. He had more facilities now for his horse-dealing. When the grandmother died, in the October 2 years after the marriage of George, she left him £700. To Meg she left the inn, and the 2 houses she had built in Newarton, together with brewery shares to the value of nearly £1,000. George and Meg felt themselves to be people of property. The result, however, was only a little further coldness between them. He was very careful that she had all that was hers. She said to him once, when they were quarrelling, that he needn't go feeding the Mayhews on the money that came out of her business. Thenceforward he kept strict accounts of all his affairs, and she must audit them, receiving her exact dues. This was a mortification to her woman's capricious soul of generosity and cruelty. The Christmas after the grandmother's death, another son was born to them. For the time, George and Meg became very good friends again. When, in the following March, I heard he was coming down to London with Tom Mayhew on business, I wrote and asked him to stay with me. Meg replied, saying that she was so glad I had asked him. She did not want him going off with that fellow again. He had been such a lot better lately, and she was sure it was only those Mayhews made him what he was. He consented to stay with me. I wrote and told him Letty and Leslie were in London, and that we should dine with them one evening. I met him at King's Cross, and we all 3 drove west. Mayhew was a remarkably handsome, well-built man. He and George made a notable couple. They were both in breeches and gaiters, but George still looked like a yeoman, while Mayhew had all the braggadocio of the stable. He made an impossible trio. Mayhew laughed and jested broadly for a short time, then he grew restless and fidgety. He felt restrained and awkward in my presence. Later, he told George, I was a damned parson. On the other hand, I was content to look at his rather vulgar beauty (his teeth were blackened with smoking), and to listen to his ineffectual talk, but I could find absolutely no response. George was go-between. To me he was cautious and rather deferential. To Mayhew he was careless, and his attitude was tinged with contempt. When the son of the horse-dealer at last left us to go to some of his father's old cronies, we were glad. Very uncertain, very sensitive, and wavering, our old intimacy burned again like the fragile burning of alcohol. Closed together in the same blue flames, we discovered and watched the pageant of life in the town revealed wonderfully to us. We laughed at the tyranny of old romance. We scorned the faded procession of old years, and made mock of the vast pilgrimage of bygone romances travelling farther into the dim distance. Were we not in the midst of the bewildering pageant of modern life, with all its confusion of bannerets and colours, with its infinite interweaving of sounds, the screech of the modern toys of haste striking like keen spray, the heavy boom of busy mankind gathering its bread earnestly, forming the bed of all other sounds? And between these two, the swiftness of songs, the triumphant tilt of the joy of life, the hoarse oboes of privation, the shuddering drums of tragedy, and the eternal scraping of the two deep-toned strings of despair. We watched the taxicabs coursing with their noses down to the street. We watched the rocking hansoms and the lumbering stateliness of buses. In the silent green cavern of the park, we stood and listened to the surging of the ocean of life. We watched a girl with streaming hair go galloping down the row, a dark man, laughing and showing his white teeth, galloping more heavily at her elbow. We saw a squad of lifeguards enter the gates of the park, erect and glittering with silver and white and red. They came near to us, and we thrilled a little as we watched the muscles of their white, smooth thighs answering the movement of the horses, and their cheeks and their chins bending with proud manliness to the rhythm of the march. We watched to the exquisite rhythm of the body of men moving in scarlet and silver further down the leafless avenue, like a slightly wavering spark of red life blown along. At the Marble Arch corner we listened to a little socialist who was flaring fiercely under a plane tree. The hot stream of his words flowed over the old wounds that the knowledge of the unending miseries of the poor had given me, and I winced. For him the world was all East End, and all the East End was as a pool from which the waters were drained off, leaving the water things to wrestle in the wet mud under the sun, till the whole of the city seems a heaving, shuddering struggle of black-mudded objects deprived of the elements of life. I felt a great terror of the little man, lest he should make me see all mud, as I had seen before. Then I felt a breathless pity for him, that his eyes should be always filled with mud and never brightened. George listened intently to the speaker, very much moved by him. At night, after the theatre, we saw the outcasts sleep in a rank under the Waterloo Bridge, their heads to the wall, their feet lying out on the pavement, a long, black, ruffled heap at the foot of the wall. All the faces were covered but two, that of a peaked, pale little man, and that of a brutal woman. Over these two faces, floating like uneasy pale dreams on their obscurity, swept now and again the trailing light of the tram-cars. We picked our way past to the line of abandoned feet, shrinking from the sight of the thin bare ankles of a young man, from the draggled edges of the skirts of a bunched-up woman, from the pitiable sight of the men who had wrapped their legs in newspaper for a little warmth, and lay like worthless parcels. It was raining. Some men stood at the edge of the causeway fixed in dreary misery, finding no room to sleep. Outside, on a seat in the blackness and the rain, a woman sat sleeping, while the water trickled and hung heavily at the ends of her loosened strands of hair. Her hands were pushed in the bosom of her jacket. She lurched forward in her sleep, started, and one of her hands fell out of her bosom. She sank again to sleep. George gripped my arm. "Give her something," he whispered in panic. I was afraid. Then, suddenly getting a florin from my pocket, I stiffened my nerves and slid it into her palm. Her hand was soft and warm and curled in sleep. She started violently, looking up at me, then down at her hand. I turned my face aside, terrified lest she should look in my eyes, and full of shame and grief, I ran down the embankment to him. We hurried along under the plane trees in silence. The shining cars were drawing tall in the distance over Westminster Bridge, a fainter yellow light running with them on the water below. The wet streets were spilled with golden liquor of light, and on the deep blackness of the river were the restless yellow slashes of the lamps. Letty and Leslie were staying up at Hampstead with a friend of the Tempests, one of the largest shareholders in the firm of Tempest, Wharton and Co. The Raphaels had a substantial house, and Letty preferred to go to them rather than to an hotel, especially as she had brought with her her infant son, now 10 months old, with his nurse. They invited George and me to dinner on the Friday evening. The party included Letty's host and hostess, and also a Scottish poetess and an Irish musician, composer of songs and pianoforte rhapsodies. Letty wore a black lace dress in mourning for one of Leslie's maternal aunts. This made her look older, otherwise there seemed to be no change in her. A subtle observer might have noticed a little hardness about her mouth, and a disillusion hanging slightly on her eyes. She was, however, excited by the company in which she found herself. Therefore she overflowed with clever speeches and rapid, brilliant observations. Certainly on such occasions she was admirable. The rest of the company formed, as it were, the orchestra which accompanied her. George was exceedingly quiet. He spoke a few words now and then to Mrs. Raphael, but on the whole he was altogether silent, listening. "Really," Letty was saying, "I don't see that one thing is worth doing any more than another. It's like dessert. You are equally indifferent whether you have grapes or pears or pineapple." "Have you already dined so far?" sang the Scottish poetess in her musical, plaintive manner. "The only thing worth doing is producing," said Letty. "Alas, that is what all the young folk are saying nowadays," sighed the Irish musician. "That is the only thing one finds any pleasure in, that is to say, any satisfaction," continued Letty, smiling and turning to the two artists. "Do you not think so?" she added. "You do come to a point at last," said the Scottish poetess, "when your work is a real source of satisfaction." "Do you write poetry, then?" asked George of Letty. "I? Oh dear, no. I've tried strenuously to make up a limerick for a competition, but in vain. So you see I'm a failure there. Did you know I have a son, though? Marvellous little fellow, is he not, Leslie? He is my work. I'm a wonderful mother, am I not, Leslie?" "Too devoted," he replied. "There!" she exclaimed in triumph. "When I have to sign my name and occupation in a visitor's book, it will be Mother. I hope my business will flourish," she concluded, smiling. There was a touch of ironical brutality in her now. She was at the bottom quite sincere. Having reached that point in a woman's career where most, perhaps all of the things in life seem worthless and insipid, she determined to put up with it, to ignore her own self, to empty her own potentialities into the vessel of another or others, and to live her life at second hand. This peculiar abnegation of self is the resource of a woman for the escaping of the responsibilities of her own development. Like a nun, she puts over her living face a veil, as a sign that the woman no longer exists for herself. She is the servant of God, of some man, of her children, or maybe of some cause. As a servant she is no longer responsible for herself, which would make her terrified and lonely. Service is light and easy. To be responsible for the good progress of one's life is terrifying. It is the most insufferable form of loneliness and the heaviest of responsibilities. So Letty indulged her husband, but did not yield her independence to him. Rather, it was she who took much of the responsibility of him into her hands, and therefore he was so devoted to her. She had, however, now determined to abandon the charge of herself to serve her children. When the children grew up, either they would unconsciously fling her away, back upon herself again in bitterness and loneliness, or they would tenderly cherish her, chafing at her love bonds occasionally. George looked and listened to all the flutter of conversation, and said nothing. It seemed to him like so much unreasonable rustling of pieces of paper, of leaves of books, and so on. Later in the evening Letty sang, no longer Italian folk songs, but the fragmentary utterances of Debussy and Strauss. These also to George were quite meaningless and rather wearisome. It made him impatient to see her wasting herself upon them. "Do you like those songs?" she asked, in the frank, careless manner she affected. "Not much," he replied ungraciously. "Don't you?" she exclaimed, adding with a smile, "Those are the most wonderful things in the world, those little things." She began to hum a Debussy idiom. He could not answer her on the point, so he sat with the arrow sticking in him and did not speak. She inquired of him concerning Meg and his children and the affairs of Eberwich, but the interest was flimsy, as she preserved a wide distance between them, although apparently she was so unaffected and friendly. We left before 11. When we were seated in the cab and rushing downhill, he said, "You know, she makes me mad." He was frowning, looking out of the window away from me. "Who, Letty? Why, what riles you?" I asked. He was some time in replying. "Why, she's so affected." I sat still in the small close space and waited. "You know," he laughed, keeping his face averted from me, "she makes my blood boil. I could hate her." "Why?" I said gently. "I don't know. I feel as she'd insulted me. She does lie, doesn't she?" "I didn't notice it," I said, but I knew he meant her shirking, her shuffling of her life. "And you think of those poor devils under the bridge, and then of her and them fritting away themselves and money and that idiocy." He spoke with passion. "You are quoting Longfellow," I said. "What?" he asked, looking at me suddenly. "Life is real, life is earnest." He flushed slightly at my good-natured jibe. "I don't know what it is," he replied, "but it's a pretty rotten business when you think of her fooling about, wasting herself, and all the waste that goes on up there, and the poor devils rotting on the embankment, and you, and Mayhew, and me," I continued. He looked at me very intently to see if I were mocking. He laughed. I could see he was very much moved. "Is the time quite out of joint?" I asked. "Why," he laughed, "no, but she makes me feel so angry, as if I should burst. I don't know when I felt in such a rage. I wonder why. I'm sorry for him, poor devil. Letty and Leslie. They seemed christened for one another, didn't they?" "What if you'd had her?" I asked. "We should have been like a cat and dog. I'd rather be with Meg 1,000 times, now," he added significantly. He sat watching the lamps and the people and the dark buildings slipping past us. "Shall we go and have a drink?" I asked him, thinking we would call him Frascati's to see the come and go. "I could do with a brandy," he replied, looking at me slowly. We sat in the restaurant listening to the jigging of the music, watching the changing flow of the people. I like to sit a long time by the hollyhocks, watching the throng of varied bees which poise and hesitate outside the wildflowers, then swing in with a hum which sets everything a-quiver. But still more fascinating is it to watch the come and go of people weaving and intermingling in the complex mesh of their intentions, with all the subtle grace and mystery of their moving, shapely bodies. I sat still, looking out across the amphitheatre. George looked also, but he drank glass after glass of brandy. "I like to watch the people," said I. "Aye, and doesn't it seem an aimless, idiotic business? Look at them!" he replied in tones of contempt. I looked instead at him, in some surprise and resentment. His face was gloomy, stupid, and unrelieved. The amount of brandy he had drunk had increased his ill humour. "Shall we be going?" I said. I did not want him to get drunk in his present state of mind. "Aye, in half a minute." He finished the brandy and rose. Although he had drunk a good deal, he was quite steady, only there was a disagreeable look always on his face, and his eyes seemed smaller and more glittering than I had seen them. We took a bus to Victoria. He sat swaying on his seat in the dim, clumsy vehicle, saying not a word. In the vast cavern of the station, the theatre-goers were hastening, crossing the pale grey Strand, small creatures scurrying hither and thither in the space beneath the lonely lamps. As the train crawled over the river, we watched the far-flung hoop of diamond lights curving slowly round and striping with bright threads the black water. He sat, looking with heavy eyes, seeming to shrink from the enormous, unintelligible lettering of the poem of London. The town was too large for him. He could not take in its immense, its stupendous poetry. What did come home to him was its flagrant discords. The unintelligibility of the vast city made him apprehensive, and the crudity of its big, coarse contrasts wounded him unutterably. "What is the matter?" I asked him as we went along the silent pavement at Norwood. "Nothing," he replied. "Nothing." And I did not trouble him further. We occupied a large two-bedded room that looked down the hill and over to the far woods of Kent. He was morose and untalkative. I brought up a soda siphon and whisky, and we proceeded to undress. When he stood in his pyjamas, he waited as if uncertain. "Do you want a drink?" he asked. I did not. He crossed to the table, and as I got into my bed I heard the brief fizzing of the siphon. He drank his glass at one draught, then switched off the light. In the sudden darkness I saw his pale shadow go across to the sofa in the window space. The blinds were undrawn, and the stars looked in. He gazed out on the great bay of darkness, wherein, far away and below, floated a few sparks of lamps like herring-boats at sea. "Aren't you coming to bed?" I asked. "I'm not sleepy. You go to sleep," he answered, resenting having to speak at all. "Then put on a dressing-gown. There's one in that corner. Turn the light on." He did not answer, but fumbled for the garment in the darkness. When he had found it, he said, "Do you mind if I smoke?" I did not. He fumbled again in his pockets for cigarettes, always refusing to switch on the light. I watched his face bowed to the match as he lighted his cigarette. He was still handsome in the ruddy light, but his features were coarser. I felt very sorry for him, but I saw that I could get no nearer to him to relieve him. For some time I lay in the darkness watching the end of his cigarette like a ruddy, malignant insect hovering near his lips, putting the timid stars immensely far away. He sat quite still, leaning on the sofa arm. Occasionally there was a little glow on his cheeks as the cigarette burned brighter. Then again I could see nothing but the dull red bee. I suppose I must have dropped asleep. Suddenly I started as something fell to the floor. I heard him cursing under his breath. "What's the matter?" I asked. "I've only knocked something down. Cigarette case or something," he replied apologetically. "Aren't you coming to bed?" I asked. "Yes, I'm coming," he answered, quite docile. He seemed to wander about and knock against things as he came. He dropped heavily into bed. "Are you sleepy now?" I asked. "I don't know. I shall be directly," he replied. "What's up with you?" I asked. "I don't know," he answered. "I'm like this sometimes when there's nothing I want to do, and nowhere I want to go, and nobody I want to be near." "Then you feel so rottenly lonely, Cyril. You feel awful, like a vacuum with a pressure on you, a sort of pressure of darkness, and you yourself just nothing, a vacuum. That's what it's like, a little vacuum that's not dark, all loose in the middle of a space of darkness that's pressing on you." "Good gracious!" I exclaimed, raising myself in bed. "That sounds bad." He laughed slightly. "It's all right," he said. "It's only the excitement of London, and that little man in the park, and that woman on the seat. I wonder where she is tonight, poor devil. And then Letty. I seem thrown off my balance. I think really I ought to have made something of myself." "What?" I asked as he hesitated. "I don't know," he replied slowly. "A poet or something like Burns. I don't know. I shall laugh at myself for thinking so tomorrow. But I'm born a generation too soon. I wasn't ripe enough when I came. I wanted something I hadn't got. I'm something short. I'm like corn in a wet harvest, full but pappy, no good. I was a rot. I came too soon. Or I wanted something that would have made me grow fierce. That's why I wanted Letty, I think. But am I talking damn rot? What am I saying? What are you making me talk for? What are you listening for?" I rose and went across to him, saying, I don't want you to talk. If you sleep till morning, things will look different." I sat on his bed and took his hand. He lay quite still. "I'm only a kid after all, Cyril," he said a few moments later. "We all are," I answered, still holding his hand. Presently he fell asleep. When I awoke, the sunlight was laughing with the young morning in the room. The large blue sky shone against the window, and the birds were calling in the garden below, shouting to one another and making fun of life. I felt glad to have opened my eyes. I lay for a moment looking out on the morning as on a blue, bright sea in which I was going to plunge. Then my eyes wandered to the little table near the couch. I noticed the glitter of George's cigarette case, and then, with a start, the whisky decanter. It was nearly empty. He must have drunk 3/4 of a pint of liquor while I was dozing. I could not believe it. I thought I must have been mistaken as to the quantity the bottle contained. I leaned out to see what it was that had startled me by its fall the night before. It was the large, heavy drinking glass which he had knocked down, but not broken. I could see no stain on the carpet. George was still asleep. He lay half uncovered and was breathing quietly. His face looked inert, like a mask. The pallid, uninspired clay of his features seemed to have sunk a little out of shape, so that he appeared rather haggard, rather ugly, with grooves of ineffectual misery along his cheeks. I wanted him to wake, so that his inert, flaccid features might be with life again. I could not believe his charm and his beauty could have forsaken him so, and left his features dreary, sunken clay. As I looked, he woke. His eyes opened slowly. He looked at me and turned away, unable to meet my eyes. He pulled the bedclothes up over his shoulders as though to cover himself from me, and he lay with his back to me, quite still, as if he were asleep, although I knew he was quite awake. He was suffering the humiliation of lying waiting for his life to crawl back and inhabit his body. As it was, his vitality was not yet sufficient to inform the muscles of his face and give him an expression, much less to answer by challenge. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 5. Iscar. When her eldest boy was 3 years old, Letty returned to live at Ebowich. Old Mr. Tempest died suddenly, so Leslie came down to inhabit High Close. He was a very much occupied man. Very often he was in Germany or in the south of England engaged on business. At home he was unfailingly attentive to his wife and his 2 children. He had cultivated a taste for public life. In spite of his pressure of business, he had become a county councillor and one of the prominent members of the Conservative Association. He was very fond of answering or proposing toasts at some public dinner, of entertaining political men at High Close, of taking the chair at political meetings, and, finally, of speaking on this or that platform. His name was fairly often seen in the newspapers. As a mine owner, he spoke as an authority on the employment of labour, on royalties, landowning, and so on. At home he was quite tame. He treated his wife with respect, romped in the nursery, and domineered the servants royally. They liked him for it. Her they did not like. He was noisy but unobservant. She was quiet and exacting. He would swear and bluster furiously, but when he was round the corner, they smiled. She gave her orders and passed very moderate censure, but they went away cursing to themselves. As Letty was always a very good wife, Leslie adored her when he had the time, and when he had not, forgot her comfortably. She was very contradictory. At times she would write to me in terms of passionate dissatisfaction. She had nothing at all in her life. It was a barren futility. "I hope I shall have another child next spring," she would write. "There is only that to take away the misery of this torpor. I seem full of passion and energy, and it all fizzles out in day-to-day domestics." When I replied to her, urging her to take some work that she could throw her soul into, she would reply indifferently. Then, later, "You charge me with contradiction." "Well, naturally. You see, I wrote that screeching letter in a mood which won't come again for some time. Generally, I'm quite content to take the rain and the calm days just as they come. Then something flings me out of myself, and I am a trifle demented. Very, very blue, as I tell Leslie." Like so many women, she seemed to live, for the most part contentedly, a small indoor existence with artificial light and padded upholstery. Only occasionally, hearing the winds of life outside, she clamoured to be out in the black, keen storm. She was driven to the door, she looked out and called into the tumult wildly, but feminine caution kept her from stepping over the threshold. George was flourishing in his horse-stealing. In the morning, processions of splendid shire horses, tied tail and head, would tramp grandly along the quiet lanes of Eberwich, led by George's man, or by Tom Mayhew, while in the fresh, clean sunlight George would go riding by, two restless nags dancing beside him. When I came home from France, 5 years after our meeting in London, I found him installed in the Hollies. He had rented the house from the Mayhews and had moved there with his family, leaving Oswald in charge of the ram. I called at the large house one afternoon, but George was out. His family surprised me. The twins were tall lads of 6. There were 2 more boys, and Meg was nursing a beautiful baby girl about a year old. This child was evidently mistress of the household. Meg, who was growing stouter, indulged the little creature in every way. "How is George?" I asked her. "Oh, he's very well," she replied. "He's always got something on hand. He hardly seems to have a spare moment, what with his socialism and one thing and another." It was true. The outcome of his visits to London had been a wild devotion to the cause of the downtrodden. I saw a picture of Watts' Mammon on the walls of the morning room, and the works of Blatchford, Masterman, and Chiozza Money on the side table. The socialists of the district used to meet every other Thursday evening at the Hollies to discuss reform. Meg did not care for these earnest souls. "They're not my sort," she said. "Too jerky and bumptious. They think everybody's slow-witted but them. There's one thing about them, though. They don't drink, so that's a blessing." "Why?" I said. "Have you had much trouble that way?" She lowered her voice to a pitch which was sufficiently mysterious to attract the attention of the boys. "I shouldn't say anything if it wasn't that you were like brothers," she said. "But he did begin to have dreadful drinking bouts. You know, it was always spirits, and generally brandy, and that makes such work with them. You've no idea what he's like when he's evil drunk. Sometimes he's all for talk, sometimes he's laughing at everything, and sometimes he's just snappy. And then," here her tones grew ominous, "he'll come home evil drunk." At the memory she grew serious. "You couldn't imagine what it's like, Cyril," she said. "It's like having Satan in the house with you, or a black tiger glowering at you. I'm sure nobody knows what I've suffered with him." Children stood with large, awful eyes and paling lips, listening. "But he's better now," I said. "Oh, yes, since Gertie came." She looked fondly at the baby in her arms. "He's a lot better now. You see, he always wanted a girl, and he's very fond of her, isn't he, pet? Are you your daddy's girlie? And mamma's too, aren't you?" The baby turned with sudden coy shyness and clung to her mother's neck. Meg kissed her fondly. Then the child laid her cheek against her mother's. The mother's dark eyes and the baby's large hazel eyes looked at me serenely. The two were very calm, very complete and triumphant together. In their completeness was a security which made me feel alone and ineffectual. A woman who has her child in her arms is a tower of strength, a beautiful, unassailable tower of strength that may in its turn stand quietly dealing death. I told Meg I would call again to see George. 2 evenings later I asked Letty to lend me a dog-cart to drive over to the Hollies. Leslie was away in one of his political jaunts, and she was restless. She proposed to go with me. She had called on Meg twice before in the new large home. We started about 6 o'clock. The night was dark and muddy. Letty wanted to call in Eberwich village, so she drove the long way round Salisbury. The horse was walking through the gate of the Hollies at about 7 o'clock. Meg was upstairs in the nursery, the maid told me, and George was in the dining-room getting baby to sleep. "All right," I said. "We will go in to him. Don't bother to tell him." As we stood in the gloomy square hall, we heard the rumble of a rocking-chair, the stroke coming slow and heavy to the tune of Henry Martin, one of our Strelly Mill folk songs. Then through the man's heavily accented singing floated the long, light crooning of the baby as she sang, in her quaint little fashion, a mischievous second to her father's lullaby. He waxed a little louder, and without knowing why, we found ourselves smiling with piquant amusement. The baby grew louder too, till there was a shrill ring of laughter and mockery in her music. He sang louder and louder, the baby shrilled higher and higher, the chair swung in long, heavy beats. Then suddenly he began to laugh. The rocking stopped, and he said, still with laughter and enjoyment in his tones, "Now that is very wicked. Ah, naughty girlie, go to Bowie, at once." The baby chuckled her small, insolent mockery. "Come, mamma," he cried. "Come and take girlie to Bowie." The baby laughed again, but with an uncertain touch of appeal in her tone. We opened the door and entered. He looked up, very much startled to see us. He was sitting in a tall rocking-chair by the fire, coatless, with white shirt-sleeves. The baby, in her high-waisted, tight little nightgown, stood on his knee, her wide eyes fixed on us, wild wisps of her brown hair brushed across her forehead and glinting like puffs of bronze dust over her ears. Quickly she put her arms round his neck and tucked her face under his chin, her small feet poised on his thigh, the nightgown dropping upon them. He shook his head as the puff of soft brown hair tickled him. He smiled at us, saying, "You see I'm busy." Then he turned again to the little brown head tucked under his chin, blew away the luminous cloud of hair, and rubbed his lips and his moustache on the small white neck, so warm and secret. The baby put up her shoulders and shrank a little, bubbling in his neck with hidden laughter. She did not lift her face or loosen her arms. "She thinks she is shy," he said. "Look up, young hussy, and see the lady and gentleman. She's a positive owl. She won't go to bed, will you, young brown owl?" He tickled her neck again with his moustache, and the child bubbled over with naughty, merry laughter. The room was very warm, with a red bank of fire up the chimney-mouth. It was half lighted from a heavy bronze chandelier, black and gloomy, in the middle of the room. There was the same sombre, sparse furniture that the Mayhews had had. George looked large and handsome, the glossy black silk of his waistcoat fitting close to his sides, the roundness of the shoulder muscle filling the white linen of his sleeves. Suddenly the baby lifted her head and stared at us, thrusting into her mouth the dummy that was pinned to the breast of her nightgown. The faded pink sleeves of the nightgown were tight on her fat little wrists. She stood thus, sucking her dummy, one arm round her father's neck, watching us with hazel, solemn eyes. Then she pushed her fat little fist up among the bush of small curls and began to twist her fingers about her ear that was white like a camellia flower. "She's really sleepy," said Letty. "Come, then," said he, folding her for sleep against his breast. "Come and go to ball." But the young rascal immediately began to cry her remonstrance. She stiffened herself, freed herself, and stood again on his knee, watching us solemnly, vibrating the dummy in her mouth as she suddenly sucked at it, twisting her father's ear in her small fingers till he winced. "The nails are sharp," he said, smiling. He began asking and giving the small information that passed between friends who have not met for a long time. The baby laid her head on his shoulder, keeping her tired, owl-like eyes fixed darkly on us. Then, gradually, the lids fluttered and sank, and she dropped onto his arm. "She's asleep," whispered Letty. Immediately the dark eyes opened again. We looked significantly at one another, continued our subdued talk. After a while the baby slept soundly. Presently Meg came downstairs. She greeted us in breathless whispers of surprise, and then turned to her husband. "Has she gone?" she whispered, bending over the sleeping child in astonishment. "My, this is wonderful, isn't it?" She took the sleeping, drooping baby from his arms, putting her mouth close to its forehead, murmuring with soothing, inarticulate sounds. We stayed talking for some time when Meg had put the baby to bed. George had a new tone of assurance and authority. In the first place, he was an established man, living in a large house, having altogether 3 men working for him. In the second place, he had ceased to value the conventional treasures of social position and ostentatious refinement. Very, very many things he condemned as flummery and sickly waste of time. The life of an ordinary well-to-do person he set down as adorned futility, almost idiocy. He spoke passionately of the monstrous denial of life to the many by the fortunate few. He talked at Letty most flagrantly. "Of course," she said, "I have read Mr. Wells and Mr. Shaw, and even Niall Lyons and a Dutchman, what is his name? Coelho. But what can I do? I think the rich have as much misery as the poor, and of quite as deadly a sort. What can I do? It is a question of life and the development of the human race. Society and its regulations is not a sort of drill that endless Napoleons have forced on us. It is the only way we have yet found of living together." "Ha!" said he. "That is rank cowardice. It is feeble and futile to the last degree. We can't grow consumption-proof in a generation, nor can we grow poverty-proof." "We can begin to take active measures," he replied contemptuously. "We can all go into a sanatorium and live miserably and dejectedly warding off death," she said. "But life is full of goodliness for all that." "It is fuller of misery," he said. Nevertheless, she had shaken him. She still kept her astonishing power of influencing his opinions. All his passion and heat and rude speech, analysed out, was only his terror at her threatening of his life interest. She was rather piqued by his rough treatment of her, and by his contemptuous tone. Moreover, she never could quite let him be. She felt a driving force which impelled her almost against her will to interfere in his life. She invited him to dine with them at High Close. He was now quite possible. He had, in the course of his business, been sufficiently in the company of gentlemen to be altogether comme il faut at a private dinner, and after dinner. She wrote me concerning him occasionally. "George Saxton was here to dinner yesterday. He and Leslie had frightful battles over the nationalization of industries. George is rather more than a match for Leslie, which, in his secret heart, makes our friend gloriously proud. It is very amusing. I, of course, have to preserve the balance of power, and, of course, to bolster my husband's dignity. At a crucial, dangerous moment, when George is just going to wave his bloody sword, and Leslie lies bleeding with rage, I step in and prick the victor under the heart with some little satire or some esoteric question. I raise Leslie, and say his blood is luminous for the truth. And vous voilà? Then I abate for the 1000th time Leslie's conservative crow, and I appeal once more to George. It's no use my arguing with him, he gets so angry. I make an abstruse appeal for all the wonderful, sad, and beautiful expressions on the countenance of life, expressions which he does not see, or which he distorts by his oblique vision of socialism into grimaces. And there I am. I think I am something of a Machiavelli, but it is quite true what I say." Again she wrote, "We happened to be motoring from Derby on Sunday morning, and as we came to the top of the hill, we had to thread our way through quite a large crowd. I looked up, and whom should I see but our friend George, holding forth about the state endowment of mothers. I made Leslie stop while we listened. The market-place was quite full of people. George saw us and became fiery. Leslie then grew excited, and although I clung to the skirts of his coat with all my strength, he jumped up and began to question. I must say it with shame and humility. He made an ass of himself. The men all round were jeering and muttering under their breath. I think Leslie is not very popular among them. He is such an advocate of machinery which will do the work of men. So they cheered our friend George when he thundered forth his replies and his demonstrations. He pointed his finger at us and flung his hand at us and shouted till I quailed in my seat. I cannot understand why he should become so frenzied as soon as I am within range. George had a triumph that morning, but when I saw him a few days later, he seemed very uneasy, rather self-mistrustful." Almost a year later, I heard from her again on the same subject. "I've had such a lark. 2 or 3 times I've been to the Hollies, to Socialist meetings. Leslie does not know. They are great fun. Of course I am in sympathy with the Socialists, but I cannot narrow my eyes till I see one thing only. Life is like a large, rather beautiful man who is young and full of vigour, but hairy, barbaric, with hands hard and dirty, the dirt ingrained. I know his hands are very ugly. I know his mouth is not firmly shapen. I know his limbs are hairy and brutal. But his eyes are deep and very beautiful. That is what I tell George. The people are so earnest, they make me sad. But then they are so didactic, they hold forth so much, they are so cocksure and so narrow-eyed, they make me laugh. George laughs too. I'm sure we made such fun of a straight-haired goggle of a girl who had suffered in prison for the cause of women, that I am ashamed when I see my Women's League badge. At the bottom, you know, Cyril, I don't care for anything very much, except myself. Things seem so frivolous. I am the only real thing, I and the children." Gradually, George fell out of the Socialist movement. It wearied him. It did not feed him altogether. He began by mocking his friends of the confraternity. Then he spoke in bitter dislike of Hudson, the wordy, humorous, shallow leader of the movement in Iberwich. It was Hudson, with his wriggling and his claptrap, who disgusted George with the cause. Finally, the meetings at the Hollies ceased, and my friend dropped all connection with his former associates. He began to speculate in land. A hosiery factory moved to Iberwich, giving the place a new stimulus to growth. George happened to buy a piece of land at the end of the street of the village. When he got it, it was laid out in allotment gardens. These were becoming valueless owing to the encroachment of houses. He took it, divided it up, and offered it as sites for a new row of shops. He sold at a good profit. Altogether he was becoming very well off. I heard from Meg that he was flourishing, that he did not drink anything to speak of, but that he was always out. She hardly saw anything of him. If getting on was to keep him so much away from home, she would be content with a little less fortune. He complained that she was narrow, and she would not entertain any sympathy with any of his ideas. "Nobody comes here to see me twice," he said, "because Meg receives them in such an offhand fashion. I asked Jim Curtis and his wife from Everley Hall one evening. We were uncomfortable all the time. Meg had hardly a word for anybody. Yes and no and They'll never come again." Meg herself said, "Oh, I can't stand stuck-up folks. They make me feel uncomfortable. As soon as they begin mincing their words, I'm done for. I can no more talk than a lobster." Thus their natures contradicted each other. He tried hard to gain a footing in Iberwich. As it was, he belonged to no class of society whatsoever. Meg visited and entertained the wives of small shopkeepers and publicans. This was her set. George voted the women loud-mouthed, vulgar, and narrow, not without some cause. Meg, however, persisted. She visited when she thought fit, and entertained when he was out. He made acquaintance after acquaintance. Dr. Francis, Mr. Cartridge, the veterinary surgeon, Toby Heswell, the brewer's son, the Curtises, farmers of good standing from Everley Hall. But it was no good. George was by nature a family man. He wanted to be private and secure in his own rooms. Then he was at ease. As Meg never went out with him, and as every attempt to entertain at the Hollies filled him with shame and mortification, he began to give up trying to place himself, and remained suspended in social isolation at the Hollies. The friendship between Letty and himself had been kept up in spite of all things. Leslie was sometimes jealous, but he dared not show it openly, for fear of his wife's scathing contempt. George went to Highclose perhaps once in a fortnight, perhaps not so often. Letty never went to the Hollies, as Meg's attitude was too antagonistic. Meg complained very bitterly of her husband. He often made a beast of himself drinking. He thought more of himself than he ought. Home was not good enough for him. He was selfish to the backbone. He cared neither for her nor the children, only for himself. I happened to be at home for Letty's 31st birthday. George was then 35. Letty had allowed her husband to forget her birthday. He was now very much immersed in politics, foreseeing a general election in the following year, and intending to contest the seat in Parliament. The division was an impregnable Liberal stronghold, but Leslie had hopes that he might capture the situation. Therefore he spent a great deal of time at the Conservative Club, and among the men of influence in the Southern Division. Letty encouraged him in these affairs. It relieved her of him. It was thus that she let him forget her birthday, while for some unknown reason she let the intelligence slip to George. He was invited to dinner, as I was at home. George came at 7 o'clock. There was a strange feeling of festivity in the house, although there were no evident signs. Letty had dressed with some magnificence in a blackish purple gauze over soft satin of lighter tone, nearly the colour of double violets. She wore vivid green azurite ornaments on the fairness of her bosom, and her bright hair was bound by a band of the same colour. It was rather startling. She was conscious of her effect, and was very excited. Immediately George saw her, his eyes awakened with a dark glow. She stood up as he entered, her hands stretched straight out to him, her body very erect, her eyes bright and rousing like two blue pennants. "Thank you so much," she said softly, giving his hand a last pressure before she let it go. He could not answer, so he sat down, bowing his head, then looking up at her in suspense. She smiled at him. Presently the children came in. They looked very quaint, like acolytes, in their long, straight dressing gowns of quilted blue silk. The boy, particularly, looked as if he were going to light the candles in some childish church in paradise. He was very tall and slender and fair, with a round, fine head and serene features. Both children looked remarkably, almost transparently clean. It is impossible to consider anything more fresh and fair. The girl was a merry, curly-headed puss of 6. She played with her mother's green jewels and prattled prettily, while the boy stood at his mother's side, a slender and silent acolyte in his pale blue gown. I was impressed by his patience and his purity. When the girl had bounded away into George's arms, the lad laid his hand timidly on Letty's knee, and looked with a little wonder at her dress. "How pretty those green stones are, mother," he said. "Yes," replied Letty brightly, lifting them and letting their strange pattern fall again on her bosom. "I like them." "Are you going to sing, mother?" he asked. "Perhaps, but why?" said Letty, smiling. "Because you generally sing when Mr. Saxton comes." He bent his head and stroked Letty's dress shyly. "Do I?" she said, laughing. "Can you hear?" "Just a little," he replied, "quite small, as if it were nearly lost in the dark." He was hesitating, shy as boys are. Letty laid her hand on his head and stroked his smooth, fair hair. "Sing a song for us before we go, mother?" he asked, almost shamefully. She kissed him. "You shall sing with me," she said. "What shall it be?" She played without a copy of the music. He stood at her side, while Lucy, the little mouse, sat on her mother's skirts, pressing Letty's silk slippers in turn upon the pedals. The mother and the boy sang their song. Gaily the troubadour touched his guitar as he was hastening from the war. The boy had a pure treble, clear as the flight of swallows in the morning. The light shone on his lips. Under the piano the girl child sat laughing, pressing her mother's feet with all her strength, and laughing again. Letty smiled as she sang. At last they kissed up a gentle "good night," and flitted out of the room. The girl popped her curly head round the door again. We saw the white cuff on the nurse's wrist as she held the youngster's arm. "You'll come and kiss us when we're in bed, Mum?" asked the rogue. Her mother laughed and agreed. Lucy was withdrawn for a moment. Then we heard her, "Just a tick, nurse, just half a tick." Curly head appeared round the door again. "And one teeny sweetie," she suggested. "Only one." "Go, you!" Letty clapped her hands in mock wrath. The child vanished, but immediately there appeared again round the door 2 blue laughing eyes and the snub tip of a nose. "A nice one, Mum, not a jelly one." Letty rose with a rustle to sweep upon her. The child vanished with a glitter of laughter. We heard her calling breathlessly on the stairs, "Wait a bit, Freddie, wait for me." George and Letty smiled at each other when the children had gone. As the smile died from their faces, they looked down sadly, and until dinner was announced, they were very still and heavy with melancholy. After dinner, Letty debated pleasantly which bonbons she should take for the children. When she came down again, she smoked a cigarette with a serve of coffee. George did not like to see her smoking, yet he brightened a little when he sat down, after giving her a light, pleased with the mark of recklessness in her. "It is 10 years today since my party at Woodside," she said, reaching for the small Roman salt-cellar of green jade that she used as an ashtray. "My lord, 10 years!" he exclaimed bitterly. "Seems 100. "It does and it doesn't," she answered, smiling. "If I look straight back and think of my excitement, it seems only yesterday. If I look between then and now at all the days that lie between, it is an age." "If I look at myself," he said, "I think I'm another person altogether." "You have changed," she agreed, looking at him sadly. "There is a great change, but you are not another person. I often think, there is one of his old looks. He's just the same at the bottom." They embarked on a barge of gloomy recollections and drifted along the soiled canal of their past. "The worst of it is," he said, "I've got a miserable carelessness and contempt for things. You know I had such a faculty for reverence. I always believed in things." "I know you did," she smiled. "You were so humbly minded. Too humbly minded, I always considered. You always thought things had a deep religious meaning somewhere hidden, and you reverenced them. Is it different now?" "You know me very well," he laughed. "What is there left for me to believe in, if not in myself?" "You have to live for your wife and children," she said with firmness. "Meg has plenty to secure her and the children as long as they live," he said, smiling. "So I don't know that I'm essential." "But you are," she replied. "You are necessary as a father and a husband, if not as a provider." "I think," said he, "marriage is more of a duel than a duet. One party wins and takes the other captive, slave, servant, what you like. It is so, more or less." "Well?" said Letty. "Well," he answered, "Meg is not like you. She wants me, part of me, so she'd kill me rather than let me go loose." "Oh, no!" said Letty emphatically. "You know nothing about it," he said quietly. "In the marital duel, Meg is winning. The woman generally does. She has the children on her side. I can't give her any of the real part of me, the vital part that she wants. I can't, any more than you could give kisses to a stranger. And I feel that I'm losing, and don't care." "No," she said, "you're getting morbid." He put the cigarette between his lips, drew a deep breath, then slowly sent the smoke down his nostrils. "No," he said. "Look here," she said, "let me sing to you, shall I, and make you cheerful again?" She sang from Wagner. It was the music of resignation and despair. She had not thought of it. All the time he listened, he was thinking. The music stimulated his thoughts and illuminated the trend of his brooding. All the time he sat looking at her, his eyes were dark with his thoughts. She finished the Star of Ease from Tannhäuser and came over to him. "Why are you so sad tonight when it is my birthday?" she asked plaintively. "Am I slow?" he replied. "I'm sorry." "What is the matter?" she said, sinking onto the small sofa next to him. "Nothing," he replied. "You're looking very beautiful." "There, I wanted you to say that. You ought to be quite gay, you know, when I am so smart tonight." "Nay," he said, "I know I ought. But the tomorrow seems to have fallen in love with me. I can't get out of its lean arms." "Why," she said, "tomorrow's arms are not lean. They are white, like mine." She lifted her arms and looked at them, smiling. "How do you know?" he asked pertinently. "Of course they are," was her light answer. He laughed, brief and sceptical. "No," he said, "it came when the children kissed us." "What?" she asked. "These lean arms of tomorrow's round me, and the white arms round you," he replied, smiling whimsically. She reached out and clasped his hand. "You foolish boy," she said. He laughed painfully, not able to look at her. "You know," he said, and his voice was low and difficult. "I've needed you for a light. You will soon be the only light again." "Who is the other?" she asked. "My little girl," he answered. Then he continued, "And you know, I couldn't endure complete darkness. I couldn't. It's the solitariness." "You mustn't talk like this," she said. "You know you mustn't." She put her hand on his head and ran her fingers through the hair he had so ruffled. "It is as thick as ever, your hair," she said. He did not answer, but kept his face bent out of sight. She rose from her seat and stood at the back of his low arm-chair. Taking an amber comb from her hair, she bent over him, and with the translucent comb and her white fingers, she busied herself with his hair. "I believe you would have a parting," she said softly. He laughed shortly at her playfulness. She continued combing, just touching, pressing the strands in place with the tips of her fingers. "I was only a warmth to you," he said, pursuing the same train of thought. "So you could do without me. But you were like the light to me, and otherwise it was dark and aimless. Aimlessness is horrible." She finally smoothed his hair, so she lifted her hands and put back her head. "There," she said, "it looks fair fine, as Alice would say. Raven's wings are raggy in comparison." He did not pay any attention to her. "Aren't you going to look at yourself?" she said, playfully reproachful. She put her fingertips under his chin. He lifted his head, and they looked at each other. She smiling, trying to make him play. He smiling with his lips, but not with eyes, dark with pain. "We can't go on like this, Letty, can we?" he said softly. "Yes," she answered him. "Yes, why not?" "It can't," he said. "It can't. I couldn't keep it up, Letty." "But don't think about it," she answered. "Don't think of it." "Letty," he said, "I have to set my teeth with loneliness." "Hush," she said. "No, there are the children. Don't say anything. Do not be serious, will you?" "No, there are the children," he replied, smiling dimly. "Yes, hush now. Stand up and look what a fine parting I have made in your hair. Stand up and see if my style becomes you." "No good, Letty," he said. "We can't go on." "Oh, but come, come, come!" she exclaimed. "We're not talking about going on. We are considering what a fine parting I've made you down the middle, like two wings of a spread bird." She looked down, smiling playfully on him, just closing her eyes slightly in petition. He rose and took a deep breath and set his shoulders. "No," he said, and at the sound of his voice Letty went pale and also stiffened herself. "No," he repeated, "it is impossible. I thought as soon as Fred came into the room it must be one way or another." "Very well, then," said Letty coldly. Her voice was muted like a violin. "Yes," he replied, submissive. "The children." He looked at her, contracting his lips in a smile of misery. "Are you sure it must be so final?" she asked, rebellious, even resentful. She was twisting the azurite jewels on her bosom and pressing the blunt points into her flesh. He looked up from the fascination of her action when he heard the tone of her last question. He was angry. "Quite sure," he said at last, simply, ironically. She bowed her head in assent. His face twitched sharply as he restrained himself from speaking again. Then he turned and quietly left the room. She did not watch him go, but stood as he had left her. When, after some time, she heard the grating of his dog-cart on the gravel, and then the sharp trot of hoofs down the frozen road, she dropped herself on the settee, and lay with her bosom against the cushions, looking fixedly at the wall. End of Part 3, Chapter 5.
Part 3, Chapter 6 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 6. The Scarp Slope. Leslie won the Conservative victory in the general election which took place a year or so after my last visit to High Close. In the interim, the Tempests had entertained a continuous stream of people. I heard occasionally from Letty how she was busy, amused, or bored. She told me that George had thrown himself into the struggle on behalf of the candidate of the Labour Party, that she had not seen him, except in the streets, for a very long time. When I went down to Immortal in the March succeeding the election, I found several people staying with my sister. She had under her wing a young literary fellow who affected the Dodie style, Dora Copperfield's Dodie. He had bunches of half-curly hair and a romantic black cravat. He played the impulsive part, but was really as calculating as any man on the Stock Exchange. It delighted Letty to mother him. He was so shrewd as to be less than harmless. His fellow guests, a woman much experienced in music, and an elderly man who was in the artistic world without being of it, were interesting for a time. Bubble after bubble of floating fancy and wit we blew with our breath in the evenings. I rose in the morning loathing the idea of more bubble-blowing. I wandered around Nethermere, which had now forgotten me. The daffodils under the boathouse continued their golden laughter, and nodded to one another in gossip as I watched them, never for a moment pausing to notice me. The yellow reflection of daffodils among the shadows of grey willow in the water trembled faintly as they told haunted tales in the gloom. I felt like a child left out of the group of my playmates. There was a wind running across Nethermere, and on the eager water blue and glistening grey shadows changed places swiftly. Along the shore the wild birds rose, flapping in expostulation as they passed, peewits mewing fiercely round my head, while two white swans lifted their glistening feathers till they looked like grand double water-lilies, laying back their orange beaks among the petals and fronting me with haughty resentment, charging towards me insolently. I wanted to be recognized by something. I said to myself that the dryads were looking out for me from the wood's edge. But as I advanced they shrank, and, glancing wistfully, turned back like pale flowers falling in the shadow of the forest. I was a stranger, an intruder. Among the bushes a twitter of lively birds exclaimed upon me. Finches went leaping past in bright flashes, and a robin sat and asked rudely, "Hello, who are you?" The bracken lay sere under the trees, broken and shavelled by the restless wild winds of the long winter. The trees caught the wind in their tall nettled twigs, and the young morning wind moaned at its captivity. As I trod the discarded oak leaves and the bracken, they uttered their last sharp gasps, pressed into oblivion. The wood was roofed with a wide young sobbing sound, and floored with a faint hiss like the intaking of the last breath. Between was all the glad out-peeping of buds and anemone flowers and the rush of birds. I, wandering alone, felt them all, the anguish of the bracken falling face down in defeat, the careless dash of the birds, the sobbing of the young wind arrested in its haste, the trembling, expanding delight of the buds. I alone among them could hear the whole succession of chords. The brooks talked on just the same, just as gladly, just as boisterously as they had done when I had netted small glittering fish in the rest pools. At Strenny Mill a servant girl in a white cap and white apron bands came running out of the house with purple prayer books, which she gave to the elder of two finicking girls who sat disconsolately with their black silk mother in the governess cart at the gate, ready to go to church. Near Woodside there was barbed wire along the path, and at the end of every riding it was tarred on the tree trunks, "Private." I had done with the valley of Nethermere. The valley of Nethermere had cast me out many years before, while I had fondly believed it cherished me in memory. I went along the road to Eberbridge. The church bells were ringing boisterously, with the careless boisterousness of the brooks and the birds and the rollicking coltsfoots and celandines. A few people were hastening blithely to service. Miners and other labouring men were passing in aimless gangs, walking nowhere in particular, so long as they reached a sufficiently distant public house. I reached the Hollies. It was much more spruce than it had been. The yard, however, and the stables had again a somewhat abandoned air. I asked the maid for George. "Oh, master's not up yet," she said, giving a little significant toss of her head and smiling. I waited a moment. "But he rung for a bottle of beer about 10 minutes since, so I should think." She emphasized the word with some ironical contempt. "He won't be very long," she added, in tones which conveyed that she was not by any means sure. I asked for Meg. "Oh, missus has gone to church, and the children. But Miss Saxon is in. She might—" "Emily!" I exclaimed. The maid smiled. "She's in the drawing-room. She's engaged. But perhaps if I tell her—" "Yes, do," said I, sure that Emily would receive me. I found my old sweetheart sitting in a low chair by the fire, a man standing on the hearthrug pulling his moustache. Emily and I both felt a thrill of old delight at meeting. "I can hardly believe it is really you," she said, laughing me one of the old intimate looks. She had changed a great deal. She was very handsome, but she had now a new self-confidence, a fine, free indifference. "Let me introduce you. Mr. Renshaw, Cyril. Tom, you know who it is. You have heard me speak often enough of Cyril. I am going to marry Tom in 3 weeks' time," she said, laughing. "The devil you are!" I exclaimed involuntarily. "If he will have me," she added, quite as a playful afterthought. Tom was a well-built, fair man, smoothly, almost delicately tanned. There was something soldierly in his bearing, something self-conscious in the way he bent his head and pulled his moustache, something charming and fresh in the way he laughed at Emily's last preposterous speech. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. "Why didn't you ask me?" she retorted, arching her brows. "Mr. Renshaw," I said, "you have outmanoeuvred me all unawares, quite indecently." "I'm very sorry," he said, giving one more twist to his moustache, then breaking into a loud, short laugh at his joke. "You really feel cross?" said Emily to me, knitting her brows and smiling quaintly. "I do," I replied with truthful emphasis. She laughed, and laughed again, very much amused. "It is such a joke," she said, "to think you should feel cross now when it is— How long is it ago?" "I will not count up," said I. "Are you not sorry for me?" I asked of Tom Renshaw. He looked at me with his young blue eyes so bright, so naively inquisitive, so winsomely meditative. He did not know quite what to say, or how to take it. "Very," he replied, in another short burst of laughter, quickly twisting his moustache again and looking down at his feet. He was 29 years old, had been a soldier in China for 5 years, was now farming his father's farm at Papplewick, where Emily was schoolmistress. He had been at home 18 months. His father was an old man of 70 who had had his right hand chopped to bits in the chopping machine, so they told me. I liked Tom for his handsome bearing and his fresh, winsome way. He was exceedingly manly. That is to say, he did not dream of questioning or analysing anything. All that came his way was ready labelled nice or nasty, good or bad. He did not imagine that anything could be other than just what it appeared to be, and with this appearance he was quite content. He looked up to Emily as one wiser, nobler, nearer to God than himself. "I am 1,000 years older than he," she said to me, laughing, "just as you are centuries older than I." "And you love him for his youth?" I asked. "Yes," she replied, "for that, and he is wonderfully sagacious, and so gentle." "And I was never gentle, was I?" I said. "No, as restless and as urgent as the wind," she said. And I saw a last flicker of the old terror. "Where is George?" I asked. "In bed," she replies briefly. "He's recovering from one of his orgies. If I were Meg, I would not live with him." "Is he so bad?" I asked. "Bad," she replied. "He's disgusting, and I'm sure he's dangerous. I'd have him removed to an inebriate's home." "We'd have to persuade him to go," said Tom, who had come into the room again. "He does have dreadful bouts there. He's killing himself, sure enough. I feel awfully sorry for the fellow." "It seems so contemptible to me," said Emily, "to become enslaved to one of your likings till it makes a beast of you. Look what a spectacle he is for his children, and what a disgusting disgrace for his wife." "Well, if he can't help it, he can't, poor chap. said Tom, "though I do think a man should have more backbone." We heard heavy noises from the room above. "He's getting up," said Emily. "I suppose I'd better see if he'll have any breakfast." He waited, however. Presently the door opened, and there stood George with his hand on the knob, leaning, looking in. "I thought I heard 3 voices," he said, as if it freed him from a certain apprehension. He smiled. His waistcoat hung open over his woollen shirt. He wore no coat and was slipperless. His hair and his moustache were dishevelled, his face pale and stupid with sleep, his eyes small. He turned aside from our looks as if from a bright light. His hand, as I shook it, was flaccid and chill. "How do you come to be here, Cyril?" he said subduedly, faintly smiling. "Will you have any breakfast?" Emily asked him coldly. "I'll have a bit if there's any for me," he replied. "It's been waiting for you long enough," she answered. He turned and went with a dull thud of his stockinged feet across to the dining room. Emily rang for the maid. I followed George, leaving the betrothed together. I found my host moving about the dining room, looking behind the chairs and in the corners. "I wonder where the devil my slippers are," he murmured explanatorily. Meanwhile he continued his search. I noticed he did not ring the bell to have them found for him. Presently he came to the fire, spreading his hands over it. As he was smashing the slowly burning coal, the maid came in with the tray. He desisted and put the poker carefully down. While the maid spread his meal on one corner of the table, he looked in the fire, paying her no heed. When she had finished, "It's fried white baked," she said. "Shall you have that?" He lifted his head and looked at the plate. "Aye," he said. "Have you brought the vinegar?" Without answering, she took the cruet from the sideboard and set it on the table. As she was closing the door, she looked back to say, "You'd better eat it now, while it's hot." He took no notice, but sat looking at the fire. "And how are you going on?" he asked me. "Oh, very well. And you?" "As you see," he replied, turning his head on one side with a little gesture of irony. "As I am very sorry to see," I rejoined. He sat forward with his elbows on his knees, tapping the back of his hand with one finger in monotonous two-pulse like heartbeats. "Aren't you going to have breakfast?" I urged. The clock at that moment began to ring a sonorous 12. He looked up at me with subdued irritation. "I suppose so," he answered me when the clock had finished striking. He rose heavily and went to the table. As he poured out a cup of tea, he spilled it on the cloth and stood looking at the stain. It was still some time before he began to eat. He poured vinegar freely over the hot fish and ate with an indifference that made eating ugly, pausing now and again to wipe the tea off his moustache or to pick a bit of fish off his knee. "You're not married, I suppose?" he said in one of his pauses. "No," I replied. "I expect I shall have to be looking round." "You're wiser not," he replied, quiet and bitter. A moment or two later the maid came in with a letter. "This came this morning," she said, as she laid it on the table beside him. He looked at it. Then he said, "You didn't give me a knife for the marmalade." "Didn't I?" she replied. "I thought you wouldn't want it. You don't, as a rule." "And do you know where my slippers are?" he asked. "They ought to be in their usual place." She went and looked in the corner. "I suppose Miss Gertie's put them somewhere. I'll get you another pair." As he waited for her, he read the letter. He read it twice. Then he put it back in the envelope quietly, without any change of expression. But he ate no more breakfast, even after the maid had brought the knife and his slippers, and though he had had but a few mouthfuls. At 12:30 there was an imperious woman's voice in the house. Meg came to the door. As she entered the room and saw me, she stood still. She sniffed, glanced at the table, and exclaimed, coming forward effusively, "Well, I never, Cyril! Who'd have thought of seeing you here this morning? How are you?" She waited for the last of my words, and immediately she turned to George and said, "I must say you're in a nice state for Cyril to see you. Have you finished? If you have, Kate can take that tray out. Smells quite sickly. Have you finished?" He did not answer, but drained his cup of tea and pushed it away with the back of his hand. Meg rang the bell, and, having taken off her gloves, began to put the things on the tray, tipping the fragments of fish and the bones from the edge of his plate to the middle with short, disgusted jerks of the fork. Her attitude and expression were of resentment and disgust. The maid came in. "Clear the table, Kate, and open the window. Have you opened the bedroom windows?" "No, not yet." She glanced at George, as if to say he'd only been down a few minutes. "Then do it when you've taken the tray," said Meg. "You don't open this window," said George churlishly. "It's cold enough as it is." "You should put a coat on then if you're starved," replied Meg contemptuously. "It's warm enough for those that have got any life in their blood. You do not find it cold, do you, Cyril?" "It is fresh this morning," I replied. "Of course it is, not cold at all, and I'm sure this room needs airing." The maid, however, folded the cloth and went out without approaching the windows. Meg had grown stouter, and there was a certain immovable confidence in her. She was authoritative, amiable, calm. She wore a handsome dress of dark green and a toque with opulent ostrich feathers. As she moved about the room she seemed to dominate everything, particularly her husband, who sat ruffled and dejected, his waistcoat hanging loose over his shirt. A girl entered. She was proud and mincing in her deportment. Her face was handsome, but too haughty for a child. She wore a white coat with ermine tippets, muff, and hat. Her long brown hair hung twining down her back. "Has Dad only just had his breakfast?" she exclaimed in high censorious tones as she came in. "He has," replied Meg. The girl looked at her father in calm, childish censure. "And we have been to church and come home to dinner," she said, as she drew off her little white gloves. George watched her with ironical amusement. "Hello," said Meg, glancing at the open letter which lay near his elbow. "Who is that from?" He glanced round, having forgotten it. He took the envelope, doubled it, and pushed it in his waistcoat pocket. "It's from William Owsley," he replied. "Oh, and what has he to say?" she asked. George turned his dark eyes at her. "Nothing," he said. Sneered Meg. "Funny letter about nothing." "I suppose," said the child, with her insolent, high-pitched superiority, "it's some money that he doesn't want us to know about." "That's about it," said Meg, giving a small laugh at the child's perspicuity. "So he can keep it for himself, that's what it is," continued the child, nodding her head in rebuke at him. "I've no right to any money, have I?" asked the father sarcastically. "No, you haven't." The child nodded her head at him dictatorially. "You haven't because you only put it in the fire." "You've got it wrong," he sneered. "You mean it's like giving a child fire to play with." "Oh, and it is, isn't it, ma'am?" The small woman turned to her mother for corroboration. Meg had flushed at his sneer when he quoted for the child its mother's dictum. "And you're very naughty," preached Gertie, turning her back disdainfully on her father. "Is that what the parson's been telling you?" he asked, a grain of amusement still in his bitterness. "No, it isn't," reported the youngster. "If you want to know, you should go and listen for yourself. Everybody that goes to church looks nice." She glanced at her mother and at herself, pruning herself proudly. "And God loves them," she added. She assumed a sanctified expression and continued, after a little thought, "because they look nice and are meek." "What?" exclaimed Meg, laughing, glancing with secret pride at me. "Because they're meek," repeated Gertie, with a superior little smile of knowledge. "You're off the mark this time," said George. "No, I'm not, am I, ma'am? Isn't it right, ma'am? The meek shall inherit the earth." Meg was too much amused to answer. "The meek shall have herrings on earth," mocked the father, also amused. His daughter looked dubiously at him. She smelled impropriety. "It's not, ma'am, is it?" she asked, turning to her mother. Meg laughed. "The meek shall have herrings on earth," repeated George with soft banter. "No, it's not, ma'am, is it?" cried the child in real distress. "Tell your father he's always teaching you something wrong," answered Meg. Then I said I must go. They pressed me to stay. "Oh, yes, do stop to dinner," suddenly pleaded the child, smoothing her wild ravels of curls after having drawn off her hat. She asked me again and again with much earnestness. "But why?" I asked. "So as you can talk to us this afternoon, and so as Dad won't be so disagreeable," she replied plaintively, poking the black spots on her muff. Meg moved nearer to her daughter with a little gesture of compassion. "But," said I promised a lady I would be back for lunch, so I must. You have some more visitors, you know." "Oh, well," she complained, "they go in another room, and Dad won't care about them." "But come," said I. "Well, he's just as disagreeable when Auntie Emily's here. He's with her and all." "You are having your character given away," said Meg brutally, turning to him. I bade them good-bye. He did me the honour of coming with me to the door. We could neither of us find a word to say, though we were both moved. When at last I held his hand and was looking at him as I said good-bye, he looked back at me for the first time during our meeting. His eyes were heavy, and as he lifted them to me, seemed to recoil in an agony of shame. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of The White Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 7. A Prospect Among the Marshes of Leith. George steadily declined from this time. I went to see him 2 years later. He was not at home. Meg wept to me as she told me of him, how he let the business slip, how he drank, what a brute he was in drink, and how unbearable afterwards. He was ruining his constitution. He was ruining her life and the children's. I felt very sorry for her as she sat, large and ruddy, brimming over with bitter tears. She asked me if I did not think I might influence him. He was, she said, at the Ram. When he had an extra bad bout on, he went up there, and stayed sometimes for a week at a time with Oswald, coming back to the Hollies when he had recovered. "Though," said Meg, "he's sick every morning, and almost after every meal." All the time Meg was telling me this, sat curled up in a large chair with their youngest boy, a pale, sensitive, rather spoiled lad of 7 or 8 years, with a petulant mouth and nervous dark eyes. He sat watching his mother as she told her tale, heaving his shoulders and settling himself in a new position when his feelings were nearly too much for him. He was full of wild, childish pity for his mother, and furious, childish hate of his father, the author of all their trouble. I called at the Ram and saw George. He was half drunk. I went up to Highclose with a heavy heart. Letty's last child had been born, much to the surprise of everybody, some few months before I came down. There was a space of 7 years between her youngest girl and this baby. Letty was much absorbed in motherhood. When I went up to talk to her about George, I found her in the bedroom nursing the baby, who was very good and quiet on her knee. She listened to me sadly, but her attention was caught away by each movement made by the child. As I was telling her of the attitude of George's children towards their mother and father, she glanced from the baby to me and exclaimed, "See how he watches the light flash across your spectacles when you turn suddenly. Look!" But I was weary of babies. My friends had all grown up and married and inflicted them on me. There were storms of babies. I longed for a place where they would be obsolete, and young, arrogant, impervious mothers might be a forgotten tradition. Letty's heart would quicken in answer to only one pulse, the easy, light ticking of the baby's blood. I remembered, one day as I sat in the train hastening to Charing Cross on my way from France, that was George's birthday. I had the feeling of him upon me, heavily, and I could not rid myself of the depression. I put it down to travel fatigue, and tried to dismiss it. As I watched the evening sun glitter along the new corn stubble in the fields we passed, trying to describe the effects to myself, I found myself asking, "But what's the matter? I've not had bad news, have I, to make my chest feel so weighted?" I was surprised when I reached my lodging in New Maiden to find no letters for me, save one fat budget from Alice. I knew her squat saturnine handwriting on the envelope, and I thought I knew what contents to expect from the letter. She had married an old acquaintance who had been her particular aversion. This young man had got himself into trouble, so that the condemnations of the righteous pursued him like clouds of gnats on a summer evening. Alice immediately rose to sting back his vulgar enemies, and, having rendered him a service, felt she could only wipe out the score by marrying him.
They were fairly comfortable. Occasionally, as she said, there were displays of small fireworks in the backyard. He worked in the offices of some iron foundries just over the Irwash in Derbyshire. Alice lived in a dirty little place in the valley 1.5 miles from Immortal, not far from his work. She had no children and practically no friends, a few young matrons for acquaintances. As wife of a superior clerk, she had to preserve her dignity among the workpeople. So all her little crackling fires were sodded down with the sods of British respectability. Occasionally she smouldered a fierce smoke that made one's eyes water. Occasionally, perhaps once a year, she wrote me a whole venomous budget, much to my amusement. I was not in any haste to open this fat letter until after supper I turned to it as a resource from my depression. "Oh dear, Cyril, I'm in a bubbling state. I want to yell, not write. Oh, Cyril, why didn't you marry me? Or why didn't our Georgie Saxton, or somebody? I'm deadly sick. Percival Charles is enough to stop a clock. Oh, Cyril, he lives in an eternal Sunday suit, holy broadcloth, and righteous 3 inches of cuffs. He goes to bed in it. Nay, he wallows in Bibles when he goes to bed. I can feel the brass covers of all his family Bibles sticking in my ribs as I lie by his side. I could weep with wrath, yet I put on my black hat and trot to chapel with him like a lamb. Oh, Cyril, nothing's happened. Nothing has happened to me all these years. I shall die of it. When I see Percival Charles at dinner, after having asked a blessing, I feel as if I should never touch a bit at his table again. In about an hour I shall hear him hurrying up the entry. Prayers always make him hungry, and his first look will be on the table. But I'm not fair to him. He's really a good fellow. I only wish he wasn't. It's George Saxton who's put this Seidlitz powder in my marital cup of cocoa. Cyril, I must a tale unfold. It is 15 years since our George married Meg. When I count up and think of the future, it nearly makes me scream. But my tale. Can you remember his faithful dog, wounded stag, gentle gazelle eyes? Cyril, you can see the whisky or the brandy combusting in them. He's got DTs, blue devils, and I've seen him, and I'm swarming myself with little red devils after it. I went up to Immortal on Wednesday afternoon for a pound of fry for Percival Charles's Thursday dinner. I walked by that little path, which, you know, goes round the back of the Hollies. It's as near as any way for me. I thought I heard a row in the paddock at the back of the stables, so I said I might as well see the fun. I went to the gate, basket in one hand, 9pence in coppers in the other, a demure deacon's wife. I didn't take in the scene at first. There was our Georgie, in leggings and breeches as of yore, and a whip. He was flourishing and striding and yelling. "Go it, old boy," I said. "You'll want your stocking round your throat tonight." But Cyril, I had spoken too soon. Oh, lum! There came raking up the croft that long, wire-springy racehorse of his, ears flat, and, clinging to its neck, the pale-faced lad, Wilfred. The kid was white as death and squealing, "Ma'am, ma'am!" I thought it was a bit rotten of Georgie trying to teach the kid to jockey. The racehorse, Bony boy, I call him, came bouncing round like a spiral egg-wish. Then I saw our Georgie rush up screaming, nearly spitting the moustache off his face, and fetched the horse a cut with the whip. It went off like a flame among hot paraffin. The kid shrieked and clung. George went rushing after him, running, staggering, and swearing, fairly screaming. Awful! A lily-livered little swine. The high lanky racehorse went larruping round as if it were going mad. I was dazed. Then Meg came rushing, and the other 2 lads, all screaming. She went for George, but he lifted his whip like the devil. She daren't go near him. She rushed at him and stopped, striking at him with her 2 fists. He waved his whip and kept her off, and the racehorse kept tearing along. Meg flew to stop it. He ran with his drunken totter-step, brandishing his whip. I flew as well. I hit him with my basket. The kid fell off, and Meg rushed to him. Some men came running. George stood fairly shuddering. You would never have known his face, Cyril. He was mad, demoniacal. I feel sometimes as if I should burst and shatter to bits like a skyrocket when I think of it. I've got such a wheel on my arm. I lost Percival Charles's 9pence and my nice white cloth out of the basket, and everything, besides having black looks on Thursday because it was mutton chops, which he hates. Cyril, I wish it was a cassowary on the banks of the Timbuktu. When I saw Meg sobbing over that lad, thank goodness he wasn't hurt, I wished our Georgie was dead. I do now, also. I wish we only had to remember him. I haven't been to see them lately. Can't stand Meg's ickiness. I wonder how it will all end. There's P.C. bidding good night and God bless you to Brother Jakes, and no supper ready. As soon as I could, after reading Alice's letter, I went down to Eberwich to see how things were. Memories of the old days came over me again, till my heart hungered for its old people. They told me at the Hollies that, after a bad attack of delirium tremens, George had been sent to Pepplewick in the lonely country to stay with Emily. I borrowed a bicycle to ride the 9 miles. The summer had been wet, and everything was late. At the end of September the foliage was heavy green, and the wheat stood dejectedly in stook. I rode through the still sweetness of an autumn morning. The mist was folded blue along the hedges. The elm trees loomed up along the dim walls of the morning. The horse-chestnut trees at hand flickered with a few yellow leaves like bright blossoms. As I rode through the tree tunnel by the church, where, on his last night, the keeper had told me his story, I smelled the cold rotting of the leaves of the cloudy summer. I passed silently through the lanes, where the chill grass was weighed down with grey-blue seed-pearls of dew in the shadow, where the wet woollen spider-cloths of autumn were spread as on a loom. Brown birds rustled in flocks like driven leaves before me. I heard the far-off hooting of the loose-all at the pits, telling me it was 11:30, that the men and boys would be sitting in the narrow darkness of the mines eating their snap, while shadowy mice darted for the crumbs, and the boys laughed with red mouths rimmed with grime, as the bold little creatures peeped at them in the dim light of the lamps. The dogwood berries stood jauntily scarlet on the hedge-tops. The bunched scarlet and green berries of the convolvulus and bryony hung amid golden trails. The blackberries dropped ungathered. I rode slowly on, the plants dying around me, the berries leading their heavy ruddy mouths and languishing for the birds, the men imprisoned underground below me, the brown birds dashing in haste along the hedges. Swineshid Farm, where the Renshaws lived, stood quite alone among its fields, hidden from the highway and from everything. The lane leading up to it was deep and unsunned. On my right I caught glimpses through the hedge of the cornfields, where the shocks of wheat stood like small yellow-sailed ships in a widespread flotilla. The upper part of the field was cleared. I heard the clank of a wagon and the voices of men, and I saw the high load of sheaves go lurching, rocking up the incline to the stackyard. The lane debouched into a close-bitten field, and out of this empty land the farm rose up with its buildings like a huddle of old painted vessels floating in still water. White fowls went stepping discreetly through the mild sunshine and the shadow. I leaned my bicycle against the grey silken doors of the old coach-house. The place was breathing with silence. I hesitated to knock at the open door. Emily came. She was rich as always with her large beauty, and stately now with the stateliness of a strong woman 6 months gone with child. She exclaimed with surprise, and I followed her into the kitchen, catching a glimpse of the glistening pans and the whitewood baths as I passed through the scullery. The kitchen was a good-sized, low room that through long course of years had become absolutely a home. The great beams of the ceiling bowed easily. The chimney-seat had a bit of dark green curtain, and under the high mantelpiece was another low shelf that the men could reach with their hands as they sat in the ingle-nook. There the pipes lay. Many generations of peaceful men and fruitful women had passed through the room, and not one but had added a new small comfort. A chair in the right place, a hook, a stool, a cushion, a certain pleasing cloth for the sofa covers, a shelf of books. The room that looked so quiet and crude was a home evolved through generations to fit the large bodies of the men who dwelled in it, and the placid fancy of the women. At last it had an individuality. It was the home of the Renshaws, warm, lovable, serene. Emily was in perfect accord with its brownness, its shadows, its ease. I as I sat on the sofa under the window, felt rejected by the kind room. I was distressed with a sense of ephemerality, of pale, erratic fragility. Emily, in her full-blooded beauty, was at home. It is rare now to feel a kinship between a room and the one who inhabits it, a close bond of blood relation. Emily had at last found her place, and had escaped from the torture of strange, complex, modern life. She was making a pie, and the flour was white on her brown arms. She pushed the tickling hair from her face with her arm, and looked at me with tranquil pleasure as she worked the paste in the yellow bowl. I was quiet, subdued before her. "You are very happy?" I said. "Ah, very," she replied. "And you? You are not. You look worn." "Yes," I replied, "I am happy enough. I am living my life." "Don't you find it wearisome?" she asked pityingly. She made me tell her all my doings, and she marvelled, but all the time her eyes were dubious and pitiful. "You have George here," I said. "Yes, he's in a poor state, but he's not as sick as he was." "What about the delirium tremens?" "Oh, he was better of that, very nearly, before he came here. He sometimes fancies they're coming on again, and he's terrified. Isn't it awful? And he's brought it all on himself. Tom's very good to him." "There's nothing the matter with him physically, is there?" I asked. "I don't know," she replied as she went to the oven to turn a pie that was baking. She put her arm to her forehead and brushed aside her hair, leaving a mark of flour on her nose. For a moment or two she remained kneeling on the fender, looking into the fire and thinking. "He was in a poor way when he came here, could eat nothing, sick every morning. I suppose it's his liver. They all end like that." She continued to wipe the large black plums and put them in the dish. "Hardening of the liver?" I asked. She nodded. "And is he in bed?" I asked again. "Yes," she replied. "It's as I say. If he'd get up and potter about a bit, he'd get over it. But he lies there, skulking." "And what time will he get up?" I insisted. "I don't know. He may crawl down somewhere towards tea time. Do you want to see him? That's what you came for, isn't it?" She smiled at me with a little sarcasm and added, "You always thought more of him than anybody, didn't you? Oh, well, come up and see him." I followed her up the back stairs, which led out of the kitchen, which emerged straight in a bedroom. We crossed the hollow-sounding plaster floor of the naked room and opened a door at the opposite side. George lay in bed, watching us with apprehensive eyes. "Here is Cyril come to see you," said Emily. "So I brought him up, for I didn't know when you'd be downstairs." A small smile of relief came on his face, and he put out his hand from the bed. He lay with the disorderly clothes pulled up to his chin. His face was discoloured and rather bloated, his nose swollen. "Don't you feel so well this morning?" asked Emily, softening with pity when she came into contact with his sickness. "Oh, all right," he replied, wishing only to get rid of us. "You should try to get up a bit. It's a beautiful morning, warm and soft," she said gently. He did not reply, and she went downstairs. I looked round the cold, whitewashed room with its ceiling curving and sloping down the walls. It was sparsely furnished, and bare of even the slightest ornament. The only things of warm colour were the cow and horse skins on the floor. All the rest was white or grey or drab. On one side the roof sloped down so that the window was below my knees and nearly touching the floor, and on the other side was a larger window, breast high. Through it one could see the jumbled ruddy roofs of the sheds and the skies. The tiles were shining with patches of vivid orange lichen. Beyond was the cornfield, and the men, small in the distance, lifting the sheaves on the cart. "You will come back to farming again, won't you?" I asked him, turning to the bed. He smiled. "I don't know," he answered dully. "Would you rather I went downstairs?" I asked. "No, I'm glad to see you," he replied in the same uneasy fashion. "I've only just come back from France," I said. "Ah," he replied, indifferent. "I'm sorry you're ill," I said. He stared unmovedly at the opposite wall. I went to the window and looked out. After some time I compelled myself to say, in a casual manner, "Won't you get up and come out a bit?" "I suppose I'll have to," he said, gathering himself slowly together for the effort. He pushed himself up in bed. When he took off the jacket of his pyjamas to wash himself, I turned away. His arms seemed thin, and he had bellied and was bowed and unsightly. I remembered the morning we swam in the mill pond. I remembered that he was now in the prime of his life. I looked at his bluish, feeble hands as he laboriously washed himself. The soap once slipped from his fingers as he was picking it up and fell, rattling the pot loudly. It startled us, and he seemed to grip the sides of the washstand to steady himself. Then he went on with his slow, painful toilet. As he combed his hair, he looked at himself with dull eyes of shame. The men were coming in from the scullery when we got downstairs. Dinner was smoking on the table. I shook hands with Tom Renshaw and with the old man's hard, fierce left hand. Then I was introduced to Arthur Renshaw, a clean-faced, large, bashful lad of 20. I nodded to the man Jim, and to Jim's wife, Annie. We all sat down to table. "Well, and how's it feeling by now, like?" asked the old man heartily of George. Receiving no answer, he continued, "I should have got up and come and give us an hand with the wheat. It'd done thee good." "You'll have a bit of mutton, won't you?" Tom asked him, tapping the joint with the carving knife. George shook his head. "It's quite lean and tender," he said gently. "No, thanks," said George. "Give him a bit, give him a bit," cried the old man. "It'll do him good. It's what he wants, a bit of strengthening nourishment." "No good if his stomach won't have it," said Tom in mild reproof, as if he were speaking of a child. Arthur filled George's glass with beer without speaking. The two young men were full of kind, gentle attention. "Let me have a spoonful of turnip, then," persisted the old man. "I canna eat while his plate stands there empty." So they put turnip and onion sauce on George's plate, and he took up his fork and tasted a few mouthfuls. The men ate largely and with zest. The sight of their grand satisfaction, amounting almost to gusto, sickened him. When at last the old man laid down the dessert spoon which he used in place of a knife and fork, he looked again at George's plate and said, "Why, thou hasna eaten a smite, not a smite. Along goes the right road to be better." George maintained a stupid silence. "Don't bother him, father," said Emily. "Thou art an old whittle feyther," added Tom, smiling good-naturedly. He spoke to his father in dialect, but to Emily in good English. Whatever she said had Tom's immediate support. Before serving us with pie, Emily gave her brother junket and damsons, setting the plate and the spoon before him as if he were a child. With this act of grace, Tom looked at her lovingly and stroked her hand as she passed. After dinner, George said with a miserable struggle for an indifferent tone, "Aren't you going to give Cyril a glass of whisky?" He looked up furtively in a conflict of shame and hope. A silence fell on the room. "Aye," said the old man softly. "Let him have a drop." "Yes," added Tom in submissive pleading. All the men in the room shrank a little, awaiting the verdict of the woman. "I don't know," she said clearly, "that Cyril wants a glass." "I don't mind," I answered, feeling myself blush. I had not the courage to counteract her will directly. Not even the old man had that courage. We waited in suspense. After keeping us so for a few minutes, while we smouldered with mortification, she went into another room, and we heard her unlocking a door. She returned with a decanter containing rather less than half a pint of liquor. She put out 5 tumblers. "Thou needna give me none," said the old man. "I'm not a proud chap, I'm not." "Nor me neither," said Arthur. "You will, Tom?" she asked. "Do you want me to?" he replied, smiling. "I don't," she answered sharply. "I want nobody to have it when you look at the results of it. But if Cyril is having a glass, you may as well have one with him." Tom was pleased with her. She gave her husband and me fairly stiff glasses. "Steady, steady," he said. "Give that, George, and give me not so much. 2 fingers, 2 of your fingers, you know." and she passed him the glass. When George had had his share, there remained but a drop in the decanter. Emily watched the drunkard coldly as he took this remainder. George and I talked for a time while the men smoked. He, from his glum stupidity, broke into a harsh, almost imbecile loquacity. "Have you seen my family lately?" he asked, continuing. "Yes, not badly set up, are they, the children? But the little devils are soft, marred soft, every one of them. It's their mothers bring 'em up. She marded them till they were soft, and would never let me have a say in it. I should have brought them up different, you know I should." Tom looked at Emily, and, remarking her angry contempt, suggested that she should go out with him to look at the stacks. I watched the tall, square-shouldered man leaning with deference and tenderness towards his wife as she walked calmly at his side. She was the mistress, quiet and self-assured; he, her rejoiced husband and servant. George was talking about himself. If I had not seen him, I should hardly have recognized the words as his. He was lamentably decayed. He talked stupidly, with vulgar contumely of others and in weak praise of himself. The old man rose with a "Well, I suppose we mun make another day at it," and the men left the house. George continued his foolish, harsh monologue, making gestures of emphasis with his head and his hands. He continued when we were walking round the buildings into the field, the same babble of bragging and abuse. I was wearied and disgusted. He looked, and he sounded, so worthless. Across the empty cornfield the partridges were running. We walked through the September haze slowly, because he was feeble on his legs. As he became tired, he ceased to talk. We leaned for some time on a gate in the brief glow of the transient afternoon, and he was stupid again. He did not notice the brown haste of the partridges. He did not care to share with me the handful of ripe blackberries, and when I pulled the bryony ropes off the hedges and held the great knots of red and green berries in my hand, he glanced at them without interest or appreciation. "Poison berries, aren't they?" he said dully. Like a tree that is falling, going soft and pale and rotten, clammy with small fungi, he stood leaning against the gate, while the dim afternoon drifted with a flow of thick, sweet sunshine past him, not touching him. In the stackyard the summer's splendid monuments of wheat and grass were reared in gold and grey. The wheat was littered brightly round the rising stack. The loaded wagon clanked slowly up the incline, drew near, and rode like a ship at anchor against the Scotches, brushing the stack with a crisp, sharp sound. Tom climbed the ladder and stood a moment there against the sky, amid the brightness and fragrance of the gold corn, and waved his arm to his wife, who was passing in the shadow of the building. Then Arthur began to lift the sheaves to the stack, and the two men worked in an exquisite, subtle rhythm, their white sleeves and their dark heads gleaming, moving against the mild sky and the corn. The silence was broken only by the occasional lurch of the body of the wagon, as the teamer stepped to the front or again to the rear of the load. Occasionally I could catch the blue glitter of the prongs of the forks. Tom, now lifted high above the small wagon load, called to his brother some question about the stack. The sound of his voice was strong and mellow. I turned to George, who also was watching, and said, "You ought to be like that." We heard Tom calling, "All right," and saw him standing high up on the tallest corner of the stack, as on the prow of a ship. George watched, and his face slowly gathered expression. He turned to me, his dark eyes alive with horror and despair. "I shall soon be out of everybody's way," he said. His moment of fear and despair was cruel. I cursed myself for having roused him from his stupor. "You will be better," I said. He watched against the handsome movement of the men of the stack. "I couldn't team 10 sheaves," he said. "You will in a month or two," I urged. He continued to watch while Tom got on the ladder and came down the front of the stack. "Nay, the sooner I clear out the better," he repeated to himself. When we went into tea he was, as Tom said, downcast. The men talked uneasily with abated voices. Emily attended to him with a little palpitating solicitude. We were all uncomfortably impressed with the sense of our alienation from him. He sat apart and obscure among us, like a condemned man. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. End of The White Peacock by D. H. Lawrence.